I reincarnated as a cannon fodder skeleton soldier, and awakened an infinite evolution system. I can evolve into a brutal blood skeleton lord, or an undying supreme skeleton god king. I can even evolve into a dark knight by escaping the game. Evolving requires endless killing and leveling up. Now the game has a new bug. Skeletons Massacre makes NPCs and players cry for mom. The little lowly summoned me in the dungeon, staring confused, because I just evolved via the system and used Shadow Step in combat. My footwork is perfect like God Yichio. After all, I was his peer textbook in my past life. I casually wave my hand killing the weak mobs. Level up complete. Host evolved into Skeleton Warrior. Seeing my stats now far stronger than most players, I'm overjoyed. And you have growth attributes. Zhang Mengmeng is dumbfounded. Just then, another wolf suddenly roars and charges at Zhang Mengmeng. Seeing this, I instantly use a skill, beheading it with Quick Blade. Skills 2? Zhang Mengmeng knows she picked up a treasure. She silently follows me, leeching experience. I solo pull and gather, instantly killing the level 3 zone mobs. Zhang Mengmeng's level ranking rises to first place. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes now shine, speechless. Then after signaling Zhang Mengmeng, I directly head to level 5 zone. Zhang Mengmeng scratches her head. Are you the player, or am I? How come I feel like the summoned skeleton? I bring Zhang Mengmeng to the level 5 zone. 4 to 5 skeleton bears suddenly charge at me. I start kiting, making them attack each other and easily kill them all. And now I can evolve again, checking the system panel options. Finally I choose the hidden evolution path, Skeleton Berserker. Amidst blue light I succeed, gaining new skills Berserk Armor and Plunder. Now I one-shot the skeleton bears with a slap. After easily killing them, I prepare to loot an elite mob's hand. Seeing this, Zhang Mengmeng knows this skeleton will do something crazy again. I kill while walking, no need for Quick Blade to one-shot weak mobs. I also use Plunder, stealing the bear's bloodline talent. Soon I bring Zhang Mengmeng to the bear leader. I consider that kiting could whittle it down, but it's the opening days, time is everything. So I level Berserk Armor to 2, my weapon transforms into Bone Bow form. I also level Quick Blade to 8, 240 attack speed. Now I'm quick and agile, ready to insta-kill this elite mob. Seeing me provoke it, Zhang Mengmeng quickly says, "Skeleton bro, no rush, wait until I'm level 10 to unlock Archer Skeleton Soldier, we can fight it then, yes?" Hearing this, I directly transform my weapon before her into the Bone Bow, then start firing arrows steadily from a good spot. Zhang Mengmeng's jaw drops, a suddenly transformed bow with 100% accuracy? Before Zhang Mengmeng can react, I fire the finishing arrow at the elite mob. The first kill alert pops up with lots of rewards. Zhang Mengmeng obediently stands aside for me to pick first. Seeing a split skill book, I immediately sit and learn it. After finishing, I take Zhang Mengmeng's newly looted equipment. She hands it over obediently but looks very wronged. But finding them useless, I return them to Zhang Mengmeng. Her wronged face instantly beams. Then I upgrade my Bone Blade Steel Saber. Zhang Mengmeng leeches to level 10 following me. All players' job change after level 10. So I bring Zhang Mengmeng to the Rocky Hills. Seeing the level 15 Rockmen, she asks why we're here when we can't beat them. Before she finishes speaking I strike, insta-killing a Rockman. Zhang Mengmeng directly feigns fainting. In the dark forest, Sword God Xie Changkong of the 12 Gods is watching playback of my past operating, and laments to the other 11, I wanted to PK him after discussing it, yet the news is he has departed. In the previous game I was at the pinnacle. Many playstyles and tactics came from me, the undisputed peak. Meanwhile in Rocky Hills my evolution points are full again. I stare at the system panel. Still choosing the hidden path, no one can refuse a blind box. Congratulations, host evolved into Bloody Berserker Skeleton Captain. With the system prompt, my short saber also upgrades into Blood Domain Rending Voidblade, gaining Bloodthirsty Rampage and Blood 7 kill skills. Meanwhile in reality Zhang Mengmeng's power is cut for unpaid bills. The gaming helmet on her head naturally can't run, though Zhang Mengmeng looks quite the beauty. In real life she's a loser girl who started playing just to earn money, never expecting her NPC to directly mutate. In-game, as Zhang Mengmeng hasn't eaten or drank, her pale avatar has fainted. Seeing this I quickly carry her petite body into a cave, then go find her some food and water. This game is called The Second World. The name isn't just for show. Characters look near identical to reality and need food, water and rest. When playing you wear a neural-linked helmet. No pain or comfort, but combat visuals and senses are awesome. As for the freedom you're all wondering about, I won't say more. Just after I left, a player with a huge iron sword appears in Rocky Hills, with 4 sexy female undead mage followers behind him. The leading Swallowing Skies is the disciple of Godboxing. This title makes many game girls fawn over him, though it wasn't easy for him to get it. To learn the shadow step I created, Boxing had him observe a mob's perspective. 3 months to barely learn it, then told it was just the basics. Next was observing 3 mobs. He directly fainted hearing that. Understandable, since aside from names like Textbook, Peak, my old nickname was Zombie Demon King, because few could learn my stuff, mostly inhuman ones could. The famous skills of today's 12 gods also came from me. Swallowing Skies still enjoys the girls' flattery in Rocky Hills. Dark Fragrance asks, why are there no mobs here, great god? Swallowing Skies is shocked looking around. This was the grinding spot Boxing told him. Calculations of the 12 gods now surpass mechanical precision. A terrifying answer appears in Swallowing Skies' mind. Someone cleared the 258 rockmen here in under half an hour. Not even his master could do that now. His brain short-circuits then. To save face he says Dictator of the Skies Guild reserved the spot, boasting of his status there. The girls surely get fired up licking him again hearing that. Just then, Dark Fragrance discovers Zhang Mingming in the cave. The greedy girl wants to loot Zhang Mingming's equipment, though a loser in real life. Just the gear I gave her in-game could sell for tens of thousands. Just then a girl suddenly says the respawn seems to be a hidden boss. To keep it all, Dark Fragrance has to come out first. Yet the hidden boss they spoke of is me returning. Seeing my flaming skeleton, Swallowing Skies hastily commands them. For undead mages in square formation, each summoning 10 skeletons, 9 batches rotating aggro pulls, last spot left for my DPS. Admittedly good positioning, pity you face the game's pinnacle now. Before they can react, dazzling bloody blade light flashes before Swallowing Skies. He reflexively shuts his eyes. When he opens them again, he's back in the real world. Shadow blade light slice blanks Swallowing Skies' mind. How can a boss know this divine skill? I must inform Master quickly. Shadow blade light slice is a skill I created before, usually for PK. In the whole game few top players can use it, not even 100. Congratulations host, killed Swallowing Skies and plundered Gale's step skill. I'm delighted that killing players has a chance to plunder their skills. Can I combine all job skills now? Then I instantly kill the 4 girls. Pity no skeletons summoning plundered. I upgrade all skills again. Berserk armor gains a lance weapon form. Just then Zhang Mingming wakes up and sees her disheveled state, face flushing red. Seeing this I gesture speechlessly for her to follow me, wanting to test the new skills. Zhang Mingming bows her head embarrassed, asking if I can sell 1 gold coin since she's too poor to eat. Thinking a gem like her lacks money in reality, I nod. Hearing this Zhang Mingming happily hugs and kisses my face before logging off to pay rent. I think why not kiss my mouth, then go grind rockmen outside. When Zhang Mingming logs on again she's shocked to see her level has skyrocketed to 15. Seeing the baffled Zhang Mingming I have to laugh too. Suddenly a loud boom as a hidden boss spawns in Rocky Hills. I'm delighted to have a leveling target and rush straight in with all skills blazing. The mountain troll also uses its skills, instantly shaking the earth violently. Unperturbed I switch to the lance, spinning and stabbing rapidly. Weapons smoothly change forms, endless kiting and pulling. Plus I have many original divine skills. Soon the mountain troll is left with half health. In the shadows, a man with blood-red gauntlets watches me silently with a female swordsman. Forced hidden boss, beating hidden boss. The swordsman exclaims in surprise. Don't ask, keep watching, the man says softly. Just then I also sense people watching me nearby. But I smile in relief seeing who they are, and continue fighting the troll with full strength. Forced flash kill, shadow step still unskilled. The man smiles. Hearing this, Dictator of the Skies Guild brings people to surround the area and reserve it, ordering everyone out. But seeing that man, Dictator's expression suddenly changes greatly. He gestures and walks over. Others think the guild leader met an old friend. But unexpectedly Dictator lowers his head respectfully before him saying, Master Boxing. Not looking back, Boxing coldly says take your people and guard outside after clearing this area. Dictator instantly breaks into cold sweat and hurries to obey. Dictator's members leave bewildered, not knowing what happened. Meanwhile I use Shadow Blade Light Slice, easily killing the troll and making equipment rain. Zhang Mingming blankly sits on the ground. Skeleton Bro is so powerful, solos hidden boss in 90 seconds? My gaze locks onto the Sea Ancient military horse summon. In this game, Dragon Phoenix, Qilin and other eccentric summons exist, but all summon trash that dies in one hit, just satisfying players' vanity. But I discover this can actually evolve. I instantly level it 5 times without nonsense. The Sea Ancient military horse is now elite quality. Meanwhile Boxing slowly says let's go. The confused swordsman asks wasn't it to spar, master? Why the change today? It's not time to meet yet. Boxing glances at his gauntlets and says lightly. Zhang Mingming also finds the hidden job change necromancer letter among the troll loot. We then ride the horse flying to the dark marsh. I hold Zhang Mingming in my arms, her delicate face flushing. Other undead mages shout OMG seeing us on the way. Then look at their trash summon skeletons, and directly slap their heads off. We soon arrive at Dark Marsh. After casually killing some weak mobs, we head straight for the undead altar. Now I look at my many maxed skills. I think then breakthrough split. Who knew it directly became rage slash. Delighted, looks like the system breakthrough can completely transform skills. More surprising is I can upgrade myself. Looking at my parts, I finally decide to upgrade my eyes. Congratulations host, unlocked bloodline probe eyes, feeling like I can see everything clearly within 100 li. Too bad skeletons lack that, or I could upgrade Zhang Meng Meng. Stopping my wild thoughts, Zhang Meng Meng, and I enter the altar. A swarm of blood flies fly at us. Just upgraded split cuts them all down in one slash. Congratulations host, successfully plundered bloodsucking skill. Delighted, I twist my head off and spin it. This super rare skill is the dream of most players. Seeing I awaken bloodsuck, Zhang Meng Meng is even more shocked. Skeleton bro, what did you do? Another upgrade? Thinking she can't fall behind, she opens the leaderboard to check her strength. But the ranks on it leave her dumbfounded. Of the 12 gods, known as the god of levels, Xia Dongli is ranked second in levels. First is Zhang Meng Meng. Sword god Xia Chongkong and boxing Xin Shana are second and third in attack ranks. First is still Zhang Meng Meng, even titled number 1 under heaven. This blinds Zhang Meng Meng's big eyes. We also meet Natalie the priestess with 1,000 worshippers. Seeing us, Natalie skips the nonsense and directly summons the skeleton lord. Zhang Meng Meng says let her defeat the lord. Hearing this, the lord casually swings his blade, instantly sending Zhang Meng Meng flying. Exasperated, I take out the blood lance and duel the lord. Seeing this, Natalie says you don't seem servant and master. Your identity intrigues me, but you probably can't withstand one move. Before she finishes, the lord unleashes his skill. Unexpectedly I don't dodge, but charge in instead. Zhang Meng Meng and Natalie think I'm suicidal, but the lord's blade mysteriously misses. That's one of my divine skills, all evasions. Followed by my fierce flurry of cuts, quickly killing the lord. Embarrassed, Natalie randomly gives me an old book and leaves with Zhang Meng Meng. Studying the book, I'm amazed to find it lets me turn killed enemies into my servants. I immediately go to the level 30 zone before a grave archer. One shot and it becomes my subordinate. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. From now on, building a skeleton army would be easy. I immediately raised my hand and killed all the skeletons here instantly. At this moment, 2 disciples of the 12 divine immortals, Amaci and Xinshan Shui, arrived. Xueyue looked at the skeleton corpses in front of him and wondered who else would dare come to this level 30 wild area except us. Don't talk nonsense, this dog place must have been farmed by the holy temple. Xianchong Lang said. My master knows the 3 elders of the holy temple. They don't have such a mission. Xueyue pointed out suspiciously. Suddenly many swordsmen rushed towards them and they quickly dodged. After observing, Xianchong Lang said these were archers someone had summoned, not wild monsters. Suddenly I rushed towards Xueyue with a spear. But Xueyue was not panicking at all. After all, he was a dog, and sneak attacks and counter sneak attacks were already his instinct. He saw him smile evilly at me and used counter kill with borrowed force, and said sarcastically that a wild boss also deserves to sneak attack him. Seeing this, I laughed and said, the idea of countering sneak attacks has Amaci's style, but unfortunately he also learned this move from me. The next second, the red spear directly pierced Xueyue's chest. Xueyue's HP dropped to 0 instantly. Xueyue didn't even see how he died in the end. Seeing this scene, Xianchong Lang's pupils enlarged and he said you are a member of that guild, but how did you become a skeleton? I didn't want to answer that. I picked up my equipment and started gesturing. Xianchong Lang was not a fool. He immediately understood that I wanted to sell equipment. Since he didn't have money at the time, he could only take my equipment to trade with others. As for Xianchong Lang's personality, I actually trusted him, because his master Qinshan Shui used to be my disciple. And Xianchong Lang, as Qinshan Shui's cousin, had been following us for a long time. 666 Longo, are you dead or not? I'm coming back to kill you. Go yelled in the channel, go back, this person is beyond our capabilities. Xianchong Lang returned to the other side. I raised my hand and killed an elite archer, thinking I must quickly regain my peak strength. At my peak I had hit 13 swords per second, 12 spells in 1 round, 13 camps in 1 step and other heaven-defying operations. After I killed the elite monster, the fog dispersed and the Blood Raven's tomb was also revealed. Blood Raven was a great demon general 1,000 years ago. After being trapped to death here, his resentment condensed into Blood Raven. At this time I also had enough evolution points, so I went to the panel as usual, and directly chose the hidden evolution attribute. Congratulations host for evolving into Blood Territory Profound Ice Sea Skeleton. My body was also wrapped in ice and began to molt. Just as I was molting, Yixiangxia came here with a group of people. At that time, after Yixiangxia told Quan Sect about me, Quan Sect simply replied to him, stay away if you see a red skeleton in the future. This made Yixiangxia even more afraid of me. Suddenly Yixiangxia saw a familiar figure, his expression instantly froze. That figure was me molting in the ice. Yixiangxia was about to say run, but those rich second generations who came with him suddenly attacked me, and started attacking me. Seeing this, Yixiangxia directly rolled his eyes and fainted. In their attack, the ice slowly cracked open. Blood Domain Ice Seal suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand and instantly killed 8 rich second generations from Daotian, turning them into ice sculptures instantly. Seeing this, Yixiangxia quickly knelt down and begged me to spare his life. Xianqiong Lang took this opportunity to sell all the equipment to Yixiangxia and give the gold coins to me. Then I got up and prepared to take down Blood Raven. After entering the tomb, a big and disgusting hand grabbed at me. I dodged and cut off the hand into ice cubes with a backhand slash. Suddenly the whole tomb started shaking violently. Blood Raven's body also appeared. Seeing this, I didn't talk nonsense and directly activated my ultimate skill and used Blood Shadow Slip to pull him in. Blood Raven lost half of his blood before he even fought. Angrily he directly released his big move and dozens of arrows suddenly shot towards me. I couldn't dodge the arrows, so I directly used Divine Shadow Boundless Kill. After tanking hits, I successfully ascended Blood Raven. I immediately switched to Blood Spear and launched Blood Raven into the air. I directly used 4-hit airborne thrust and killed Blood Raven instantly. Blood Raven was also successfully subdued by me. Seeing this, I directly leveled up Blood Raven 5 times, turning him into Gale Skeleton Blood Raven. Then after picking up all the loot on the ground, I left with Blood Raven. On the other side, Zhang Mengmeng just logged off after practicing necromancy. Then she received a call from Ruan Shangxiang. Ruan Shangxiang, who was just randomly killed in the game, wanted to take Zhang Mengmeng out to have some fun. Ruan Shangxiang said she would take Zhang Mengmeng to level up, and said she would reach level 10 soon. Zhang Mengmeng said her level was high enough, but Ruan Shangxiang said don't be shy, we all know your skills are weak and your level is low, we won't laugh at you. Zhang Mengmeng helplessly said she had just finished her class advancement, and sent her name and location to Ruan Shangxiang. Soon Ruan Shangxiang brought her boyfriend and Yixiangxia to the gloomy swamp. Don't ask why Yixiangxia is everywhere, go ask the author. Yixiangxia said, those who can advance classes in such a place must have an extraordinary identity. Ruan Shangxiang mocked that Zhang Mengmeng was just pretending, who knows if she is even level 5, let alone advancing classes in such a high difficulty place. Ruan Shangxiang and Zhang Mengmeng stood on a rock, and Zhang Mengmeng said coldly to Ruan Shangxiang. Seeing Zhang Mengmeng, Yixiangxia and Sword Demon Hongshan were dumbfounded. Ruan Shangxiang didn't recognize her, but how could they not recognize the rank 1 player on the entire server? They quickly cowed out a few times before running away with Ruan Shangxiang. At the same time, I also came to Natalie's place, wanting to see Zhang Mengmeng. As soon as Zhang Mengmeng saw me, she happily hugged me. I gave Zhang Mengmeng the 2 epic Blood Raven equipments that I looted, blinding her big Caslin eyes again. Zhang Mengmeng's Blood Raven Fury directly topped the weapon leaderboard. Second place was Xie Chengkong's Madness Great Axe. Third place was Qinshan Shui's Extreme Storm. I also broke through the skeleton's strong and thin armor, gaining many more weapon transformations. Suddenly Daotian Gang surrounded us with a large group. But I had business here, so I casually opened up and instantly sent them back to respawn. Then Natalie walked out and said, your little girlfriend is now a qualified necromancer, and can help fuse your skeletons. When Zhang Mengmeng heard this, she was afraid of messing up the fusion of my skeletons. Hearing this, Natalie said let go my apprentice, if your man dares complain send him to meet the king of hell. Zhang Mengmeng seemed to only hear man, and her small face instantly turned painful. But she still started fusing my 5 strongest skeletons. Soon she fused them into a ghastly skeleton. Seeing the trash attributes, Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head shyly. I said she did well. I subconsciously patted Zhang Mengmeng's lowered head, but immediately retracted my hand. Suddenly I remembered the little disciple I had when I was still alive. Every time he helped me, he would sway and come in front of me to show off, and I would pamper him by patting his head. But the one in front of me seemed to be him yet not him. Coming back to my senses, I decided to take Zhang Mengmeng down the mountain. After all, I was out of skill points and evolution points. On the small road in the gloomy forest, Zhang Mengmeng struggled pulling the cart. I and Blood Raven were sitting on the cart. Blood Raven sat nervously on the cart. As a servant, sitting on a cart pulled by his mistress made him feel I could throw him into the air for a 4-hit airborne thrust at any time. Zhang Mengmeng walked with great difficulty, gritting her teeth. Although I felt a little bad for her, I had to be cruel, because this was the training method of the Divine Shadow sect. I decided to cultivate Zhang Mengmeng into the 13th god of this game. Zhang Mengmeng looked fragile on the outside but had a very strong heart. She gritted her teeth and endured all the hardship along the way. I saw the shadow of Qinshan Shui in her. Many players ran over to hit on Zhang Mengmeng along the way, thinking Zhang Mengmeng was an NPC. Suddenly, huge tremors came from the forest, and 2 level 0 phantom beasts rushed out. Blood Raven dared to betray the demon sect. The 2 bosses, Blood Domain Demon Guards, said while summoning hundreds of ghouls to rush at Blood Raven. Seeing this, Zhang Mengmeng raised her hand and used Exploding Fireball, killing all the ghouls instantly. I also didn't talk nonsense, took out the blood spear and rushed up, commanding Zhang Mengmeng to use necromancy skills to assist my 1000 paper cuts combo. In just a few minutes, we sent the two beasts up to heaven. Loot exploded all over the ground. On the other side, Idu Beixiangxia invited Qianchong Lang and Famo to help him kill those two level 0 beasts. Famo was the disciple of Fa Shang, one of the 12 divine immortals. He was the strongest among the disciples of the 12 divine immortals, but when they flew over quickly, they only saw equipment all over the ground, and groups of shivering players. Why aren't these people looting the equipment? Could it be your master killed these monsters? Qianchong Lang asked in confusion. Famo disdainfully said, it wouldn't need Fa Shang to personally come for some level 0 beasts, but the fact was, those who tried to loot got insta-killed by me one by one. Now they could only drool at the equipment. Famo and Qianchong Lang immediately went into the forest. Little Lang, join me. Seeing me, Famo said in terror. But before Famo could finish, 108 soldiers converged in front of him. Seeing this, Famo immediately used Void Sword Flash and Divine Step to disappear from my sight. Seeing this, I chuckled. So this is what he wanted. Good. I wanted to see what you learned from him. Famo's master Fa Shang was a madman who didn't care for his life in researching mage techniques. Back then, in order to research mage secrets, he took the initiative to offer himself as my son-in-law. After I decisively rejected him, we became rare confidants and exchanged mage techniques every day. But after I died, he locked himself in Phoenix City, not even seeing his disciple Famo. Famo suddenly shot 4 fireballs at me. Interesting, I connected the 4 fireballs and bounced them all back at myself. But I didn't lose any HP. Seeing this, Famo trembled and said, this is Master's spell steal. An NPC who knows some mage tricks? The Mage of Law began to doubt life and cursed. What was the game administrator thinking? Allowing a neutral NPC to master mage combat skills? Oh, not good. Boom! An exploding fireball hit the Mage of Law, causing a -1 damage. But the Mage of Law, taking advantage of the momentum, quickly retreated 3 meters away. The black vine staff in his hand spun, surrounded by countless spiraling flames. Take this! The corner of the Mage of Law's mouth curled up as he stopped his staff. In the moment of his retreat, he formed the flames into a fire dragon and pushed it towards Jiang Wei. Fire dragon break? Interesting. Jiang Wei took 3 steps and disappeared from the Mage of Law's field of vision, causing the fire dragon break to lose its target. Then, in the moment of the Mage of Law's slight confusion, there was a sudden explosion behind him. Boom! The predicted trajectory hit exactly where the Mage of Law was about to step into. The Mage of Law saw the exploding flames burning behind him, feeling the endless heat. He couldn't turn around and use the momentum to dodge. The divine skill borrowed momentum assassination was not invincible. As long as the attacker predicted the position behind the opponent's retreat and attacked in advance, the opponent would be unable to turn around and use their strength. Unless the opponent had a shield skill that allowed them to teleport, they could only endure this attack. It was clear that the Mage of Law had no way out. He finally had nowhere to retreat and was hit by the exploding flames, suffering a terrifying amount of damage. -619. Stop! Master, stop, stop, stop! Qianchong Lang suddenly rushed out from the woods, stopping the Mage of Law and Jiang Wei from using their skills again. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, Master. Jiang Wei stopped his staff and smiled knowingly. He knew that Qianchong Lang had been secretly watching from behind, but he didn't expose him. He didn't intend to kill the Mage of Law either. In this world, there were many wealthy people, but talented players were rare. The Mage of Law was a proud genius and the most likely candidate to succeed the position of the 12 gods. It was lonely at the top, without opponents. That's why Jiang Wei had nothing better to do than to teach his disciples. The Mage of Law was a good seedling, and he could also train a dumb and cute little one. Jiang Wei naturally didn't plan to kill him. Go help me take down that boss, and let's forget about this. Jiang Wei made a gesture to Qianchong Lang. Qianchong Lang immediately understood and pulled the slightly dazed Mage of Law to go fight the Blood Hell Demon Guard with the dumb and cute little one. Jiang Wei then went to the place of the big explosion and picked up the equipment from the ground in front of more than 1,800 players from the Dominating the World Guild, inspecting them one by one. Guild leader, it's the Blood Demon. Hongshan, the Sword Demon, who was following behind Dominating the World, changed his expression. Blood Demon? Dominating the World was slightly surprised. A blood-red cloak, blood jade skeleton, and in his hand, a blood-red staff. He only needed a white bone warhorse and a beautiful woman on his back to complete the picture. The weapon is a bit different, and the bones are more translucent. How come it looks similar to the blood skeleton we saw in the strange stone forest last time? Could it be that the blood skeleton that the Fist Master guarded last time was this one? Dominating the World quickly cast a detection spell. Unfortunately, he only had a level 1 detection spell and received no feedback. Which one of you has a max level detection spell? None of us. Who would bother learning that? Level 1 is enough, and level 10 only gives you 2 more pieces of information. It's useless. Dominating the World shook his head and sighed. It seems that the boss has already been killed by him. I wonder if it dropped the guild establishment token. Killed by the blood demon? Sword Demon Hongshan was slightly surprised, but according to the post that Fortunate Creation posted last time, he didn't have any spell damage. How did he kill it? How would I know? Dominating the World felt somewhat helpless before. He was analyzing with Qian Shonlang that this blood skeleton had no spell damage and couldn't kill the two bosses. As a result, he was slapped in the face. Now, does he have the mood to answer Sword Demon Hongshan's words? So, what do we do now? Sword Demon Hongshan was dumbfounded. More than 1,800 players had gathered, but the boss had already been killed? What a waste of time. It would be strange if it didn't cause an uproar. Guild leader, what's going on? Are we still going to fight, or do we have to level up? Yeah, guild leader, we've been walking for so long and haven't even seen the boss. Are we still going to fight? Players from the Dominating the World guild complained one after another. This boss should be dead, but isn't there another one here? We don't have the guild establishment token, so let's just kill this one. A knight player proposed, which immediately gained the agreement of many people. That's right, guild leader, I always feel like this should be a hidden plot. The purpose is to make us kill this blood skeleton. Maybe by killing this blood skeleton, we'll get the guild establishment token? Kill the blood skeleton? Get the guild establishment token? The Dominating the World guild leader's heart stirred as he looked at the continuously complaining 1,800 players. There was indeed some temptation in his heart. There was also a voice in his mind constantly reminding him, kill him, kill him. If you kill him, you will be the guild leader of the first guild established in the Huaxia server. Smack! The Dominating the World guild leader slapped Sword Demon Hongshan on the head next to him. What are you talking about killing? The magic mage and the wave god are both gone. This situation is a bit strange. Let's find the wave god and the magic mage first. Sword Demon Hongshan. Why did he hit me? Did I say anything just now? I didn't say anything at all. It's strange, but why hit me? What did I do wrong? Sword Demon Hongshan looked confused, completely unaware of what had happened. Line up and wait. Out of caution as a leader, the Dominating the World guild leader didn't act rashly, but stopped 30 meters away from Jiang Wei. The players looked at each other, unable to understand why their guild leader was doing this, but they could only suppress their doubts. They watched as the blood skeleton picked up all the equipment that made their mouths water, and secretly regretted following such a cowardly guild leader. Socketing stones? Unidentified legendary gems? Jiang Wei cleared the equipment and potions on the ground under the hungry gazes of the group, but looking at the unidentified legendary gem in his hand, his heart stirred slightly. What surprises await me with this unidentified gem? Putting everything away, Jiang Wei suppressed his expectations and glanced at the motionless Dominating the World guild leader, shaking his head. Then, he walked towards the Blood Purgatory Demon Guard. To identify equipment, a professional appraiser was needed, and an appraiser was a life occupation. The game had only been open for 2 days, so there probably weren't any players capable of appraising legendary level items yet. Jiang Wei wasn't too disappointed, after all. He was too far ahead. Guild leader, are we really just going to watch? What else can we do? The Dominating the World guild leader's eyes narrowed. He did want to fight, but the scattered players in the distance, the scene in the stone monster forest, the inexplicable disappearance of Qian Shonlang and the magic mage, and the death of the boss, all reminded him. This blood skeleton was not simple. He couldn't act rashly. Now was a period of rapid development for the guild, and any decision would affect the future of the guild. It was better to be cautious. Damn, isn't that Dominating the World? That's right, it's him. I have a friend in their guild. I just messaged him, and it's them. The players who had been watching from the sidelines were shocked to see Dominating the World with more than 1,800 people, all of whom were too scared to fight the blood skeleton. Damn, what's the deal with this blood skeleton? Even the 20th ranked guild in the Huaxia region doesn't dare to touch him? No kidding, didn't you see just now? That Extreme Flame Mage seems like a top-notch expert, but couldn't last a few moves against the blood skeleton. I saw it, that Extreme Flame Mage. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, just can't remember where. This blood skeleton is too powerful. I think unless there are 200 level 30 players, there's no chance of winning. Let's retreat and level up. True, there's no hope. I'm going to level up too, see ya. Seeing that even the 20th ranked guild, Dominating the World, didn't dare to touch Jiang Wei, they immediately felt hopeless and left the dark forest one by one, choosing to level up. At the same time, they secretly thought that once they reached level 30, they must come back and reclaim their reputation from the blood skeleton. On the other side, Dai Xiaoming felt much more relaxed with the addition of the mage and Qian Shonlang. However, she was a bit puzzled. Were these two players too powerful? Throughout the entire boss fight, they didn't even use any healing potions. Not only that, the Blood Abyss Demon Guard was being toyed around by their attacks. Dumbass, this is an intelligent boss. Focus on DPS and pulling aggro from each other. The mage nodded, maintaining a distance of 10 meters from Qian Shonlang, continuously swinging his staff. Boom! 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 3 explosive fireballs burst on the Blood Abyss Demon Guard. The Blood Abyss Demon Guard winced in pain, dropping the scythe-wielding skeletal guard with a sliver of health left, and swung his curved blade towards the mage. Instantly, the Blood Abyss Demon Guard became furious. At this moment, the Blood Abyss Demon Guard had 15,000 health remaining. Damn reptile! The Blood Abyss Demon Guard threw the mage aside and charged towards Chen Chonlang. You take the aggro, be careful of his Blood Abyss hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Chonlang reminded as he drew 3 arrows on his blue longbow and shot them into the sky. Shooting arrows was more difficult than rapid fire. It was a means for archers to control their own damage and aggro. Shooting allowed them to control the timing of the arrow's descent. It also achieved the effect of hitting the head, a practical little technique. However, Dai Xiaomeng looked a bit confused, not understanding the reason behind Chen Chonglang's actions. But in the next moment, she understood. Because when the arrows landed on top of the Blood Abyss Demon Guard's head, it coincided perfectly with the mage casting 4 fireballs and the Blood Abyss Demon Guard swinging his blade towards the mage's head. The 3 arrows shot by Chen Chonlang once again drew the aggro of the Blood Abyss Demon Guard. This scene astonished Dai Xiaomeng, and she couldn't help but exclaim at such skillful maneuvering. Big brother skeleton, who are these 2 expert players? Dai Xiaomeng approached Jiang Wei and asked the question in her mind. Jiang Wei naturally couldn't answer her. He was planning to kill this Blood Abyss Demon Guard and sell off some useless equipment. Then he would go to the Skeleton King's territory, complete quests, and earn evolution points. After delaying for so long, it was time to evolve to the next form. Killing the Blood Abyss Demon Lord's subordinates, the Blood Abyss Demon Lord wouldn't let him off easily. The next boss that came to hunt him down, with his current strength, he might not be able to handle it. Moreover, players were constantly improving, and he wanted to maintain this dominant state. He had to stay ahead of them. When the first player reached level 30, the game would open up guild establishment. At that time, having a guild mode that wouldn't accidentally harm teammates, a guild channel for voice commands, and the bonus of a battle formation, would definitely surpass the current guild strength. By then, he estimated it would be a bit challenging for him. After level 30, the dungeon mode would also be unlocked. The rewards in experience, gem drop rates, as well as the drop rates of skill books and artifacts, would be several times better than in the open field by then. He will also need to enter the main city and embark on the journey of the instance. So, evolve and improve your strength as soon as possible. And it's time to solve the problem of everyday language communication. During battles, gestures and eye contact can be used, but for regular communication, speaking is definitely more convenient than sign language and writing on the ground. Strengthen the throat bone a bit. Jiang Wei's heart moved. Jiang Wei touched his throat bone. This seems to be a spinal bone. I don't have a throat bone. Somewhat surprised, but Jiang Wei had to admit this fact. He indeed did not have a throat bone. Then let's strengthen the dental bone. To strengthen the dental bone, it requires 100 enhancement points. Do you want to strengthen it? Spend 100 enhancement points to successfully strengthen attack power plus 10, strength plus 1. Spend 200 enhancement points. It's useless. After spending 1000 enhancement points, besides enhancing 40 points of attack and 10 points of strength, nothing mutated or gained any new functions. Jiang Wei was slightly disappointed. Since that didn't work, he thought for a moment and decided to strengthen his skull to see if he could enhance telepathic communication. To strengthen the skull, it requires 100 enhancement points. Do you want to strengthen it? Strengthening successful, casting speed plus 0, 1%, spirit plus 1. Spend 200 enhancement points, successfully strengthen the skull, casting speed plus 0, 5%, spirit plus 5. Insufficient balance of enhancement points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot into the head of the Bloodhell Demon Guard, causing 3 terrifying damages. Minus 2,117. Minus 2,117. Minus 2,118. Under the speechless gaze of Chen Chonlang and FAMO, the Bloodhell Demon Guard thundered and fell to the ground, causing countless leaves and soil to explode, splattering Chen Chonlang with mud. Congratulations on killing the Bloodhell Demon Guard, gaining 30,000 experience points, 30,000 evolution points, and 1,500 enhancement points. Jiang Wei didn't care and continued to strengthen his skull. Spent 300 enhancement points, successfully strengthened the skull, casting speed plus 3%, spirit plus 20 points. Spent 400 enhancement points, successfully strengthened the skull, triggered skull mutation evolution, evolved into the mind of the skeleton, casting speed plus 10%, spirit plus 50, magic power plus 300. As the enhancement was completed, Jiang Wei noticed that his mental power seemed to be different, his vision became clearer. His memory also seemed to be clearer, and he could vaguely recall some long-forgotten childhood memories. He could even sense movements within a half-meter radius with his eyes closed, except for the blood-red flames. Jiang Wei quickly checked the attributes of the mind of the skeleton. Mind of the skeleton, overview, can consume magic power to guide creatures within a 10 centimeters range for simple telepathic communication, and can sense movements within a half-meter range. Finally, I can communicate. Jiang Wei was delighted. But this 10 centimeters. Does it mean he has to let a dumb little cutie stick to him every day? Jiang Wei pulled the dumb little cutie to his side, and in her astonished expression, he used the telepathic communication ability of the mind of the skeleton to say a sentence to her. What did you learn just now? Zhang Mingming's face was somewhat astonished, her breathing became rapid, obviously still not fully recovered. Caught off guard by Jiang Wei being so close, she didn't notice anything for a moment. What did you learn? I learned. As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng became dumbfounded. Big brother skeleton, you can speak? Her expression changed from confusion to surprise, and then excitement replaced it. That's great. Zhang Mengmeng grabbed Jiang Wei's arm, allowing the cold chill to invade her body, her face filled with excitement. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Jiang Wei's voice again, which surprised her. Why aren't you speaking again, big brother skeleton? Just now, was it my illusion? Come closer. Jiang Wei pulled her closer again. Zhang Mingming's breath hitched and her chest felt tight. Maybe it was because Jiang Wei was too close to her, making it difficult for her to breathe. What is Brother Skull doing? There are people here. But she still lowered her head, bit her lip, and closed her eyes, waiting for that moment to come. Her heart was conflicted, but there seemed to be a hint of anticipation. What are you thinking? Seeing her dumbfounded and cute expression, Jiang Wei couldn't help but smile and pat her head. Embarrassingly, his fingers got caught in her hair, and Zhang Mengmeng suddenly realized that Jiang Wei was about to kiss her, and she immediately blushed and felt embarrassed. Ouch! It hurts! Zhang Mengmeng was about to turn around, with her back facing Jiang Wei, when she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her head. She squatted down, letting out a low moan. Jiang Wei. Looking at the black hair in his hand, Jiang Wei was speechless. Are you okay? Jiang Wei wondered how he should return her hair to her. Oh, I'm fine. Zhang Mingming's face twisted in pain, but she still endured it and told Jiang Wei that she was fine. But Brother Skull, next time, when you want to touch my head, can you let me know first? It really hurts a little. Okay. Jiang Wei awkwardly shook off the strands of hair from his hand and agreed. So, Brother Skull can speak now. Does that mean I don't have to teach you sign language anymore? Although Zhang Mengmeng was somewhat delighted that she could communicate with Jiang Wei, she still felt a little disappointed and stared at him blankly. Sign language, still learn, it can enhance our understanding, our telepathic communication, only. Skull God, it's done. Jiang Wei hadn't finished speaking when Qian Chonglang walked over with a bewildered expression on his face. The envy in Qian Chonglang's eyes was about to overflow. A god is a god. Not only is he highly skilled, able to experience a different life, but even as a neutral boss, he still has a stunning beauty by his side. Zhang Mengming's appearance, even though he sees those beautiful women every day, still amazed him when he saw her. Especially with her outfit and personality, she had a cute and contrasting charm that, oh well, the women of the Skull God shouldn't be casually judged. Sell everything except for mage equipment, gold potions, and gems. Jiang Wei gestured to him. Okay. Qian Chonglang readily agreed, leaving the law demon extremely confused. He couldn't understand how this blood skull and Qian Chonglang were communicating. And, why did this blood skull learn divine skills? Why does Qian Chonglang call him Skull God? And who is this person in the red mage robe? Too many questions arose in his mind. Join their team and let them sort out the equipment. Jiang Wei pulled Zhang Mengmeng over and whispered in her ear. Oh, okay, I got it. Zhang Mengmeng finished listening and sent a team invitation to the two of them. Prompt: a Zhang Mengmeng invites you to join her team, accept/reject? Zhang Mengmeng? Damn, are you the death mage who's ranked first on the level leaderboard? Qian Chonglang and the law demon said in unison. Impressive. Qian Chonglang gave Jiang Wei a thumbs up. It was you who brought her to the top of the level leaderboard? The law demon looked at Jiang Wei in astonishment, his eyes filled with shock. A god is a god. Just casually, you brought a girl to the top of the level leaderboard. If Xia Dongli finds out, he'll probably be half dead from anger, right? Seeing Jiang Wei nod, Qian Chonglang couldn't help but feel a bit smug. And the law demon's gaze carried a hint of fear. With such fast leveling speed, relying on the area damage of the explosive flames, your mana is definitely not enough. Just now, wasn't your full strength, right? That goes without saying. After finishing sorting out the equipment and potions, Qian Chonglang patted Fama's shoulder and said, when the skeleton god was in melee combat, he once killed that idiotic Yin dog with one shot. That idiotic Yin dog is still questioning life. While speaking, Qian Chonglang handed a curved blade and a token to Jiang Wei and said, over an hour ago, the skeleton god single-handedly wiped out the elite group of over 100 members from the Tianqiu Guild. Isn't that impressive? Ignoring Fama, who was still digesting the information, Qian Chonglang and Jiang Wei began to pack up the spoils. There are 12 gold coins, 15 bottles of intermediate magic potions, 7 pieces of blue equipment, 2 purple ones, and the green one, which is the curved blade in your hand. Besides that, there's also this blood abyss token. Jiang Wei nodded and looked at the curved blade in his hand. Bloodthirsty Curved Blade, Quality, Legendary Level, 30 Attack, 185 to 205 Hit plus 10 Critical Damage plus 20% Bloodthirst, 1% chance to trigger Bloodthirst effect when attacking, increasing attack speed by 10%. Bloodthirst effect can stack up to 5 layers and lasts for 30 seconds. Blood Abyss, trigger tearing damage and cause bleeding status when attacking, reducing 20 HP per second for 60 seconds. There is a chance to cause severe injury, reducing the target's movement speed by 20%. Not bad. Jiang Wei glanced at it and wasn't too surprised. After all, it was far inferior to his Extreme Ice Lament. Sell it. Jiang Wei threw the curved blade to Qian Shonlang, leaving him stunned. Sell. Sell it? God, this is a legendary weapon. There's only one in the whole server. You're selling it just like that? Jiang Wei nodded and then threw the Blood Crow's surprise assault longbow to him. If you need it, hurry up and gather the money. Damn! A legendary bow and arrow. In the moment he received the surprise assault longbow, Qian Shonlang was shocked. His face couldn't stop smiling. I actually got a level 25 legendary bow and arrow? He couldn't believe it, then excitedly pulled the dazed Fama and hurriedly ran towards Stormwind City. Idiot, hurry up and come with me to make money. I want to buy this bow. Watching Qian Shonlang dragging Fama away like a dog, gradually disappearing into his blood-red flames, Jiang Wei said to a dumbfounded Xiaomeng, let them sell the equipment and come find me. I have something to discuss with them. Oh, okay. Xiaomeng sent a message in the team. Qian Shonlang, received. Famont Stormrain, I will definitely come back to ask him for advice. Let's go to the Skeleton Land. Jiang Wei summoned the skeleton warhorse and helped Xiaomeng onto the horse. Ignoring Xiaomeng's blushing face, Jiang Wei took the reins and headed towards the Skeleton Land. The Skeleton Land, unlike the Skeleton Graveyard, was more like a land of undead, with many giant animal bones piled up to form a castle. On the black soil around, there were also countless human bones. On top of the castle, a row of skeleton archers stood neatly, coldly staring at Jiang Wei and his bone horse. A siege? Interesting. Stop. Where are you from? What are you here for? A skeleton emitting a dark aura stood in the center of the castle. Holding a black war knife, he pointed at Jiang Wei aggressively and asked. Jiang Wei stopped the warhorse and looked at his attributes. Black Shatter Gatekeeper, Quality, Elite Level, 30 HP, 15,000 Attack, 120 to 150 Defense, 20 to 20 Skills, Black Shatter Blade Net, Blessing of the Blade Talent, Mastery of Blade Overview, the Gatekeeper of the White Bone Kingdom, with an average status. After reading it, Jiang Wei smiled. He said to Xiaomeng, who was hugging him with both hands, let go first, use enhancement art on me, and then merge with your pet to attack the gate and attract firepower. Okay. Zhang Mingmeng gently released Jiang Wei's waist and jumped off the BMW. With a wave of her staff, 36 skeletons emerged from the ground. This time, she didn't need to chant any spells, it was obviously much faster than before. On the horseback, Jiang Wei taught her a lot of knowledge and skills about the game, and she remembered them all, ready to jot them down when she logged off. But now she obviously couldn't log off, so she tried to use them. Non-chanting spellcasting, or known as non-chanting magic, is one of them. Chanting spells is the slowest way to cast spells, only beginners in the game would use it. Zhang Mengmeng had to get rid of her newbie identity in the game in order to better cooperate with the Big Brother skeleton. Necromancy Fusion. Zhang Mengmeng used fusion magic to merge the 36 skeletons into a side skeleton guard, heading towards the gate of the Bone Castle. What the hell are you doing here? The Black Shade Gate goalkeeper felt very humiliated when Jiang Wei ignored him. To kill you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were shot into the air and flew towards the Black Shade Gate goalkeeper. You low-level skeleton, dare to provoke me, shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Black Shade Gate goalkeeper pointed his sword at Jiang Wei and ordered over 300 archers to shoot at Jiang Wei. He himself retreated, trying to avoid the 3 arrows shot by Jiang Wei. But in the next moment, the arrows turned into chainsaws and fell straight down, slashing fiercely at him. With a total attack power of 885, plus 120 points added by soul power, and 300 points of attack enhanced by a dumb and cute, it reached 1305. The critical damage of the Frozen Sorrow of Ice plus 50%, 10 points of armor penetration deepening the damage by 10%, plus the double effect of Dark Stun, plus 400 points of spell attack, a total of 7. 5 times critical damage with critical hit and vital attack, minus 9,396, minus 400, minus 50. A terrifying damage appeared, instantly reducing the Black Shade Gate goalkeeper's health by 2/3. Damn it! The Black Shade Gate goalkeeper trembled all over, and his whole body seemed to want to jump off the Bone Castle and escape immediately. But to his horror, his movement speed suddenly became extremely slow. His entire skeleton body seemed to be frozen. It's over! Ding! A sound of chains echoed in his ears, making him feel a chill in his heart. Then, he saw a blood skeleton flying above his head, avoiding the rain of arrows and retracting his chain scythe. In the next moment, A blood-red spear appeared in the blood skeleton's hand and quickly descended from the sky amidst his horrified black pupils and flames. Ding! With a powerful force and speed boost, the blood shadegate goalkeeper was pierced through by the spear. Boom! His black skeletal body couldn't withstand the sudden burst of force, and when the spear pierced through him, it instantly disintegrated, flying apart into countless broken bones. For a moment, all the gatekeepers were stunned. Damn it! A ruthless skeleton! Boom! Before the gatekeepers could recover, a loud banging sound came from the gate of the bone castle, attracting their attention. Then, they saw a 10-meter-long skeleton holding a large scythe, continuously pounding on the gate. The archers quickly drew their bows and prepared to shoot at the side skeleton guard. However, they overlooked the fact that Jiang Wei was still on top of the castle. Puff! Minus 9,833, minus 2,003, minus 2,003, minus 50. A bloodlight slashed down, instantly killing the 7 gatekeeper archers within a 2-meter radius. Before coming here, Jiang Wei had already used the remaining 300 enhancement points, along with 4 silver coins and 30,000 evolution points, to upgrade Furious Slash to level 3. It had a 3% attack bonus and 18% split damage. Angry Slash ignores defense and adds a 30-point armor penetration effect, making the additional damage instantly terrifying, reaching 2,003 health points. With one slash, Jiang Wei instantly killed 7 gate archers with only 2,000 health points. Before they could react, Jiang Wei had already killed a large number of gate archers. The entire White Bone Castle was cleared of a large area. Take down this blood skeleton first. The deputy gatekeeper gave the order. Immediately, over 200 arrows were shot at Jiang Wei, causing him to lose 785 health points. Seeing this, many archers were delighted and shot another round. Then, Jiang Wei swung his sword and directly absorbed all the blood. Deputy gatekeeper. Gate archers. Damn it, what's the point of guarding this gate? Quick, report to the commander, say that 100,000 army is attacking the city. The deputy skeleton commander waved his skeletal hand and ordered a soldier to deliver the message. The skeleton soldier was obviously stunned. Deputy commander, isn't there only one enemy? Bang! The deputy commander slapped his skull. This one is equivalent to 100,000 army. Hurry up. Oh, okay. Puff. In front of the deputy commander, another large area was cleared with one slash, and countless dry bones scattered on the ground. Killed the Black Shatter Archers of the White Bone Kingdom, obtained 300 evolution points, 300 experience points, plus 1 soul power, additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points for killing higher level monsters. Triggered the plunder effect successfully, plundered plus 2 agility. Triggered the resurrection effect, you gain a loyal servant. The Black Shatter Archers of the White Bone Kingdom are level 30 monsters, considered higher level monsters, with a total of 350 evolution points and experience points. They are very good for leveling up and earning evolution points. However, his purpose for coming here is not just for these. Resurrecting skeletons and completing quests are also his goals. The Blood Crow's revenge quest is to kill all 300,000 army and the Skeleton King. In the end, he will obtain the 1,000 Arrows secret and a legendary hidden reward. But this is the final reward. In the quest, every time Jiang Wei kills a subordinate commander of the Skeleton King, he will receive a special reward. Face the Skeleton King's 300,000 army? To be honest, Jiang Wei doesn't have that ability. He is here to slay the generals. In the Black Shatter Fortress of the White Bone Castle, the Black Shatter commander was sitting on his throne, enjoying the performance of 12 Black Shatter Blade soldiers. Below the throne was a high-ranking officer of the White Bone Kingdom, known as the Blood Shatter Grand Commander. The Skeleton King has 36 commanders and 9 Grand Commanders, each with a different type of soldier under their command. The number of soldiers they lead is also determined by their personal strength. Today, the Black Shatter Commander invited the Blood Shatter Grand Commander to showcase the strength of his Black Shatter army. He wanted to see if he could get the approval of the Blood Shatter Grand Commander to bring more soldiers to the Skeleton King. Grand Commander, how are my Black Shatter Blade soldiers? They are trained well, right? Very good. The Blood Shatter Grand Commander nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the Grand Commander also approves. Actually, I must tell you, Grand Commander, the Black Shatter Blade soldiers are just the worst type under my command. The best soldiers I train are the Black Shatter Archers. The Black Shatter Archers have strong power, and every arrow they shoot can cause terrifying damage. The Black Shatter Commander patted his chest bone and assured the Grand Commander, I can guarantee that as long as my Black Shatter Archers guard the castle, no one can break through. Report! Commander, something big has happened. A limping Black Shatter Archer rushed in, hobbling and panicking. After seeing the Black Shatter Commander, he didn't care about his broken leg and immediately knelt down. Commander, there is 100,000 army attacking the city. What? An army of 100,000? The Black Shatter Commander, who had intended to slap the archer to death, slumped on his throne upon hearing this news. 100,000 troops attacking the city? Under his command, there were at most 4,000 soldiers. What a joke! Retreat was the only way to go. Black Shatter, don't panic. The Blood Shatter Grand Commander suddenly spoke up, calmly analyzing the situation. In this territory of ours, besides the giant troll kingdom in the desert, there are no other major forces. And the troops of the giant troll kingdom are all trolls, massive in size but weak in reproductive ability. Their overall military strength is just over 10,000. Where did this army of 100,000 come from? Yeah, the Black Shatter Commander suddenly realized, and his gaze towards the archer became fierce. Speak, why did you lie about the military situation? Commander, it was the Vice General who told me to say that. There really are invaders outside the city, but there's only one blood skeleton. Only one blood skeleton? Smack! A bone cup smashed onto the head of the lame-legged archer. Just one blood skeleton, and you all are scared like this? You've made me lose face as the commander. Guards, drag this idiot out and shoot him with random arrows. The Black Shatter Commander waved his hand, his eyes filled with icy rage. This damn archer had come to slap him in the face just when the Grand Commander had assured him of the strength of his archers. Could he tolerate this? Hey, Black Shatter, don't be impatient. Since there's talk of a blood skeleton, it must not be groundless. Go and see for yourself. Didn't you always say that your Black Shatter archers are strong enough? Why not let me witness it? Hey, Grand Commander, it's just one blood skeleton. How powerful can it be? Can it break through my Black Shatter fortress? It can't even get into the bone fortress outside my castle. The Black Shatter Commander's tone was full of confidence, completely disregarding the blood skeleton mentioned by the archer. Commander, he's already inside. The archer kindly reminded him. Nonsense. The bone fortress is 30 meters high. How can a blood skeleton, who can't even walk steadily, climb over a 30-meter wall? The Black Shatter Commander was furious. Report, he has a weapon that can change at will, turning into a chain scythe and flying in. Upon hearing this, the Black Shatter Commander's hands trembled slightly, his face showing a hint of unease. He picked up a bone cup filled with blood, took a slow sip to calm his emotions, and said, even if he can get in, can he withstand the 372 Black Shatter archers I've arranged on the bone fortress? A volley of arrows, no skeleton can withstand it. Commander, his defense and attack are both high, and he has the talent to absorb blood and restore his life. The Black Shatter Commander's right hand, holding the cup of blood, trembled again. Nonsense! Are my goalkeepers just decorations? Commander, Lord Goalkeeper is dead. Spurt! The Black Shatter Commander spat out the blood he had just drunk. So what? I still have 1,000 Black Shatter Spear soldiers. The Black Shatter Spear formation is patrolling on the way. How can a blood skeleton break through them? Commander, Lord Spear General is dead. The archer reminded casually. Nonsense! The distance between the Bone Fortress and the Black Shatter Fortress is only 5,000 meters. You came to report. It's impossible to take an hour to walk. How could you see him killing my Spear General? The Black Shatter Commander became even more incredulous. Commander, on my way here, my leg was cut off, and I could only drag my leg slowly to bring you the news. It took me an hour and a half on the road, and I saw him killing his way here with my own eyes. Fine. The Black Shatter Commander's face became complicated, and he fiercely slapped the throne. Even if he can kill my Spear General and Spear soldiers, I still have Heavy Blade soldiers. Commander, Lord Heavy Blade General is also dead. I still have the Royal Guards. Commander, the Royal Guards are also dead. I still have. The Black Shatter Commander paused suddenly because what he had just said was his entire military strength. He seems to have no other troops left. Stop talking nonsense. According to what you said, this blood skeleton has already killed its way to me, hasn't it? Bang! A Black Shura guard was smashed and flew in, landing in front of the Black Shura Commander and the Blood Shura Grand Commander, shattering countless wooden boards, and then turning into a piece of dry bone. All the skeletons in the fortress were stunned. That's right, I'm already here. Damn it! If you're lame, can't you find someone else to deliver the message? The Black Shura Commander saw a skeleton wearing a blood-colored cloak rushing in and his face turned extremely ugly. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The archer heard this and suddenly realized, slapping his forehead and cursing himself for being stupid. Put! Although the Black Shura Commander had no blood in his bones, he forcefully spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, with this kind of soldier, how can the castle not be broken? My fucking mentality is collapsing. Don't panic, Black Shura. This skeleton may be good at group combat. That's why it was able to make it here. If we join forces, this skeleton is no match for us. The Blood Shura Grand Commander calmly analyzed, finally making the Black Shura Commander's face look much better. The Black Shura Commander's soul immediately brightened. That's right, watch my Black Shura hand. A bone hand enveloped in black aura instantly grew to 10 meters long and headed towards Jiang Wei, who was fighting the guards. Ding! With a light sound, the counterattack was launched. In the instant that Jiang Wei flew back in midair, the weapon in his hand transformed into a longbow, and 3 arrows were shot out. Whoosh! 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 The 3 arrows hit the Black Shura Commander's skull, chest bone, and another one hit the Blood Shura Grand Commander. Instantly, a series of information appeared. -2117. minus 1453, minus 50, minus 1. You have received the armor-piercing effect, defense reduced by 30 points. You have received the Blood Hell severe injury effect, movement speed reduced by 30%. You have received the Blood Hell tear effect, losing 50 health points per second, lasting for 60 seconds. You have received the deceleration effect, attack speed and movement speed reduced by 50%. You have received the Bloodthirsty 7 kills deprivation effect, health reduced by 50,000. You have received the Frostbite effect, you are frozen for 1 second. The Blood Shura Grand Commander was instantly frozen, a series of damage appeared on his body, and the entire skeleton was dumbfounded. Armor-piercing arrow, shockwave arrow, destruction arrow, Blood Hell hand. In the instant that the Blood Shura Grand Commander was frozen, Jiang Wei released the Blood Crow, the Annihilator Archer, and the Blood Hell Demon Guard that he resurrected with 2000 soul power. The Blood Hell Demon Guard and the Blood Hell Blade Guard resurrected on their own, requiring 2000 soul power. At that time, Jiang Wei only had a little over 2000, so he could only choose the Blood Hell Demon Guard with the Blood Hell hand. Now he wanted to see if the resurrected Blood Hell Demon Guard, using the Blood Hell hand, would still have the effect of having its health. Ding! 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 3 arrows hit the Blood Hell Grand Commander who had just thawed. Minus 1. Minus 1. Minus 1. You have received the armor-piercing effect, defense reduced by 50 points. You have received the shockwave effect, within 3 seconds, stunned for 0. 5 seconds every second. You have received the destruction arrow effect, it will explode after 1 second, with a range of 3 by 3 meters. You have received the Blood Crow's blood devouring effect, attack and defense reduced by 3%. You have been grabbed by the Blood Hell hand, after 1 second, you will lose 10% of your health. Blood Hell Grand Commander, minus 400,000. 1 second later, a huge amount of damage appeared. It startled the Black Shura Commander and the Blood Shura Grand Commander. Grand Commander, didn't you say his individual strength was not enough? Is this not enough? This is amazing. I can't even run now. Don't panic. The Blood Shura Grand Commander raised his hand to stop him from trying to escape. Hearing this, the Black Shura Commander finally felt a lot calmer. Because the Blood Demon Commander said so, there must be a solution. Let me retreat first. The Blood Demon Commander threw the Dark Demon Commander behind him. Then, he activated the Blood Escape skill and disappeared into the Black Demon Castle, leaving the confused Dark Demon Commander in a chaotic castle. What the hell? The Dark Demon Commander was completely dumbfounded. We agreed to work together and fight side by side, didn't we? We agreed that the other side couldn't handle it alone, so what does it mean that you're running away by yourself? Don't you have Blood Escape? Can't you take me with you? Ding! 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 Blood Prison Ice Seal. Before he could even react, with a swing of his great sword, 108 ice pillars were already rushing towards the Dark Demon Commander. The Dark Demon Commander's black soul fire chilled, preparing to fly back and order the guards to attack. But as he looked around, he realized that in this huge castle, there wasn't even a ghost in sight. Even the archer from earlier had turned into a pile of bones. Damn it, who the hell did I provoke? The Dark Demon Commander suddenly realized that even his underwear was pitiful. He spent 10 years training over 4,000 elite soldiers. He thought he could rise to a higher position in the Kingdom of Bones with this wave, but in the end, he was wiped out in an instant. Oh heavens, why am I so miserable? Minus 3,117. A damage number appeared above his head. Ha! The Dark Demon Commander was stunned. This skeleton's attack is so weak? He just has multiple additional spell effects? The Dark Demon Commander suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. With 4 million health points and over 3,000 attack damage, it wouldn't have any impact on him. Kid, you're dead. How dare you scare this commander? Watch as I crush you into pieces. 50 minutes later. Mercy, great God. The Dark Demon Commander knelt before the blood skeleton, looking at his remaining 2,000 health points, and instantly collapsed. Damage numbers of minus 50 kept appearing above his head, and soon he would be poisoned to death. And there was a chilling aura emanating from his body, slowing down his attack and movement speed by 1% each time, and after 10 times, he would be frozen. How tragic. There's no escaping death, but you can say your last words. Jiang Wei smiled faintly. The Dark Demon Commander fell into silence. After a moment, he looked at his remaining 1,500 health points and finally let out a wail. In my next life, don't let me find that archer. Put. Minus 1,735. Killed the Dark Demon Commander, gained 40,000 experience points, 40,000 evolution points, 2,000 enhancement points. Blood Crow's Revenge Mission completion, 2%. Kill reward, Dark Demon Rune. Dark Demon Rune? Jiang Wei's heart stirred as he picked up the black rune in his hand. Dark Demon Rune, quality, legendary. Overview, a rune filled with black mystery, embedded in the bones. When attacking, there is a 3% chance to blind the enemy unit, causing them to lose sight for 3 seconds. Requires the bones to have socket effects. Embedded in the bones? Jiang Wei's heart stirred. He had 206 bones, so if each one could be embedded, Jiang Wei felt a surge of excitement because if he could truly embed all of them, his potential would be limitless. With one strike, hundreds of effects would stack, and after each effect reached its limit, he estimated that he could directly disarm and surrender the opponent. The bones have socket effects, so he should strengthen the bones to be able to have sockets. He still had 2,000 enhancement points, so it was a perfect time to try. Spent 500 enhancement points, successfully enhanced the skull, casting speed plus 5%, spirit plus 50. Spent 600 enhancement points, successfully enhanced the skull, casting speed plus 6%, spirit plus 50, and gained an additional socket for bone runes. It really works. After spending 1100 enhancement points, it finally appeared. However, Jiang Wei did not immediately embed the Black Sha Talisman Stone because it did not have much effect. He could try beheading a commander to see if he could get some other drops. Let's see what drops. Jiang Wei called in a dumb and cute little Meng and started sorting out the spoils. The dumb little Meng was still a bit confused. Although she had become somewhat numb to Jiang Wei's strength, she found it difficult to accept after every major battle. Big Brother Skeleton is too powerful. He single-handedly wiped out all the strong soldiers in a castle. It only took about 2.5 hours, and Zhang Mengmeng estimated that no one would believe it if she told others. Here, take this. Jiang Wei handed her a wrist guard. The Black Sha commander must have been poor in his previous life because even in death, he didn't drop any legendary items. However, he did drop a few rare purple items. Black Sha boots, quality, rare level, 30 defense, 20 to 30 magic defense, 10 to 20 movement speed plus 35 gale, increases movement speed by 10% for 10 seconds while walking, causing the wind to flow. Black Sha ring, quality, rare level, 30 magic attack, 20 to 30 dark blood, 1% chance to deduct 1000 HP from the opponent when using magic attacks. Withered bracelet, quality, rare level, 30 magic attack, 20 to 30 wither, 3% chance to drain 100 mana from the opponent when using magic attacks. These three pieces of equipment are perfect for the dumb little Meng. After sweeping the spoils, Jiang Wei began to calculate his gains and waited for Qin Chonglang and Fama to arrive. Clearing the entire Black Sha castle earned him 1.67 million experience points, 1.67 million evolution points, 2,000 enhancement points, and he picked up a total of 28 white and blue equipment pieces. There were 5 purple items, 3 of which could be used by the dumb little Meng. He earned 15 gold coins. It was quite a fortune. With 1.67 million evolution points, he still needed 4 million for his next evolution, so he was still far from it. His level had just reached level 30 after killing the Black Sha commander. Let's see how much my attributes have increased. Jiang Wei thought to himself. Name, Jiang Wei level, 30, experience 40,005/3000000, race, Blood Abyss Frost Skeleton General HP, 3630, Undead Black Experience, plus 500, Magic, 3430, Undead Black Experience, plus 500, Attack, 525, Strength increases attack by 179 points, Bitter Cry of Extreme Ice, plus 250, Soul Power Attack, plus 503, Magic Attack, 100 to 100 Defense, 285 magic defense, 1 to 1 strength, 179, increases attack by 179 points, agility, 215, attack speed of 22 seconds per slash, movement speed of 1 step every 98 seconds, movement speed, plus 185 active skills, Bloodthirsty Rage, 6, Assault Armor, 10, Swift Shadow Break, 1, Blood Abyss Ice Seal Slash, 1, Concealing Shield, 1, Leap Slash, 1, Synchronization, 1, Bursting Flame, 1, Passive Skills, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, cannot be upgraded, Plunder, cannot be upgraded, Furious Slash, 3, Vampirism, 10, Talents. Bloodthirsty Surveying Eye, Frozen Bones, Wind of Swiftness, Thought of Skeleton's Treasures, Undead Black Experience, Skeleton Warhorse, Blood Abyss Order Affiliated, Destruction Power Archer, Tomb Guardian Elite Archer, Skeleton Mage, Blood Crow of the Swift Wind, Skeleton Swordsman, Skeleton Knight, Blood Abyss Demon Guard, Black Sha Archer. Total of 58, evolution points, 1,670,050 enhancement points, 900 soul power, 5039 with his current attack, attributes, and skills. Even if a player reached level 30 and wore a full set of legendary equipment, they would still be tens of times weaker than him. However, he still had many weaknesses. For example, his magic defense was poor, his magic damage was lacking, he had too few control skills, and his displacement skills were terrible. Moreover, his biggest flaw was that he couldn't wear equipment. Compared to those level 100 bosses, his current attributes were simply not enough to compete. Now, he can only deal with bosses at level 40 to 50. If he encounters a hidden boss at level 60, he will struggle. It seems like I'm still not strong enough. Evolve the skills and see if fusion can be triggered, then fuse the skeleton. Jiang Wei silently used the active resurrection effect of the undead black scripture while looking at the corpse of the Black Shatter Commander. Spent 4,000 soul power points, successfully resurrected the Black Shatter Commander. Seeing a skeleton covered in black mist crawling out of the ground, Jiang Wei felt a slight joy in his heart. This Black Shatter commander was a bit challenging for him in the previous battle. The skills are pretty good too. Black Shatter commander, level 1 quality, legendary HP, 2500 attack, 150 to 150 defense, 150 to 150 magic defense, 150 to 150 skills, Black Shatter hand, Black Shatter aura, Black Shatter flame. Talents, high morale, training mastery, Black Shatter army soul. Overview, belongs to the Blood Prison Xian Ice Skeleton General. This Black Shatter commander is the type that leads troops. With high morale, it can increase the attack power of all friendly units within a 50-meter range by 20%. With training mastery, it can increase the skill damage of all friendly units within a 50-meter range by 20%. With the Black Shatter army soul, it can increase the physical damage of all friendly units within a 50-meter range by 20%. Jiang Wei is currently lacking a subordinate like this who can lead his skeleton servants into battle. Once he develops a team of elite skeleton soldiers, he will be able to handle any situation with ease. Evolve the skills and see if fusion is possible. Spend 55,000 evolution points, successfully upgraded Blood Prison Ice Seal / current level is 10. Spend 5,500 evolution points, successfully upgraded Leap / current level is 10. Spend 5,500 evolution points, successfully upgraded Stealth Shield, current level is 10. Spend 5,500 evolution points, successfully upgraded Synchronization, current level is 10. Spend 5,500 evolution points, successfully upgraded Bursting Flame, current level is 10. Spend 35,250 evolution points, successfully upgraded Bloodthirsty Rage, current level is 10. Triggered Fusion Evolution successfully, Leap / and Blood Prison Ice Seal / can be fused and evolved, requiring double evolution points and double enhancement points, and 1 gold coin. Triggered Fusion Evolution successfully, Bloodthirsty Rage and Synchronization, Stealth Shield can be fused and evolved, requiring triple evolution points and triple enhancement points, and 9 gold coins. It seems that fusion requires gold coins when the skill quality reaches rare. Jiang Wei felt a slight sigh in his heart as he looked at the fusion requirements. Evolving skills after breakthrough requires gold coins, and fusion evolution also requires gold coins. Perhaps his next self-evolution will also require gold coins. Even learning a simple skill requires gold coins, and buying potions also requires gold coins. It seems that earning gold coins will also have to be prioritized. Fortunately, he still has more than 50 gold coins for now, so he is not lacking. Fusion. He still needs to use Leap / and Blood Prison Ice Seal / separately for now, so he chooses not to fuse them. The other 3 can be fused. Spend 180,000 evolution points, 900 enhancement points, 9 gold coins, successfully fused Stealth Shield, Synchronization, Bloodthirsty Rage, and obtained the Mad Demon Escape Technique. Mad Demon Escape Technique, quality, legendary level, 1 passive, agility plus 50, HP plus 500, defense plus 50, magic defense plus 50, plus 30% attack speed. Active, consumes 300 mana, after use, gains a 0.5-second Mad Demon Shield, triggers a blink effect after being attacked, can blink move once within a 5-meter range, after blinking, for 10 seconds, movement speed plus 100 points, synchronously increases mount HP, reduces 10% damage, cooldown time is 10 minutes. The second legendary skill has arrived. Jiang Wei felt a slight joy in his heart. The spell defense has been increased by 50 points, slightly compensating for his spell defense. There are also many passive attributes added, and an additional displacement skill. Nice. Jiang Wei snapped his fingers. Xiao Meng, enhance the necromancy fusion spell and help me fuse the skeleton. Ah, Xiao Meng. Zhang Meng was somewhat delighted. The big brother skeleton actually called her by her nickname. However, Zhang Meng was particularly confused about one thing. Why does the big brother skeleton always have to pull her closer whenever he speaks? Every time she was caught off guard, although being close to the big brother skeleton felt safe, it was also too embarrassing. Although Zhang Meng's pretty face blushed, she felt that the important thing was still the task at hand. My skills are not important, big brother skeleton, don't you lack gold coins? I see that you're using them up so quickly. I have a lot here, all from first kill rewards, over 100 pieces, here, all for you. Seeing Jiang Wei seemingly spending gold coins and using them up quickly, Zhang Meng thought that Jiang Wei was in need of gold coins, so she didn't hesitate to give him all of her gold coins. It's alright, I don't currently need gold coins, you keep them for now. Learn the necromancy fusion spell, I need to fuse some elite skeletons. Seeing the gold coins pushed over by Zhang Meng, Jiang Wei felt a slight warmth in his heart. Although a silly Xiao Meng might be a bit naive, she was someone who always considered others. And Jiang Wei didn't think she was a burden, because a silly Xiao Meng knew her limits. Whenever he was in battle, a silly Xiao Meng would find a safe place to hide, watching his fighting skills, learning his tactics and techniques, and cheering him on. After he finished killing monsters, she would run over and hand him a magic potion, helping him recover. Even though the leveling environment was poor and the process was boring, she never complained. This kind of personality was quite good, able to endure hardships, willing to learn, ambitious, and considerate of others. Jiang Wei felt comfortable being with her. And as silly Xiaomeng was not useless either. She could not only fuse, add buffs, and provide potions, but also serve as a mobile backpack. In the future, when he went to the main city for identification, entered dungeons, or made purchases, he would need to enter as a player with a silly Xiaomeng's identity. If he was in a wild state, he wouldn't be able to enter the main city. Oh, okay. Zhang Mengmeng pouted and took back the gold coins into her inventory. But, learning the necromancy fusion spell requires a lot of gold coins and experience. I might have to drop back to level 28. It's alright, with me here. Are you afraid that your level won't catch up? After Jiang Wei finished speaking, he wanted to pat her head, but suddenly remembered the embarrassment from before when he touched her hair, so he withdrew his hand. That's right, okay, then I'll level up. A hint of excitement flashed across Zhang Mengmeng's pretty face, and she quickly left Jiang Wei, because she was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to bear the embarrassment. Jiang Wei nodded and first upgraded the Black Shatter Soul Commander, the Terrifying Skeleton, and the Blood Purgatory Demon Guard. Spent 150,000 evolution points, successfully upgraded the Black Shatter Soul Commander to level 30. Spent 100,000 evolution points, successfully upgraded the Blood Purgatory Demon Guard to level 30. Spent 30,000 evolution points, successfully upgraded the Terrifying Skeleton to level 30. Black Shatter Soul Commander, quality, legendary level, 30 HP, 15,000 attack, 550 to 600 defense, 300 to 300 spell defense, 300 to 300 skills, Soul Shaking Hand, Soul Shaking Chi, Soul Shaking Fire, Black Shatter Soul, Soul Shaking Talents, Surge of Morale, Training Mastery, Blade Mastery, Bow Mastery, Spear Mastery, Black Shatter Army Soul, Cicada Shedding Shell. Overview, belongs to the Blood Purgatory Frost Skeleton General. Truly deserving of the legendary level, this attribute growth is quite terrifying. Surge of Morale increases attack by an additional 20% compared to High Morale, reaching 40%, and the range has also increased by 50 meters, reaching 100 meters. Training Mastery is also 100 meters, and skill damage is increased by 40%. There are 3 types of troops, all of them have a range of 100 meters and a 40% attack bonus. The Black Shura's military spirit remains the same, increasing physical damage by 20%. The Golden Cicada's escape skill has a range of 100 meters and triggers a 10-second invisibility effect when an ally's health is below 10%. It is an incredibly powerful skill. For the next castle, let the Black Shura lead them in an attack. What does my team still lack? The Blood Crow's attack is decent, with the ability to kill multiple enemies with 1,000 arrows and a single target skill called Shadow Arrow Strike. It's worth developing. With the Black Shura leading, the Blood Crow's attack power will be terrifying. The Bloodhell Demon Guard's strength lies in its Bloodhell hand and various aura skills. The Black Shura is also skilled in group combat, with a range damage increase and a 40% attack bonus for swords, bows, and spears. It's an absolute ace. When combined, they can achieve a permanent 100% damage bonus. These are his 3 main forces. The other skeletons are not particularly impressive in terms of attributes. It seems that he still lacks a strong offensive, control, healing, and tanking type. Let's see if Xiaomeng can help me with the fusion. Jiang Wei told Xiaomeng his requirements and handed over the 55 skeletons other than the 3 main forces. In the game, the boxer is the class with the highest physical attack. I still need a highly skilled archer. You can use 5 boxers and 1 archer with the highest attack as the main fusion. The class with the most control skills is the Frost Mage, with the highest mana growth. I saw one among them, so look for other skeleton skills with control effects and select them. For the healing type, you can use a knight with a protective skill as the main, and fuse it with 2 priests with different skills, and 3 knights. For the tanking type, use the knight with the highest health as the main, and add 4 more knights and an archer with the ability to provoke enemies. Jiang Wei explained his analysis to Xiaomeng. Suddenly, Xiaomeng, who was still a bit confused, brightened up. Big brother skeleton, you're so amazing. How do you know everything? Xiaomeng looked at Jiang Wei with admiration, leaving him speechless. Because this is basic knowledge of the game. Let's start the fusion. Okay, big brother skeleton. Zhang Mengmeng was excited. Being able to help Jiang Wei was the happiest moment for her. It made her feel less useless and reduced her guilt. Oh, I need 5 boxers, but I only have 4. Can I add a swordsman? Jiang Wei nodded. Zhang Mengmeng was overjoyed and immediately took action. Watch my fusion technique. Zhang Mengmeng was in a good mood as she began her fusion journey. After some time, Zhang Mengmeng, who had consumed 30 bottles of intermediate magic potions, finally completed the fusion for Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei received it with satisfaction and quickly inspected it. Black Shura Divine Archer, quality, elite level, 7 attack, 180 to 180 defense, 15 to 30 strength, 200 skills, penetrating arrow. Talents, mastery of archery, bone shattering, thunderbolt, swift wind pursuit, earth splitting. Overview, belongs to the Bloodhell Frost Skeleton General. These 4 passive skills are powerful enough. Jiang Wei sincerely praised the 4 talents, which are all active skills of the boxer: Bone-Shattering Fist, Thunderbolt Fist, Swift Wind Pursuit, and Earth-Splitting Palm. Although they are all ordinary skills, with a maximum level of 15, they become passive after fusion. In other words, the Black Shura Divine Archer has a chance to trigger these passives with every arrow. Bone Shattering has a 10% chance to shatter the enemy's joints, causing double damage and stacking critical hits and vital damage, reaching up to 4 times the damage. Thunder Fist, 10% chance to inflict electric shock effect during attacks, dealing 400 points of electric damage per attack for 10 seconds. Swift Pursuit, 10% chance to trigger combo effect during attacks, causing 4 instances of damage. Earth Split, 15% chance to cause Earth Split during attacks, slowing down enemy units within a 3 by 3 meter range by 30% and dealing 80% strength damage. With Blood Crow and Divine Power as our DPS, plus the terrifying bonus from the Black Shura Commander, it should be enough. Jiang Wei glanced at the other 4. The fusion was somewhat satisfactory, but still very powerful. The team's foundation was already established. Jiang Wei spent 350,000 evolution points to evolve them all to level 30, and then set off to the next castle. Is this the place? Yes, it is. Really here? Yes, really. FAMO, Shen Chonglang, Chitundiangxia, Du Batianxia, and Insiang Moong, the president of the Dark Fragrance Demon King Group, Jian Yingyun, stood outside the White Bone Castle, somewhat dumbfounded. I'm sure this is the place that the Daimeng Great God mentioned, Qian Chonglang confidently assured. But FAMO had a different opinion. Holding his chin, I participated in the closed beta. There are 372 Black Shura archers and 1 Black Shura goalkeeper outside the White Bone Castle. The Black Shura archers are level 30 monsters with an attack power of 130 to 150. With such attack power, no one can withstand a volley of arrows. The Black Shura goalkeeper can increase arrow attack by 10%, reaching 143 to 165. With a volley of arrows, even if you have 100 defense, you would need 18,606 HP to withstand it. So, who can withstand it now? I calculated the Bloodlord's HP, it's about 3,130. Unless he has 200 defense, it's difficult to pass this level. But now, they're all dead. FAMO calmly analyzed, leaving the other 5 in awe. FAMO is indeed FAMO. His mental calculation ability is truly terrifying. Chituntianxia timely flattered. So, the skeleton god isn't here? Duba Tianxia was slightly disappointed, and Xiang Moong and Jian Yingyun felt the same, with a hint of disappointment on their faces. FAMO shook his head. To break through the White Bone Castle is not impossible. As long as he understands the skill of spell sniping, he can release skills from 200 meters away and pick them off one by one. But in that case, it would take at least an hour. FAMO stepped forward and entered the inner perimeter of the White Bone Castle, picking up a skeleton frame. Based on the color of the corpse and the time of death, it took about 1 hour and 32 minutes to annihilate the Black Shura Castle. If it takes an hour to kill all the archers outside, then it would take half an hour to kill all the other monsters inside the Black Shura Castle. The Black Shura Castle is a plot scene of the White Bone Kingdom, with 4,172 Black Shura soldiers inside. FAMO raised his head and fell into deep thought. Based on the speed at which the Bloodlord kills monsters, it's impossible for him to have slaughtered them here. It must have been the army that massacred the city to achieve such a fast killing efficiency. Moreover, we separated from the skeleton god 4 hours ago. There is a distance of about 18,000 meters between here and the Dark Forest. With the skeleton god's speed, it's impossible for him to arrive here in time, let alone have enough time to slaughter the city. So, he can't be here. Crack, crack, crack. Just as FAMO finished speaking, the sound of cracking and the light footsteps of someone stepping on gravel suddenly came from a distance. The cracking sound was familiar to everyone. It was the sound that skeletons made when they walked. There was nothing to be afraid of. No matter how powerful the skeleton was, the 6 of them could handle it, but the demon's face changed. Not good. This sound, more dense than the usual sound of skeletons walking. The speed of movement must be very fast. It should be the boss. As soon as the demon said this, everyone was shocked. This is a level 40 wilderness area. They definitely can't defeat the boss that appears here. So, they were prepared to temporarily avoid the limelight. But in the next moment, they saw Jiang Wei and a dumb and cute figure walking out of the castle, stepping on the broken stones. The 6 of them were stunned. When they saw the dumb and cute figure in Jiang Wei, the 5 of them looked at the demon with suspicion. The analysis was logical, but it seemed something was off. The demon. You guys are here? Who are these people? Dumb and cute figure walked forward and greeted the others. However, what surprised her was that the cold and stern man with the black staff had disappeared. Although she was a semi-experienced player, that was only for herself. She didn't pay attention to the rising figures other than the 12 gods and the supreme god. So, she didn't know the demon and thought he was just an ordinary skilled player. Oh, dumb and cute goddess, this is Jian Yingyunxiang, the heavenly empress, you know, right? Xian Chonglang pulled Yunxiang over. She's a soft girl just like you. Yunxiang gave him a glare. Who is the heavenly empress? Forget it. Hello, I'm Yunxiang, this is my in-game name and my real name. Nice to meet you. Yunxiang put the big sword in her backpack and shook hands with Dumb and Cute. Oh, hello, I'm Dumb and Cute, you can call me Zhang Mengmeng. Dumb and Cute shook hands with Yunxiang, but there wasn't much excitement on her face. This slightly surprised Qian Chonlang, and he thought to himself, the goddess is indeed a goddess, her mindset is different, she can remain so calm even when meeting Yunxiang. Jian Yingxiang was the most popular figure in 12 Legends. In terms of appearance, figure, and temperament, she was unparalleled, and her skills were second only to the demon. She had represented the Mountain and River Club in various events and achieved high rankings. In the latest sword trial, without the participation of the 12 gods, she even won second place, establishing her absolute strength. Whenever there was a commercial event, she was always the one attending. In terms of popularity, she might even surpass the boxing sect's great god. It could be said that she was equivalent to an international superstar in the entertainment industry, jokingly referred to as the goddess of the gaming world. When Yunxiang appeared before, everyone was captivated, and even in Xian Jiulin's eyes were shining. They wanted autographs and photos, they were extremely excited. They didn't expect that Dumb and Cute, who was previously unknown, could remain so calm when meeting her. It could only be said that she truly deserved her position as the top-ranked goddess. Dumb and Cute goddess, we meet again. Qian Chonlang also shook hands with Dumb and Cute. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yunxiang's junior brother. This time, I came to buy equipment from the skeleton god. Ah, buying equipment? Dumb and Cute glanced at Jiang Wei, saw him nodding, and without further ado, she took out a pile of shiny equipment, dazzling the eyes of the others. In order to equip Jiang Wei, she had spent 50 gold coins to expand her backpack to 1,000 slots. She had picked up everything that dropped from monsters before, so when she took them out, they piled up like a mountain. A preliminary estimate showed that there were more than 100 items. Among them were white, blue, and even rare equipment of various levels, dazzling the eyes of the others. Oh my! Skeleton God, did you rob the game administrator? The 5 of them were dazzled by the equipment in an instant. Even the demon abandoned his embarrassment and squeezed into the crowd. They've been fighting their hearts out until now, and they still haven't gotten all their equipment. Look at the others, they're all packed. It's all about who's more popular. A rare purple staff. The mage pulled out a staff from the equipment and couldn't help but caress it. A purple power ring, for the warrior class, mine. Yun Xiang picked out the desired equipment from the many options, sounding quite excited, even forgetting his usual reserve for a moment. Oh no, I think I don't have enough gold coins. Yun Xiang pouted in distress. No worries, I, the ruler of the world, can give you 30 gold coins without conditions to buy this equipment. I, the Dark Fragrance Demon King, will give the great god 50 gold coins. And Xian Yulun glanced at the ruler of the world disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by his stinginess. Senior sister, with me around, do you still worry about money? Qian Chonlang, full of confidence, rejected their gifts. While the others were picking and choosing, Qian Chonlang went to the side with Jiang Wei and handed over the gold coins he had sold earlier, asking the question on his mind. Great God, you're not going to tell me that you cleared all this in just a few hours, right? Jiang Wei nodded, there was no need to hide it. What? According to the idiot, there are 372 Black Shed archers here, and over 4,100 Black Shed soldiers. You cleared it all in just a few hours? Qian Chonlang could hardly believe it. This killing speed was faster than a guild of 500 people. The experience points must be skyrocketing like riding a rocket, right? Are you cheating? It's too terrifying. Alright, great God, can you tell me what level she is? The rankings haven't refreshed yet. Qian Chonlang asked curiously. Jiang Wei made a gesture. 28. Level 28? Qian Chonlang widened his eyes. In just a short time, she's already gained 3 levels. Qian Chonlang almost wanted to cling to Jiang Wei's thigh and ask him to level him up. He only gained 1.5 levels a day now, and it would be difficult to level up without dungeons. TSK, this is truly like riding a rocket. She's already surpassed Xia Dongli by 4 levels. With the great god here, Xia Dongli will never be able to reach the top level. He must be furious, haha. You seem to take pleasure in his misfortune? Well, not entirely, I just really want to see Xia Dongli's defeated expression, huh? This arrogant god used to boast about dominating the rankings for 10,000 years, but now his face is so satisfying. Chen Chonglong's face showed great excitement, as if he himself had surpassed Xia Dongli. Jiang Wei was a bit confused because he had no connection with Xia Dongli, so he didn't know much about his character. What's Xia Dongli like? He's a total jerk, Qian Chonlang emphasized. If Xie Changkong is the true king of pressure, then Xia Dongli is a fake king of pressure. All he does is show off, but the key is, besides having some money, he doesn't have any impressive achievements. Jiang Wei suddenly realized. The 12 divine gods, in essence, are recognized by players for their skills and achievements. Xia Dongli, on the other hand, relies on money, which is indeed quite frustrating. However, Jiang Wei didn't think that Xia Donli was completely useless, he probably just hit it well. Only 132 gold coins? Jiang Wei didn't pay attention to Xia Donli anymore, but was organizing his income. Right now, gold coins and potions were his main concerns. Of course not, but I exchanged the rest for potions. I'll give them to the adorable great god later. Jiang Wei nodded, then dropped a bombshell. Actually, if you want to level up too, you can follow me, but you have to promise me one condition. Boss, I'm willing to forever hold on to your thigh. Jiang Wei had just finished speaking, and Qian Chonlang immediately became excited and incoherent, hugging Jiang Wei's thigh bone. The skeleton god brought a level, that's a blessing that can't be obtained in a lifetime. Jiang Wei tried to shake him off a few times, but couldn't get rid of him, feeling speechless. He knew this guy's personality, he was always like a sticky candy, so he didn't bother with him. Leveling up is just a matter of giving gold coins, but in addition, I need you guys to help me train Xiaomeng. No problem. Juk. Qian Chonlang agreed without hesitation, without even thinking, immediately stood up and promised, don't worry, me and Dum will definitely train Dum Meng into an unparalleled expert. Even better than my master. Jiang Wei shook his head at his words, this kid, always bragging without thinking. It's confirmed, Blackshed Castle was destroyed by the skeleton god. Dum, does your face hurt now? Qian Chonlang squeezed back into the crowd and casually said, instantly shocking everyone. At the same time, a murderous gaze locked onto Qian Chonlang. The mage borrowed money and got a new staff, coldly staring at Qian Chonlang and sent him a private message. Damn it, no one mentioned this matter anymore, they've almost forgotten, but you still want to slap my face again? Let's have a life and death duel. Why are you getting excited? This is an opportunity for you to get closer to the skeleton god. You don't understand anything. Qian Chonlang also sent him a message in the private chat area. Your method is to slap my face? How can you call it slapping your face? You probably don't know, the skeleton god said he wants to level me up. Can you imagine my leveling speed afterwards? Level you up? The mage's expression changed slightly. Even he had to admit that Jiang Wei's efficiency in killing monsters was too high. One person. Excluding the time spent on the road, killing all the monsters in Blackshed Castle, including the boss, a total of 4,550 monsters. This efficiency was something even his master couldn't match. The leveling speed would probably be terrifying. Previously, everyone was on the same starting line. If Qian Chonlang suddenly soared in level, he would indeed be a bit unhappy. After leveling up, there would be more skills and more techniques to use. It might not be useful for ordinary players, but among experts, even a small difference could determine the outcome of a match. By then, it would be very difficult for him to dominate Qian Chonlang. Did he say he would level me up? The mage's tone suddenly changed, even he found it difficult to remain calm in the face of such temptation. No, Qian Chonlang said very confidently. The mage. So I deliberately said these things to let you get closer to the skeleton god. Who would have thought you would blame me? My bad. The mage rarely lowered his proud head. But he wasn't disappointed either. Jiang Wei's strength was worthy of his respect. It's just unclear. Who exactly is this person? Is he really just a neutral NPC? Alright, the equipment is bought, now get lost. Qian Chonlang gave them the order to leave after they bought all of Deng Xiaomeng's equipment. They still had to go level up later, so this kind of thing naturally had to be done quietly, without attracting attention. All the great gods, can I follow along and learn from the sidelines? Study a bit? Chi Tuntiangxia shamelessly asked. Duba Tianxia and Anshan Yulan also nodded in agreement. This place gathered all the great gods of the online gaming world, Langshan, Famo, Jianing, and even the number one in the world. Which one of them wasn't high and mighty? Moreover, there was also the most mysterious skeleton god, who single-handedly wiped out over 100 elites from the Tianqiu guild and killed 2 level 30 bosses, clearing a castle in more than an hour, over 4,000 monsters. That's an absolute god. They couldn't just let them leave like this, even if they didn't buy equipment. Being able to chat with all the great gods was also a kind of honor. Just the little bit of intersection they had is enough for them to brag about for a few years. I have to ask the great skeleton god about this. Qian Chonlang ran over to Jiang Wei and asked. Jiang Wei didn't mind, his equipment needed a market, and finding a large guild was the best way to sell it, so there was no need to refuse. Alright, you guys are really lucky to encounter a good person like the great skeleton god. Congratulations. That's really great. Thank you so much, great god. The boss is the boss, his demeanor is different. By the way, great skeleton god, where are we going next? The few of them were very excited, their eyes filled with excitement, and they quickly thanked Jiang Wei. Hearing this, Jiang Wei pondered for a moment. Blood Slaughter Castle. Blood Slaughter Castle? Isn't that a level 35 wilderness area? The boss seems to be the level 50 Blood Slaughter Overlord. I heard from the idiot that there are over 6,000 monsters there. It's much higher level than the Black Slaughter Castle. Qian Chonlang was a bit speechless. Great god, can we handle it there? I don't need to handle it, there will be a team to help us clear it. You just need to train Xiaomeng. A team to help clear it? What does that mean? Qian Chonlang was very confused. Just need to train Xiao Meng, great god? When he conveyed the meaning to the others, they were also puzzled. Xiao Meng is already a boss, do we still need to train him? My noob skills aren't qualified, right? Blood Slaughter Castle is a level 35 wilderness area, right? The monsters there are packed together, even more than the Bone Castle. Can the Great Skeleton God handle it? The Great Skeleton God said he won't take action. Xian Chongling dropped another bombshell. Won't take action? The others were shocked. If even the Great Skeleton God won't take action, then what's the point of going? Are they supposed to sacrifice their lives? They had hoped that the Great God would take action. Even if they couldn't clear the Blood Slaughter Castle, they could at least admire his monster-killing skills. But now you're telling me you won't take action? Isn't that a joke? Who could be stronger than you? If it weren't for Jiang Wei's impressive record, they would have been ready to leave. Let's go, I believe in the Great Skeleton God. Yin Xiang looked deeply at Jiang Wei, who was having an intimate conversation with Xiao Meng, her tone very certain. Whether others believed it or not, she believed. Jian God also said so let's go. Senior sister, I agree too. Yun Xiang's power of persuasion was indeed extraordinary. As soon as she spoke, the others immediately fell silent. They all replenished their supplies, filled up their hunger and thirst, and with a hint of doubt, headed towards Blood Slaughter Castle. Blood Slaughter Castle. The Blood Slaughter Overlord was lying in the blood pool, recovering his strength. After the blood escape, his strength had decreased by half, and he was in a severely weakened state. He probably couldn't even defeat the Black Slaughter Overlord now. Fortunately, he had survived. That was close. That damn blood skeleton is too abnormal. Thinking of the scene where his hand was grabbed by the blood purgatory, the Blood Slaughter Overlord still had lingering fear. Report to the Overlord. The Purple Slaughter Overlord requests an audience, saying there is an important matter to discuss. Just as he entered the blood pool, a guard came in to report, and the Blood Slaughter Overlord was a bit impatient. Don't see him, tell him to scram. The Purple Slaughter Overlord said that there is a huge matter and that I must convince the Overlord no matter what. The Blood Slaughter Overlord's blood-red soulfire suddenly chilled, but eventually he calmed down. Let him wait. Yes. The guard was somewhat delighted. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left. The Blood Slaughter Overlord closed his eyes and began to contemplate. What kind of huge matter could the Purple Slaughter have to find me for? The Purple Slaughter's castle is close to the Black Slaughter, and their strength is not much different. Could it be because news of the Black Slaughter castle being destroyed has reached him? The Blood Slaughter Overlord's face changed slightly. If the Blood Skeleton had destroyed the Black Slaughter castle, the next most likely place to go would be the Purple Slaughter castle. Damn it, could it be that he's inviting me to join the battle? No, I have to refuse him outright. An hour later, when the Purple Demon Commander had grown impatient from waiting, the Blood Demon Grand Commander finally appeared in the Hosher Hall, wearing a black cloak. Grand Commander, please save me. The Purple Demon immediately knelt down and wept bitterly upon seeing the Blood Demon Grand Commander. Sobbing, he said, just now, one of my subordinates reported that the Black Demon has been annihilated. Since I am closest to the Black Demon, it is highly likely that I will be the next target of the culprit, in my Purple Demon Castle. Upon hearing this, the Blood Demon Grand Commander raised his chin and calmly said, Don't panic, I believe the culprit is someone who enjoys challenging difficulty. For someone of the same level, they should not be interested. The Blood Demon Grand Commander spoke with a tone that even he himself didn't believe, earnestly spouting nonsense. The Purple Demon Commander was speechless. Who would believe such words? Are you doubting my deduction? Let me tell you, my deductions are usually 90% accurate. The Blood Demon Grand Commander had an expression that said, You simply don't understand, and continued to evade. I dare say that this person's next target is likely to be my Blood Demon Castle. Do you really think? Report. Outside the castle. Before the messenger could finish speaking, upon hearing the word report, the Blood Demon Grand Commander's skeletal arm trembled violently, and he took a few steps back. His soul fire suddenly grew cold as he coldly scrutinized the messenger. Even after carefully confirming that this was not an archer, he couldn't dispel his vigilance. It was only after the messenger finished reporting that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Report, Grand Commander, the Green Demon Commander is requesting an audience outside the castle. Green Demon, why is he here? Could it be that he has also received wind of the situation? A hint of joy flashed across the Purple Demon's cheekbones. If the Green Demon had also arrived, it meant that the situation was indeed very serious. This gave the Blood Demon Grand Commander an excuse to borrow troops. As for the Blood Demon Grand Commander's deduction skills, I don't believe a word. Who would leave a soft target untouched and deliberately choose a difficult one? Let him in, the Blood Demon Grand Commander said helplessly. Why were all these people coming to him? Although they were all commanders under his jurisdiction, there was no need for them to come all at once, right? That blood skeleton, even I can't defeat it. 10 minutes later, the Green Demon Commander, wearing a green battle robe, hurriedly entered with a few bodyguards. Grand Commander, it's bad news. My subordinates reported that the Black Demon's city has been destroyed. It is said that a blood skeleton, alone, wiped out the entire Black Demon. you're here too, Purple Demon? It seems that this matter is really serious. The Purple Demon nodded deeply in agreement. Indeed, but unfortunately, the Grand Commander said. The Purple Demon glanced at the Blood Demon Grand Commander, that the Blood Skeleton will not attack our castle, but will come to attack the Grand Commander. This seems unlikely. I don't think any skeleton would be foolish enough to. What's impossible? The Blood Demon Grand Commander ruthlessly interrupted their conversation. I have seen that blood skeleton myself. It is arrogant and unruly, and it disdains attacking a castle of the same level. Based on my deduction, there is a 90% chance that the blood skeleton will attack my Blood Demon castle. You can rest assured and go back to sleep. The Grand Commander has seen the blood skeleton? 90% chance of attacking the Blood Demon castle? Although they still didn't believe it, upon hearing these words, they knew that the Grand Commander had issued an order to expel them, so they reluctantly left. Since the Grand Commander has said so, then the blood skeleton will definitely attack the Blood Demon castle. Does the Grand Commander need us to send reinforcements? The Purple Demon pretended to ask. No need, my Blood Demon castle is not incapable of dealing with a blood skeleton. I will personally slay such a skeleton. You may leave. The Blood Demon Commander waved his hand and directly rejected the reinforcement request from the two. Are you kidding? He doesn't have time to borrow troops from other commanders when he needs to keep you from attracting firepower. Only when you return to the castle will the blood skeleton have a target and be safe. Since the commander is so confident, then Purple Demon and Blue Demon wish the commander success in defeating the skeleton. We will withdraw. The two commanders breathed a sigh of relief and left reluctantly, carrying a mix of belief and doubt. However, just 10 minutes later, an archer rushed in hurriedly and immediately knelt down upon seeing the Blood Demon Commander. Commander, bad news. The castle is under attack by skeletons. The Blood Demon Commander, who was about to order his men to prepare horses and seek reinforcements, trembled and turned pale upon hearing the news. Damn it! His vision went black, and his composure shattered. He shouted at the archer, quickly, go and bring back Purple Demon and Blue Demon. Woo-woo! Just as Purple Demon and Blue Demon mounted their horses and were about to leave, the sound of attacking horns suddenly came from the direction of the Blood Demon castle. Purple Demon and Blue Demon looked at the blood-red figure in the distance and exchanged a glance. They couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the Blood Demon Commander. The commander truly has extraordinary foresight. Just a moment ago, I had some doubts about the commander, thinking that he was trying to deceive us into attracting firepower. Now it seems that we misunderstood the commander. Purple Demon couldn't help but rub his forehead, showing a hint of embarrassment and guilt for his previous suspicions. Indeed, the commander truly treats his subordinates like his own children. He is truly a role model for us. In order to minimize our losses, he personally went to fight the blood skeleton. I am truly ashamed. Indeed, I, Purple Demon, apologize to the commander for my previous recklessness. I wish the commander a victorious battle. Purple Demon bowed to the Blood Demon castle, then laughed heartily with Blue Demon and left. The commander never disappoints us. Skeleton God, it seems like they went to report the news. Shouldn't we take action? Hearing the sound of horns in their ears and seeing the countless Blood Demon archers on the castle, the faces of the few individuals changed. This was a level 35 wilderness area, and none of them, except for a dumb little cutie, were above level 20. They were facing monsters 15 levels higher than them. Blood Demon Archer, quality, elite level, 35 HP, 2500 attack, 120 to 180 defense, 60 to 60 skills, vampiric arrow, armor-piercing arrow talent, archery mastery, powerful. Overview, the archers guarding the Blood Demon castle have extremely powerful attack power. Skeleton God, this ordinary Blood Demon archer alone has an attack power of 180. The Blood Demon castle is much stronger than the Bone castle. There are about 879 archers, 12 level 36 gatekeepers, and 1 level 38 Blood Demon lieutenant. The mage took over and analyzed in detail. The outer castle walls of the Blood Demon castle are 55 meters high, surrounded by vertically standing ivory spikes. To climb up without breaking the gate, you would need to lose 1175 health points. Of course, this is under the assumption that you can withstand the concentrated fire from the archers. The mage shook his head. The range of the Blood Demon archers is 157 meters. I can snipe them with my spells. With the current distance of 159 meters between us, I can snipe them. The mage raised his purple staff and unleashed a series of fireballs. 7 large fireballs formed a straight line and shot towards the archers outside the castle. The maximum range of the fireball is 120 meters. Once it reaches that distance, the magic power is depleted and it disappears. To snipe, you must connect 7 fireballs together and strengthen the one in the front. Just like this. After saying that, his fireball had already reached the 120-meter range, but strangely, the other 6 fireballs had all disappeared. However, the flame of the fireball in the front had become much stronger, and its speed had increased. Boom! -438. The fireball exploded above the head of a bloodthirsty archer, causing a terrifying amount of damage. The group was startled. Wow, amazing. A true master, that damage. Ketanti Anxia and Anshan Yulan gave a thumbs up to the mage. The mage shook his head and said, this damage is also because of the powerful weapon sold by the skeleton boss, which increased my damage. In fact, using this method, killing the archers in the castle shouldn't be a big problem. The key is that it consumes too much mana. 7 fireballs require 420 mana. After casting 6 waves, I'm out of mana. And the scripted monsters are intelligent. They won't just stand there and let you attack. If you provoke them, they will launch a castle attack. There are over 5,000 monsters inside, and once they swarm out, no one can stop them. After the mage finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Wei, waiting for his answer. With their current strength, this castle was simply unsolvable and impossible to break. He had listed all the difficulties, so how could this person, who hadn't even made a move, attack the castle? The mage's gaze was filled with doubt and anticipation. Not only the mage, but everyone else also looked at Jiang Wei, waiting for his answer. Xiaomeng, form a team and start training. Jiang Wei called Xiaomeng over and said, then waved his hand. Instantly, 22 skeleton servants appeared in front of everyone, including the Bloodhelm Mad Demon Guard, the Furious Blood Crow, the Black Soul Divine Archer, the Annihilating Power Archer, and the Black Evil Soul Commander. The Black Evil Soul Commander had a talent that increased morale by 40% and attack by 40% for all troops. The Training Mastery increased physical skills by 40%. The Archer Mastery increased bow and arrow weapon attack by 40%. The Black Evil Soul Army's Soul increased physical attack by 20%. The Furious Blood Crow, which had evolved to level 30, had an attack power of 1201. It also had a talent that increased arrow attack power by 60% and range by 100 meters. In addition, there were other enhancements affecting each servant, resulting in a direct attack power increase of 320%, an attack power of 3841. Arrow Shadow Sky Assault. Under the focused gaze of everyone, 18 arrows were released from the Blood Crow's longbow and shot towards a bloodthirsty general with 38,000 HP. Minus 3,750. Pang, pang, pang. The sound of arrows hitting bones rang out. A continuous stream of damage appeared above the head of the bloodthirsty general, with each arrow taking no more than 0.3 seconds to hit. The bloodthirsty general with 38,000 HP could barely withstand 11 arrows before being instantly killed without even reacting. The remaining 7 arrows found their own targets in the sky and then descended upon 7 bloodthirsty archers. Minus 3,957. Minus 3,957. Minus 3,957. The 7 bloodthirsty archers only had 2,500 HP, which was less than the attack damage of the Blood Crow. At the same time the bloodthirsty general died, they were instantly killed and turned into 7 pieces of dry bones, shocking everyone. Killed bloodthirsty general, gained 1,800 experience points. Crossed 16 levels, gained an additional 1,600 experience points. Killed Blood Fiend Archer, gained 160 experience points. Surpassed level 16 kill, additional 160 experience points. A string of experience point notifications popped up from the team. The group was momentarily stunned. Then, their pupils contracted sharply. They looked at each other in confusion, seeing a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. What just happened? Probably an illusion. I think that Blood Fiend General seemed to have been one shot. An illusion? Shitanshin shook his head, stared at Blood Crow for a second, and said, bullshit illusion. The Blood Fiend General is dead. Dead? Why does it feel a bit unreal? And Xiangyo rubbed her eyes and had 2 big words written on her face, don't believe it. Dead, Furious Blood Crow, 1201 attack power, 60% arrow attack power bonus from Archery Master, plus its own powerful talent, 20% ranged attack power bonus. Suddenly, Fama waved his staff and began to analyze. Black Fiend Soul Commander's expert training, 40% physical damage, Archer Mastery's 40% arrow attack power bonus, Soaring Morale's 40% physical skill bonus, Black Fiend Army Soul's 20% physical attack power bonus, Command Knight's Command Aura, 20% physical attack bonus, Guardian Knight's Holy Aura, 20% physical attack bonus. Holy Priest's Powerful Blessing, increased his attack power by 300 points, 100 strength increases 100 attack power. Blood Purgatory Mad Demon Guard, Strong Strike Aura, increased attack power by 320, for a total of 3841 attack power. Shadow of Arrows, 18 tracking arrows, 100% attack damage, until the target dies. Blood Fiend General, 38,000 HP, not enough to be deducted by Shadow of Arrows. Fama finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, and he looked deeply at Jiang Wei. The others were speechless. For a while, besides staring at Jiang Wei in shock, they didn't know what to say. Xiaomeng, Dark Fragrance Demon King's team leader, is a priest. You can practice with her first and get a feel for it. Jiang Wei ignored their astonishment and gave instructions to a dumbfounded Xiaomeng. Zhang Mengmeng quickly snapped out of her shock, nodded, and clicked on the Team Challenge button to challenge Dark Fragrance Yulan. Jiang Wei then commanded the Black Soul Divine Power Archer to launch an attack. The Black Soul Divine Power Archer was another ace in his team, apart from Blood Crow. Jiang Wei had long wanted to test his power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following Jiang Wei's command, the Black Soul Divine Power Archer stepped forward and immediately triggered a flurry of attacks. In an instant, 4 arrows flew out of his black bow and struck down a Blood Fiend Archer. Minus 1,120. Minus 1,120. Minus 1,035. Minus 1,423. The Black Soul Divine Power Archer didn't have as high an attack as Blood Crow. Even with a 220% attack power bonus from the entire camp, he could only deal a maximum of 1423 damage. However, it was enough to deal with the Blood Fiend Archers. The most important thing was that his attack speed was fast enough. One archer was one-shot, and the next one was hit by Bone Shatter. Although the damage didn't stack for double damage, it was still triple damage. Minus 3,452. Another Blood Fiend Archer was one-shot. Then, the Divine Power Archer and Blood Crow shot one arrow after another. With each step they took forward, a large group of enemy archers died. Shi Tunshin and the others were speechless. What the hell? What kind of ghosts did the skeleton god summon? Each and every one of them is so abnormal. 1 arrow, 1 kill. 10 arrows in 1 step. Every arrow is a kill. No wonder the skeleton god said he doesn't need to take action anymore. Indeed, there's no need to take action anymore. With Blood Crow and the Divine Archer, we can all sleep peacefully. The beautiful eyes of Xiang Yulan shimmered with surprise. Senior's sister was right. With this speed of killing monsters, leveling up is like riding a rocket. Just with that one attack, I gained half the experience and leveled up. Chitun Tianxia looked at his level 16 and exclaimed. He had been fighting over monsters with others every day, not only consuming a lot of potions but also making enemies with many players. However, he had been stuck at the same level for a long time. Now, in just a few seconds, he had leveled up. The speed of leveling up was incredible. I thought Blood Crow was already insane, but I didn't expect there to be someone equally insane. Xian Chonlang sighed in admiration as he watched the Divine Archer triggering an effect with almost every arrow, effortlessly killing the Blood Fiend Archers. Master, is this Blood Purgatory Mad Demon Guard the same as the Blood Purgatory Guard boss that Xiao Lang and I fought before? Famo's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3-meter-tall Blood Fiend Mad Demon Guard, filled with astonishment. He didn't expect that the skeleton boss could resurrect a boss to fight for him. Blood Purgatory Guard art? Others also showed surprised expressions upon hearing this. The few of them here knew about the Dark Forest incident and naturally knew that the Blood Purgatory Guard was a level 30 boss. But, that was a boss, how could it become a subordinate of a blood skeleton? It was too illogical. Could it be that the skeleton god could also resurrect bosses? Jiang Wei nodded and gestured to Qian Chonlang. You're responsible for recording their level up data. After leveling up, remember to pay them and let An Xiang, the leader of the Dark Fragrance Demon King, spar with them. Oh, I understand. Qian Chonlang snapped out of his surprise and glanced deeply at the Blood Purgatory Mad Demon Guard before speaking. Report your level data to me. I will calculate the gold required for your experience gain. If you are not satisfied with this paid leveling mode, you can leave. I won't stop you. Satisfied, satisfied. Are you kidding? With this leveling speed, who wouldn't be satisfied? Chitun Tianxia was the first to speak up, his excitement evident. The others also echoed. Not a single one of them had any objections. Being led by a team of bosses, this leveling mode was what they had been longing for. Looking at the entire server, besides the skeleton god, no one else could achieve this. Whoever refuses is an idiot. However, the only downside was, it was damn expensive. The skeleton god, truly insane. Not only was he powerful, able to tank and deal damage, but his skills were even stronger than FAMO's. Unexpectedly, this wasn't his limit. He actually had a team of bosses as his subordinates. This was simply invincible. One could imagine that riding on this rocket team, their levels would definitely surpass 80. No, 99% of the players on the server. Even surpassing the leveling god Xia Dongli wasn't impossible. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, not only would they level up quickly, but they would also have equipment to purchase as long as they had money. While others were still struggling to fight over monsters for the experience of a wild monster or a bottle of potion, or engaging in fierce battles for a white trash equipment, they were already taking off from the starting point, leveling up rapidly, constantly upgrading their equipment, without exerting any effort. It was simply amazing. And Xian Yulan, Chitun Tianxia, Qian Chonlang, Jun Xiang, and the others all had excited smiles on their faces. Only FAMO's expression was somewhat solemn, with some worries in his heart. The monsters in Blood Slaughter Castle are not fools. They won't let themselves be shot at like targets. They're about to open the castle gates. Sure enough, as soon as FAMO finished speaking, there was a loud clanking sound coming from the Blood Slaughter Castle across from them, deafening everyone. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of giant chains being pulled echoed, and a 30-meter-tall steel gate was lowered. Boom! At the moment the gate was lowered, there was a thunderous explosion, instantly kicking up countless dust. The air was filled with nothing but dust, making it difficult to see. And within the dust, faintly, a group of skeleton soldiers wearing blood-colored armor and wielding heavy machetes emerged. Clap, 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 clap. The sound of orderly footsteps resounded in everyone's minds, causing them all to tremble. Blood Slaughter Machete Soldier, Quality, Elite Level, 38 HP, 2888 Attack, 120 to 200 Defense, 120 to 200 Magic Defense, 50 to 100 Skills, Shield Breaker. Talents, Split Kill, Split, Shatter, Armor Break. Overview, the strongest elite soldiers in Blood Slaughter Castle, with their machetes, corpses will be strewn everywhere. Damn! These attributes, this armor, this orderly sound of footsteps, they're an absolute elite force. With this attack, this defense, and these talents, how do we fight? Pro players, run away quickly. Don't bother trying to fight. Chituntianxia and Duba Tianxia, along with Xiang Yulan, took a look at the attributes of the Blood Slaughter Machete Soldier and their faces immediately changed. Even Xin Chonlang, FAMO, and Yun Xiang, the three legends, had slightly unpleasant expressions on their faces and a hint of caution in their hearts. The attributes of this machete soldier were comparable to a level 15 elite boss. They could easily handle a level 15 elite boss, but what they were facing now was an entire team. FAMO, using his abnormal vision and hearing, as well as his mental calculation ability and supercomputing thinking, roughly estimated, the sound of footsteps is 132 meters away from us, with a decibel level of 99, and a vibration frequency of 1000 Hz. There are probably around 821 Blood Slaughter Machete soldiers. With their powerful attack power and armor-breaking ability, only Blood Helmad Demon Guards and Black Slaughter Soul Commanders can hold them off. Blood Crow's attack frequency is 1 arrow every 0.8 seconds, Divine Power Archer is 0.9 seconds, occasionally triggering abilities like Gale Pursuit, Shatter, Thunder, etc. With the addition of Destruction Power Archers, they can probably eliminate 3 machete soldiers within 3 seconds. With the machete soldier's movement speed, it will take about 120 seconds, giving your team about 2 minutes of output time. Based on the probability of triggering skills, you can probably eliminate 150 machete soldiers. If nothing unexpected happens, 2 minutes later, if we haven't left, apart from the Blood Helmad Demon Guards and the Black Slaughter Soul Commander, who have high defense and won't die for a while, 2 minutes later, we will face over 600 fully armed machete soldiers. Almost everyone will die. As soon as FAMO said this, everyone was shocked. All eyes were focused on Jiang Wei's blood-red skeleton, waiting for him to give the order to retreat. FAMO looked at Jiang Wei, who seemed calm and composed, and then glanced at the Blood Crow and his team, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Skeleton boss, how do you plan to break the situation? What break the situation? We should just run away. Chituntianxia was quite anxious. After all, he had just leveled up twice, spending 10 gold coins, and he didn't want to die here and lose levels, wasting his gold coins. Junior brother, calm down. How can you become a master like this? Yun Xiang advised on the side, a true master, no matter what the situation, the first element is not to immediately think of countermeasures, but to quickly calm oneself down. Taking out her greatsword, Yun Xiang continued, when faced with panic, the first thing that comes to mind is often the instinctual response from your body. The reactions made in this state are half successful and half failure, with only a 50% chance of success. Only by quickly calming down can you make the most correct decision. After speaking, she walked to Jiang Wei's side and stood behind him like an assistant, waiting for Jiang Wei's decision. At the same time, she arched her body, took a step back, and pressed the great sword in her hand, ready to react at any time. Master, whatever you need from me, just command. The mage and Xin Chonlang also followed closely behind, standing behind Jiang Wei, ready to act at any time. A dumb and cute little one was a bit nervous, but still stayed by Jiang Wei's side, tightly gripping the staff in her hand, ready to use the abyssal hand against a group of Emodao soldiers. This move stunned the three of them. Indeed, the gap between legendary players and ordinary players is not small. Even though they are guild leaders, there is still a considerable gap between them and the mage and others. This is not only in terms of technique, but also in terms of mentality and quality. While they were still hesitating, others had already made decisions to deal with everything. Just by looking at Jianing Yun's steps, you could tell that whether Jiang Wei's command was to advance or retreat, she could react first and not fall behind anyone. No need to worry. Jiang Wei looked at Blood Crow and Divine Archer continuously killing Emodao soldiers from afar, and there was no change in his cheekbones. Stand down and continue training as usual. Jiang Wei let the dumb and cute little one continue to challenge Xiang Yulan, and he himself didn't do anything, just waiting for the arrival of the Emodao soldiers. Oh, alright. Zhang Mengmeng didn't object, and sent another challenge request to Xiang Yulan. And Xiang Yulan listened to the whistling of arrows in her ears, as well as the footsteps and the clash of armor from a distance, and was a little dumbfounded. Is this really possible? Let her fight against hundreds of level 38 elite Emodao soldiers under a strong attack? Is this the thinking of a master? Will she have a heart attack from fear? However, the mage, Xin Shonlang, and Yun Xiang nodded at her, indicating that it was possible. And Xiang Yulan was even more speechless. Indeed, the masters were not normal. All right. And Xiang Yulan also became a little desperate, because if she refused again, it would likely cause the displeasure of the masters. If she agreed, at worst she would lose a level, which would definitely be better than being despised by the masters. Dumb and cute master, although I am a priest, my holy light can cause damage to undead players if not in a team, and it has a 200% bonus. Be careful. Although a bit nervous, and Xiang Yulan could only reluctantly accept it. They came to a nearby grassland, changed to challenge mode, and began to confront each other. Dumb melon, who do you think will win between them? Xian Chongling curiously asked. I'm more interested in how the skeleton boss will break the situation. The mage looked at the Emodao soldiers getting closer and his mouth slightly curved. Of course, not only him, even Yun Xiang, Shi Tunshan, and Du Batian, their gazes were all on Jiang Wei. They didn't have the mind to care about the dumb and cute little one. The Emodao soldiers swarmed and were only 10 meters away from them. It seemed that the skeleton boss's team didn't have any powerful subordinates, so what would he do? Now 9 meters. The mage's eyes were sharp as he watched Jiang Wei's team while calculating the distance. 8 meters. The others also stared at the battle without daring to move. They were extremely anxious, feeling immense pressure from the aura of the blood slaughter Emodao soldiers. Whether they could return with benefits this time depended on the skeleton boss. 7 meters. In Jiang Wei's team, Blood Crow suddenly stepped forward, stopped shooting, took 2 steps forward, and faced the Emodao soldiers, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What is he doing? Is he stupid? He's an archer. Isn't it suicidal for him to not output his full strength and rush forward? 5 meters. Ding! A dumb and cute little monster challenges you. In the midst of everyone's puzzled expressions, the mage suddenly received a message that left him stunned. At this critical moment, allies attacking each other? What kind of operation is this? But he didn't hesitate and instantly chose to accept. Ding! In the mage's pupils, a cold light flickered, instantly magnifying countless times, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. Subconsciously, he held his staff horizontally, blocking the long spear. Then, his magic surged, and a large fireball exploded towards Jiang Wei. In the moment when everyone was astonished and didn't understand how internal strife suddenly broke out, Jiang Wei was hit by the fireball, and then a red light flickered. The insane demon's escape technique was attacked, triggering a flash within a 5-meter range. The red light flashed and disappeared. Jiang Wei's blood-red figure vanished. When he reappeared, he had already crossed the Blood Crow and arrived 3 inches in front of Mo Daobing. The long spear in his hand fell apart in midair, turning into the mournful cry of extreme ice, and a slash came down. Blood Purgatory Ice Seal Slash. Ding 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 ding. In an instant, 361 ice pillars condensed horizontally, connecting to form a 22-meter ice wall. At the moment when Mo Daobing's 5 Mo Dao were about to strike the Blood Crow, the ice wall blocked them in front. The Mo Daobing at the forefront immediately lost their target, crashing into the suddenly appearing ice wall one after another. Pang pang pong pang. The Mo Daobing behind them lost their target for a moment and crashed into the ice wall as well. After losing their balance, they turned into a dense mass, piling up in front of the ice wall. Boom! The 22-meter ice wall shattered. Minus 7,553. Minus 7,553. Minus 7,553. One Blood Purgatory Ice Seal Slash instantly took away 48 Mo Daobing, turning them into a pile of bones and clearing a large area in front of the Blood Crow. Now is the time. The Blood Crow, who had been waiting, took advantage of the ice wall shattering and took a step forward, getting close to the piled-up Mo Daobing. The longbow swung from right to left. 1,000 heavy arrows. Although the skill 1,000 heavy arrows had been upgraded along with the Blood Crow reaching level 30, with each wave increasing by 100 arrows, reaching a total of 624 arrows in 3 waves, the intervals between the arrows were too scattered to hit all of them, and the effect would be much worse when they spread out. But if the opponents were all piled up together and released at close range, the damage would become quite terrifying. In an instant, 3 waves of arrows appeared around the Blood Crow like scattered flowers, shaking towards the fallen Mo Daobing on the ground. Pooh, 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 pooh. Minus 3,227. Minus 3,227. Minus 3,227. In the first wave of shock, all 208 piled-up Mo Daobing were shot and instantly killed. In the second wave of shock, the range expanded, and the 208 arrows dispersed in 4 directions, instantly killing 108 Mo Daobing with arrows. In the third wave of shock, the 208 arrows scattered in all directions, completely annihilating the 172 Mo Daobing behind them. Killed Blood Fiend Mo Daobing, obtained 180 experience points, evolution points, overleveled kill, obtained an additional 160 experience points, evolution points. Killed Blood Fiend Mo Daobing, obtained 180 experience points, evolution points, overleveled kill, obtained an additional 160 experience points, evolution points. A large number of experience points and evolution points increased notifications echoed in Jiang Wei's mind. Jiang Wei's Blood Purgatory Ice Seal Slash, combined with the third level 1000 heavy arrows released by the Blood Crow at close range, unleashed the maximum damage of 1000 heavy arrows. In an instant, 536 Mo Dao Bing were taken out, shocking everyone. But Jiang Wei didn't feel much fluctuation in his heart. Patting the shoulder of Blood Crow, he ordered his subordinates, including Blood Purgatory Mad Demon Guards, to clean up the remaining Emo Knife soldiers. Then he came to the side of a dumb and cute and dark fragrance orchid, and glanced at the few people who were in a daze. What just happened? Seeing that Jiang Wei was already teaching a dumb and cute how to fight with dark fragrance orchid, dominating the world, quickly asked his question. The others also turned their gaze to FAMO, who had the most say at this time. As for asking the Skull God? Forget it, they didn't have the courage yet. Just from that last move, although no one understood why Jiang Wei did it, they finally knew where the gap between themselves and the god was. That is, there is no gap, because they can't even touch the edge of others. FAMO. Damn it, can you stop asking me everything? He is also a bit confused now. Dumbass, why did you suddenly start fighting just now? Xian Chonglang was also confused. It was just a confusing series of moves, and then, more than 500 Emo Knife soldiers died. He still hasn't reacted yet. He has no idea what happened. I just received a challenge prompt from a dumb and cute, and I thought she changed her mind and wanted to challenge me, so I subconsciously accepted it. FAMO pondered for a moment and slowly explained. As a result, it was the Skull Boss who attacked me. Of course, I wouldn't just sit and wait for death, so I immediately counterattacked. FAMO reviewed the scene just now. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he thought of something. I understand. What do you understand? Xian Chonglang and the others looked at FAMO in confusion. This guy didn't seem to say anything, did he? What the hell do you understand? The reason why the Skull Boss chose to attack me was to make me counterattack and trigger that flash skill that teleports 5 meters. Then why didn't he attack me? Why didn't he attack the Empress, or anyone else? Xian Chonglang still didn't understand. FAMO shook his head, his mouth slightly curved, and he smiled mysteriously. What do you know? Let me ask you, if the Skull Boss attacked you just now, what would you do? After speaking, he glanced at the others. What about you? If a dumb and cute challenged you, and then the Skull Boss suddenly attacked, what would you do? I might kneel down and beg for mercy. Chituntianxia weakly said, causing the others to sneer. I would probably step back and choose to avoid the edge for now, and ask for clarification later. Yun Xiang pondered for a moment and answered with certainty. I understand. Xian Chonglang looked at everyone and said, we all have some awe for the Skull God, more or less. If the Skull God chooses to attack us, we wouldn't fight back at all, and at that time, it would be impossible to trigger that flash skill. Xian Chonglang pointed at FAMO and said, only this dumbass, who has always had the mentality of challenging the Skull God, dared to make a move against the Skull Boss. Xian Chonglang clapped his hands and said excitedly, damn, how long has it been since the Skull God contacted us? He has already figured out the personalities of all of us? This is fucking terrifying. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed, and their gaze towards Jiang Wei became filled with awe. The Skull God's ability to see through people's hearts is so damn terrifying. I still have a question. Just now, the Skull God could have released the ice wall in advance. Why did he let Blood Crow go up first, and then trigger the flash skill himself, and then release the ice wall? It's completely unnecessary. Dominating the world asked in confusion. Then, several pairs of eyes focused on FAMO. FAMO was speechless for a moment, shook his head, and analyzed. This involves some game hate mechanics, as well as issues of vision and timing. Do you know who the monsters in Blood Slaughter Castle hated the most just now? FAMO looked around and saw that everyone was puzzled, so he smiled and continued to explain, it's Blood Crow. I've been paying attention, and I just noticed that the Emo Knife soldiers were commanded by the general on the city wall. Blood Crow killed one of the 3 generals of the Blood Demon Castle, causing the other 2 generals to accumulate hatred towards Blood Crow. If the skeleton boss didn't use Blood Crow to attract the hatred, and anyone else or even himself went forward, they wouldn't have been able to gather all the Emo Knife soldiers in one place. FAMO glanced at everyone again and said, actually, did you notice just now? At the moment Blood Crow went forward, the Emo Knife soldiers started to change their formation into a fan-shaped formation, spreading out to surround Blood Crow. And unfortunately, Blood Crow's 1000 arrows also have a fan-shaped attack range. I believe this shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Xian Chonglang nodded in agreement. It must be the deliberate plan of the skeleton god. That's right. FAMO nodded in satisfaction. If Blood Crow releases 1000 arrows from a distance, it spreads out in a fan-shaped range within 5 meters, launching an attack on the square formation of the Emo Knife soldiers. I estimate that it would be very good if it could kill 100 Emo Knife soldiers. But what if all the Emo Knife soldiers were in a fan-shaped formation, piled together? So, we witnessed the scene just now. The skeleton god used Blood Crow to attract the Emo Knife soldiers to change into a fan-shaped formation. Then, taking advantage of the time difference of blink, he used Ice Wall to instantly cut off the hatred of all the Ammonite soldiers, causing them to lose their attack targets in an instant. They couldn't react in time and couldn't stop their feet, causing them to lose balance. Then, one by one, they were all piled together, and 1,000 arrows killed 488 Ammonite soldiers. Hiss! After listening to this analysis, everyone took a sharp breath and admired Jiang Wei from the bottom of their hearts. Although it's still a bit confusing, there's nothing more to say. It's awesome. Indeed, the little operations of the boss are beyond our reach. Sigh, when can I be as awesome as the boss? The gap is the gap, it's innate and cannot be changed. It's just hard to imagine why it happened to. Forget it. Duba Tianxia was puzzled, finding it difficult to accept that a skeleton could be so intelligent. I'm getting more and more curious about the identity of the skeleton god. Famo looked deeply at Jiang Wei and then turned his gaze to Qian Chonglang. He had a feeling that the two of them must have some secret. Why could Qian Chonglang translate the gestures of the skeleton god so accurately? Why are you staring at me like that, you blockhead? Qian Chonglang felt uncomfortable being stared at and quickly changed the topic. Now that so many Ammonite soldiers have died, they can no longer form a scale. As long as the skeleton god's team gets some help with healing and pays attention to supplies, there shouldn't be any problem. The speed of their leveling is like a tornado. The others nodded in agreement and quickly contacted their friends to buy gold coins. They didn't lack anything now, they just worried that they wouldn't have enough money. On the other side, Jiang Wei and Yi Tiao Dai Xiaomeng ordered them to start dueling. Of course, Jiang Wei only said one sentence to Yi Tiao Dai Xiaomeng, play freely. To become a master, one needs guidance, but it doesn't mean that they can rely completely on someone else. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaomeng must have her own opinions. Even if she makes mistakes, it's okay as long as she can correct them in time. Moreover, Jiang Wei had already taught Yi Tiao Dai Xiaomeng a few tricks of the necromancer before. Spell delay and spell selection. As long as she uses them well, she should be able to defeat Xiang Yulan without any problem. Abyssal Hand. Divine Light. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaomeng finally confronted Xiang Yulan. A sharp golden light, emitting a sacred radiance, fell on top of a dumb and cute little head. -117. And Xianjiulan was slightly pleased. This damage was quite good. A mage generally doesn't have much health, at most around 800. Just a few hits would be enough to clear the health of a dumb and cute little one. But in the next moment, she was dumbfounded. 36 skeletal hands emerged from the ground, covering a radius of 10 meters. If she hadn't reacted quickly, taking a step and hiding between the gaps of two skeletal hands, she would have been in danger. She probably couldn't move now. This was obviously a large-scale control skill. Once she was controlled, she would undoubtedly die. That was close. What kind of skill is this? Are hidden class skills all this crazy? And Xianjiulan was speechless. If it hadn't been for the fact that the dumb and cute little one was not very skilled and her intentions were particularly obvious, she probably wouldn't have been able to dodge it. What skill was that just now? The battle here also caught the attention of Qian Chonglang and others, who looked over. The Abyssal Hand of the Necromancer can be learned at level 25, can pull 36 enemy units within a 10-meter range, with added silence and immobilization effects, corroding 50 health points every 0.5 seconds. The mage suddenly spoke up, explaining to the others she must have leveled up. The damage is probably higher, but this skill has a large range and gaps. If she encounters a master, it will be difficult to control them. Moreover, this should be her only control skill at the moment, with a very long cooldown, releasing it so early. The mage shook his head, obviously not very optimistic about the dumb and cute little one. The others, upon hearing his analysis, were also slightly disappointed. They had thought that the dumb and cute little one would be modest, but in reality, her strength was really weak. This awareness. It seems like she's going to lose. The mage sighed. Not necessarily. The necromancer also has the skill of summoning undead. In the mythological era, there were people who changed classes and became very powerful. Yun Xiang had a different opinion, of course. When she said this, she didn't think that the dumb and cute little one could turn the tables. She simply believed that someone who could be with Jiang Wei couldn't be so weak in terms of skills. The others also nodded deeply. After seeing Jiang Wei's performance, they also felt that the dumb and cute little one couldn't be that weak, right? The mage shook his head. Necromancer's Summoning of the Dead, at level 1, can summon 20 skeletons at once, but the movement speed is too slow and can't keep up with the player's speed. And Xianjiulan can easily move and attack her at the same time. It's useless. A master must not lack combat awareness. If she can disrupt Xianjiulan when she releases the undead, and make her panic, then use the Abyssal Hand, the success rate will definitely be higher. But now, she has lost her biggest advantage. Without the Abyssal Hand, relying only on summoning the undead, failure is just a matter of time. You have received a level 5 Holy Blessing. For 30 minutes, gain 150 spell damage bonus and 50 spirit. You have received a level 5 Life Blessing. For 30 minutes, gain 200 maximum health points and increase life recovery speed by 10 points per second. After a tentative strike, and Xianjiulan became serious. The only skill she could use to attack the dumb and cute little one was Holy Light, so she had to ensure that her health and damage were high enough for a quick victory. Holy Light. During her casting time, the dumb and cute little one did not take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack, apparently not understanding how to control the rhythm of the battle. This made Xianjiulan feel surprised. Could the dumb and cute little one really be a newbie? Minus 325. The Holy Light descended, dealing a significant amount of damage. However, this time, there was no excitement on Xianjiulan's face, because her Holy Light hit a skeleton. In fact, even before the release of the enhancement skill by Xiangyulan, Dai Xiaomeng had already used the small tricks taught to him by Jiang Wei. Casting delay and casting selection. Casting selection allows the undead to choose the position of their arrival in advance and summon them in the designated location within range. Casting delay, on the other hand, delays the chanting time of the spell, allowing for precise timing of skill release. Holy Light is a single target spell, similar to archery, with no absolute target lock. Once disrupted, it will lose its target and hit someone else, unless it's a genius like FAMO who can respond and make adjustments at any time. But Xiangyulan obviously doesn't have that ability. So, when the Holy Light fell, Dai Xiaomeng had just finished casting, and a skeleton appeared in front of her, blocking the attack. At the same time, in the moment of everyone's astonishment, 35 skeletons suddenly emerged around Xiangyulan, quickly surrounding her, startling everyone. 10 of them raised bone knives and swung them at her. In the moment of Xiangyulan's astonishment and inability to move, a dense wave of damage instantly appeared. Minus 35, minus 32, minus 36, plus 280. In an instant, she lost over 350 points of health, shocking Xiangyulan, who quickly cast Holy Light on herself. Then, she immediately prepared to use Purification to dispel the group of skeletons. However, just as she was about to use Purification to cleanse the summons, the 35 skeletons around her quickly disintegrated. They converged into a giant scythe-wielding skeleton, appearing in front of her and swinging down at her. And just as Xiangyulan's Purification spell finished casting, it landed on the scythe-wielding skeleton. The priest's Purification spell has a 500% damage bonus against summons, and it is area of effect, primarily based on the caster's own spell damage. With a 500% bonus spell, the damage this time would be very high, minus 855. A terrifying amount of damage appeared above the scythe-wielding skeleton's head, but with the scythe-wielding skeleton's 11,000 health points, it was clearly able to withstand it. And in the moment the scythe fell, Dai Xiaomeng had already swung his staff and used Death Enhancement on the scythe-wielding skeleton, adding 300 points of attack power and 300 points of spell damage, along with the scythe-wielding skeleton's own attack. This strike directly countered the Purification spell, completely depleting Xiangyulan's health, and Xiangyulan lost. The expressions of the few people changed slightly, and then they all looked at FAMO. FAMO. I should keep my mouth shut from now on. FAMO screamed inwardly. Casting delay and casting selection are just small tricks for summoners. Most summoners can use them, but that's because summoners summon very few pets, so it's easy to use. But Dai Xiaomeng summoned 36, one in front of himself and 35 around Xiangyulan. This requires precise mental allocation and selection abilities. It was thought that Dai Xiaomeng's consciousness was so poor that he wouldn't be able to use them, but in an instant, he proved them wrong. FAMO now felt like he wanted to vomit blood, but he held it in because of his pride. Dai Meng is indeed not an ordinary person. Chitun Tianxia raised his thumb and praised. Indeed, anyone who can stay with him cannot have poor skills. Yun Xiang gave Jiang Wei a meaningful look. Congratulations to Dai Meng for the victory. You don't have to be discouraged, Yulan. Losing to Dai Meng is not embarrassing. Xian Chonlang stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. I'm not discouraged. It's an honor for me to spar with Dai Meng. The outcome is not that important. Anxiang Yulan shook hands with a silly and cute person, saying, "Silly and cute master, can we be friends? If you want to spar with me in the future, I'm always available." Sure, Zhang Mengmeng, not one to be fussy, immediately agreed. Both Anxiang Yulan and Duba Tianxia were delighted. What a deal! Just one battle and they could become friends with the silly and cute master. It was worth it. A friend of a master, that was truly priceless. And the most important thing was the relationship between this person and the Skull Master. It was extraordinary. If they could become friends with silly and cute, then the golden position in the Skull Master's team would be more secure. You see, if this position were to be made public and those wealthy tycoons found out, they would probably fight tooth and nail for it. With their wealth, it would be difficult to outbid them, and they would lose their chance. Silly and cute, let me take the next battle, Duba Tianxia volunteered. Sure, I also want to try close combat, Silly and Cute said. Duba Tianxia glanced at Jiang Wei, who nodded, and the duel began. Jiang Wei didn't bother to watch closely, instead checking his remaining evolution points. He still had around 1 million points, but he needed 4 million for the next hidden stage of evolution. Since that was the case, he didn't want to waste any more time. He was a person who always had goals and knew what he wanted and what he needed to do. With the system, as long as he kept evolving, he could restore himself to his peak. Perhaps, he could even restore his physical body and return to reality? That was his hope, and he was constantly working towards that goal, moving forward. Evolution, becoming stronger, and returning to the real world were his objectives. So, it was time for him to take action. His team fought quickly, with tanks, damage dealers, and support. If the priest couldn't heal in time, the injured skeletons would trigger the Black Shura leader's Vanishing Cicada skill, becoming invisible for 10 seconds. This way, they could wait for the priest to recover and re-enter the battlefield. All Jiang Wei had to do was ensure that the priest and support used their magic potions in a timely manner. This kind of team was indeed efficient, but compared to him, they were still far behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were shot, turning into sickles in midair and nailing themselves into the walls of the Blood Shura castle. Ding! The sickles embedded themselves 3 inches deep into the wall, making a light sound. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, a chain connected to Jiang Wei's hand and he pulled it straight. In the next moment, the chain contracted, instantly pulling him into the air towards the remaining 100 or so Mo Dao soldiers. The chain transformed into a guando in his hand, with a blood-red blade held horizontally in front of him. Poo pew poo poo. A stunning red line swept through. The guandao turned into a red line, like a laser, beheading the 42 Mo Dao soldiers who were fighting the Blood Purgatory Mad Demon Guards. Minus 6,532. Minus 6,532. Minus 6,552. 42 Mo Dao soldiers were beheaded at the same time. 42 heads with helmets were thrown into the air, flying in an arc towards the distance. Clang 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 clang. The 42 heads with helmets fell one by one onto the stone brick ground, creating a series of dense metal collision sounds. Inside the helmets, bones shattered and scattered, causing a mess. F***CK. I won't talk about how amazing this move was, I just want to know, how high is the Skullmaster's attack? He just used the Ice Wall skill earlier, and I thought that terrifying damage was a skill bonus, but now it seems that the skill might not have had any bonus at all. 6,532? This damage is insane. I used to think that the master couldn't destroy the Blood Shura castle, so I didn't make a move, but now I realize that he just couldn't be bothered. Several people exclaimed in astonishment, watching Jiang Wei's swift and decisive movements as he swiftly killed a large group of enemies with 4 strikes. The sound of experience points increasing could be heard, and everyone was speechless as they watched the experience value rapidly rise. He even has split damage. And look at the healing effect and life steal on his head. His attack speed isn't fast, too. 12 seconds per strike, and his movement speed isn't very fast either, 0.95 seconds per step. However, with the skill of Arrow Chain Sickle, he can make up for it. Moreover, he probably has some unused skills that can enhance his abilities. The mage's expression was filled with doubt and he couldn't fully comprehend Jiang Wei's strength. He was also curious about his identity. Jiang Wei possessed a terrifying power of insight into people's hearts. He could manipulate mana connections, mana deprivation, and other microcontrol techniques with great precision. He could manipulate the camera angle and control aggro. He had the ability to accurately predict and control the pace of battle. He could fully analyze and utilize weapons and skills to a godlike level. He had an abnormal understanding of human body inertia through various terrains and could perform incredible maneuvers. This was definitely not an ordinary person. And so far, he had probably only seen the tip of the iceberg of Jiang Wei's abilities. Who knows what other secrets he had hidden? I wonder how much chance he has against my master. The mage looked deeply at Jiang Wei. Damn, I just leveled up again. The level rankings just refreshed, and I'm now around 156,575th place. I jumped up 7 to 800,000 places from over a million. The tone of the ambitious person was filled with shock. You see, he never had high expectations for the level rankings. After all, his strength spoke for itself, and he didn't dare to hope for much. But now, with the presence of the Skull God, he felt that he could hope for a wave of success. The level rankings refreshed? Xian Chonglang quickly checked his own level. Damn, I'm already level 21? This is too fast. Check the rankings. Xian Chonglang couldn't wait to check the rankings and find his position. 1,255th place. Impressive, I've risen over 2,000 places. Xian Chonglang came from an ordinary background and was not the type of person who liked to level up crazily, so his ranking had always hovered around 3,000. He couldn't compare to those big shots who hired experts to level up for them. He thought he would always be stuck at that level, but he didn't expect that after meeting Jiang Wei, he could rise to 1,255th place. What about you, dumbass? Me? I'm level 22, around 400th place. The mage's tone was calm. It wasn't that he wasn't happy, but he felt that with someone like Jiang Wei leading them, this was just normal operation. Impressive. Let me see how Xia Dongli is doing. Xian Chonglang first gave a thumbs up to the mage, then quickly checked Xia Dongli's level. 26. It seems like there hasn't been a breakthrough. The adorable god is already 29, and once he levels up again, he will become the first player in the entire server to reach level 30. The era of dungeons and guilds is about to come. Qian Chonglang followed Jiang Wei all the way to the Blood Demon Castle and watched his every move. He secretly thought, the Skull God probably got the guild founding token, right? Will he establish a guild? No, I must cling to the god's thigh. They quickly reached the Blood Demon Hall inside the Blood Demon Castle, and Jiang Wei only took 1 hour and 30 minutes. It was 2 minutes faster than before in the Black Demon Castle, leaving Yun Xiang and the others amazed. The Black Demon Castle was the highest level 40 wilderness area, while the Blood Demon Castle was the highest level 50 wilderness area. The difference in strength between the two was like night and day. However, Jiang Wei still managed to conquer it. Of course, this was also thanks to Jiang Wei's team of skeletons. Without their help, he probably wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. Unfortunately, the talent of the Dreadful Soul Commander only affects subordinates and cannot enhance my own abilities. Otherwise, I could have killed even faster. Jiang Wei sighed slightly and began to count his gains. He had killed over 6,000 elite soldiers in the Bloodthirsty Castle, earning around 2.4 million evolution points, totaling 3.49 million. He only needed about 500,000 more to evolve again. He earned 1,200 enhancement points because there were several elite bosses in the Bloodthirsty Castle. His level only increased by 1, gaining 100 health points, 100 mana points, 10 attack points, and 5 defense points. As for gold, he had sold 178 pieces of equipment and earned 180. He let a piece of equipment from the Bloodthirsty Castle stay with a little follower because it was too high level and couldn't be sold for a good price. He didn't want to give it away to dominate the world either. The value of gold in the game would depreciate once there was a large amount of it, so he could sell more in a week. For him, more gold was always better since he didn't need to exchange it for Chinese yuan. Now, only the Bloodthirsty Grand Commander remained unresolved. Where's the boss? Strange, the mage followed Jiang Wei and was very surprised. Despite the commotion caused by the Bloodthirsty Castle, the Bloodthirsty Grand Commander had not appeared. Not only was he absent from the outskirts, but he was also not seen in his own resting place, the Bloodthirsty Hall. Apart from rows of weapon racks and some bone weapons, the hall was only filled with a pile of skeletons in the center. I don't know why, but I feel like this archer on the ground is a bit restless. Shi Tunshan stared at the skull of the bloodthirsty archer and was somewhat astonished. It seems there's a bit of lingering spirit. Judging from the wound on the sternum, it was stabbed from behind by a skeleton with a knife. Perhaps he didn't expect his killer and couldn't rest in peace. The mage squatted down and touched the skeleton, calmly analyzing. So, why was this archer killed? Since there's no boss, let's tidy up and return to the main city to enter the instance. Jiang Wei gestured to Qian Chonglang. Qian Chonglang immediately understood. Enter the instance. These 3 words excited him greatly. Instances ranged from level 20 to 1000, with a corresponding instance for every 5 levels. The first kill experience was calculated in millions. A level 20 first kill in a level 20 instance would yield 2 million experience. There were also various rare materials, top-tier equipment, enhancement stones, top-tier rune stones, gems, top-tier potions, heavenly treasures, top-tier skill books, and so on. Now, a little follower, Dai Xiaomeng, was already level 30 and had announced it to the entire server. The instance locations in various main cities were definitely the focus of all players. Many guilds had already sent him messages inviting him to conquer the instances. Even the 6th-ranked Xiong Tower and the 8th-ranked Divine Wing of the Chinese region were constantly sending him messages. However, Qian Chonglang had declined. It wasn't just because of the skeleton god, but also because something important was happening in the real world and he had to attend it. Jiang Wei, the supreme god of the online gaming world, known as the Tower Demon King and the Grandmaster of all professions, was holding a funeral today. It was said that almost all the big shots in the online gaming world would attend to mourn. What time is it now? Duba Tianxia asked. What's wrong? Why are you so excited? Is it more important than leveling up with the skeleton god? Shi Tunshan glanced at him in confusion while sweeping through the bloodthirsty hall, looking for any good items. Today is the funeral of the supreme god, the Tower Demon King. Aren't you going to attend? Slap. Oh, damn it, I forgot. Zhang the Great Demon King is my idol. I was planning to go anyway. Shi Tunshan slapped his forehead, feeling annoyed that he had forgotten about this matter. The funeral of the supreme god, such a sacred ceremony. The Great Wilderness Game even held a server-wide online mourning ceremony for him, with billions of players mourning simultaneously. How could he forget about something like this? Of course, he was relatively close to the hometown of the supreme god, so he didn't plan to mourn online, but to go to the scene in person. Isn't your idol your master? Yun Xiang suddenly walked over and stabbed him in the back with a single sentence, leaving him speechless. My master is my idol, and Zhang Daming is my ultimate idol. Is there a conflict? Shi Tunshan said with a serious face, talking nonsense. TSK, our master will take us there later. Let's go greet the skeleton god first, or it would be impolite. Alright, I understand. Not only Shi Tunshan, but others also came to Jian Wei and Yitao Daishaomeng to bid farewell. Skeleton God, we won't go to the instance for now. Today is a big day that is causing a sensation in the online gaming world. No matter what happens, I must go. Xian Chonlang pulled Fama to Jiang Wei's side and bowed apologetically to him. A big day causing a sensation in the online gaming world? Jiang Wei was somewhat confused. Looking at Yitao Daishaomeng's appearance, it seemed like she also had something to say but hesitated. Could it be that she was also going? To be honest, she was just a small transparent figure in the online gaming world. What happened that even she had to go? Actually, not hiding it from you, forget it, you probably won't understand, I hope. We can cooperate next time. Duba Tianxia also came to Jiang Wei's side and bid farewell, his face looking somewhat strange. After all, it felt awkward to talk about real-life matters with an NPC. Although this NPC was particularly intelligent, it was still not human. One by one, they bid farewell to Jiang Wei and then left Bloodthirsty Castle, going offline at the foot of the Angerwind City. For a while, Bloodthirsty Castle suddenly became empty. Yitao Daishaomeng didn't have much reaction, just feeling a little disappointed. For her, these people were just friends, and Jiang Wei was naturally more important. Xiaomeng, are you going too? Jiang Wei approached Yitao Daishaomeng and asked, leaning against her pretty face. Zhang Mengmeng hesitated to speak. Of course, she also wanted to go, after all, he was her idol. Maybe, this would be her last chance to see him. If she missed this opportunity, there would be no more. But she didn't want to go empty-handed. Big brother skeleton, can I sell some gold coins? Zhang Mengmeng looked at Jiang Wei and asked weakly, feeling nervous inside. She planned to sell some gold coins to support her idol's mother. She heard that his mother fell ill after his death, and there was only one daughter left to take care of her, making life a bit difficult. Zhang Mengmeng also wanted to contribute her meager efforts at this moment. However, the situation of this matter was that she would use the money from Big Brother Skeleton to support her idol's mother. This made it difficult for her to speak. She was afraid that Jiang Wei would refuse. You can dispose of the gold coins as you wish. Although he didn't know what she needed the gold coins for at this time, Jiang Wei could tell that Yitao Daishaomeng's family was probably not well off. He was not a stingy person and naturally wouldn't refuse. Don't starve yourself like last time. Jiang Wei teased and summoned the skeletal BMW. Get on, I'll take you to Angerwind City, and I'll kill some monsters along the way to evolve. Zhang Mengmeng had just agreed when she was lifted onto the horse, causing her to startle. It's really scary to follow Big Brother Skeleton. Holding on to Jiang Wei's bones, Zhang Mengmeng's heart continued to beat rapidly. Did something big happen? Jiang Wei flew all the way, swinging his blood-red spear in his hand, killing the monsters along the way. Well, a friend of mine passed away, and I need to attend his funeral. Funeral? Jiang Wei's swinging spear suddenly stopped, his thoughts gradually solidifying. A funeral. A big event in the gaming world. Jiang Wei suddenly understood something. The strong wind brought about by his swift ride stirred the flames in his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere became heavy. Zhang Mengmeng, who was holding on to Jiang Wei, seemed to sense something. She had a feeling that he was different now. Desolate, melancholic, lonely? Why did she feel these emotions from just one sentence she said? His spear seemed to swing slower than before. She even saw a magic patterned spider jump onto his head, leaving a cluster of spider silk that swayed in the wind, but he didn't pay any attention to it. In the past, with Brother Skeleton's reaction speed, this would have been impossible. Brother Skeleton, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Zhang Mengmeng carefully removed the spider silk from Jiang Wei's head as she weakly asked. Unfortunately, Jiang Wei didn't respond, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, Jiang Wei impaled a pouncing level 20 claw cat with his spear and suddenly spoke. Do you have a close relationship with him? Zhang Mengmeng hesitated for a moment. I don't really have a relationship with him. We can only be considered acquaintances. He doesn't know me, but I know him. Zhang Mengmeng could sense Jiang Wei's emotions, so she spoke cautiously. He is a superstar in that field, almost everyone knows him. I'm just one of his fans. Do you know? When he was 16, he became the runner-up in the sword trial competition. Later on, he even defeated the famous 7 Great Wonders and the top 10 experts, winning the championship for 3 consecutive years. He was a prominent figure of that era. Zhang Mengmeng became excited when talking about her idol, her pretty face filled with enthusiasm. Moreover, he set numerous world records and created many incredible techniques, each of which became the subject of study for everyone. Even the 3 disciples he took in became famous figures. One became one of the 12 divine gods, another became the leader of the 10 great villains, and the last one became a regular on the heavenly ladder, inheriting his records. He is the most amazing person I've ever seen in my life. Zhang Mengmeng raised her small fist and exclaimed with excitement, almost falling off her horse. Fortunately, she grabbed onto Jiang Wei in time, otherwise she would have fallen and made a fool of herself. Phew, that was close. Zhang Mengmeng patted her chest, relieved, but she found it strange that Brother Skeleton seemed to have stopped talking again. Could he be angry? Brother Skeleton, what's wrong with you? Put. Jiang Wei's soul fire in his eyes suddenly brightened as he impaled a level 20 claw cat with his spear. Riding swiftly, he had intentionally or unintentionally killed many monsters. After 3 hours of killing, his evolution points finally reached 4.01 million. The past was already in the past, and he couldn't change anything. Now, all he could do was continue to evolve. It's nothing, we've arrived at Stormwind City. Jiang Wei looked at the magnificent city ahead and sighed. At that moment, a huge image suddenly appeared in the sky, capturing everyone's attention. What the hell is that? Is something big happening? Why are you all so surprised? Today is the funeral of the Supreme God, and the Great Wilderness World is holding an online mourning ceremony for him. It should be about to begin. Exactly, they're all making a fuss. They've never seen the world. What are you looking at? A beauty. It's about you. Don't think you're so cool riding a skeleton. A knight player was about to insult a dumb little cutie, but then he realized something was off. Why is this beautiful girl riding a skeleton horse? Isn't the Death Knight class only available for male players? And not only is she riding a skeleton horse, she's also holding a blood skull. This strange combination left him speechless. But damn, that blood skull is so cool. Riding a white bone horse, with a blood-red cape on her back, and a beautiful girl by her side. Damn, she's living a better life than a skeleton. This knight player suddenly started questioning his existence, not knowing what to say. Jiang Wei's arrival naturally caused a sensation. Many players stared at him with astonishment and envy. Jiang Wei retracted his BMW and walked past a group of players, arriving at the entrance of Stormwind City. The two gatekeepers, holding gleaming greatswords, carefully examined the dumb little cutie and Jiang Wei, the blood skull. Their gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. Clang! The two greatswords crossed, blocking the path of the dumb little cutie. Sorry, please put away your summon creature, otherwise you can't enter the city. Ha! This! Zhang Mengmeng paused, a bit confused on her pretty face. She didn't expect there to be such a rule. For a moment, she felt at a loss. This scene caught the attention of other players, who stopped and started discussing Jiang Wei and the dumb little cutie. This beauty is so well equipped. She doesn't seem like someone who hasn't played the game before. How could she not know this common knowledge? Bringing a pet into the city? If everyone could do that, wouldn't Stormwind City be full of skeletons? Exactly, she doesn't pay attention to etiquette at all. Not necessarily. I remember in the mythological game, you could bring pets into the city. Nonsense, even in the mythological game, no one could bring pets into the city unless you saw Xia Dongli bringing his pet in? That's right, this privilege is only available to the #1 player in the world. Does this beauty think she's the number one in the world? Zhang Mengming's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Wei also reminded her from behind, put on your title. Being the #1 in the world had many hidden privileges, the most famous of which was the ability to meet officials. In the main city, as long as there were officials present, they had to show respect and be cautious in their words and actions when they saw the #1 player in the world, unless certain NPCs were exempt from this privilege. Like the gatekeepers, when they saw the #1 player in the world, they had to kneel and welcome them. Although Jiang Wei didn't have this title in his previous life, many of the hidden privileges of this title were widely known in the gaming world. That's why some people would spend so much manpower, resources, and effort to snatch this #1 title. It was also one of the reasons why Jiang Wei worked so hard to level up. Without this title, he couldn't enter the city. Oh, okay. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Zhang Mengmeng didn't hesitate and immediately displayed her golden title as the #1 in the world. In an instant, there was silence outside the city gate. Thud! The two gatekeepers instantly put away their greatswords and knelt down, showing utmost respect. My lord, you are the #1 in the world, you may enter the city. Please, my lord, they said, bowing their heads and trembling slightly, their hands holding the greatswords soaked in sweat. They were afraid that Zhang Mengmeng would unleash her wrath in the next moment and make them lose their positions. Oh, Zhang Mengmeng didn't have so many thoughts, she was just slightly stunned. How did the other party's attitude change so quickly when she showed her title? Wasn't this change a bit too sudden? Moreover, this #1 in the world is too powerful. No wonder Big Brother Skeleton keeps upgrading, he really knows everything, he must have anticipated this would happen. Zhang Mengmeng looked at Jiang Wei with admiration and led him into the city. As they passed by, players made way for them, their eyes filled with astonishment, envy, awe, and shock. Damn, this beauty is actually the #1 on the level ranking, a cute little fool? This is a super powerhouse surpassing Xia Dongli, can't mess with her, quickly make way. The #1 powerhouse on the level ranking is actually from our Ragewind city? Impressive, we can brag about it now. Clap. Damn, I was just doubting the #1 earlier? Damn it, it's so terrifying. Is this the aura of the #1 in the world? Even NPCs have to kneel and lick? Damn, when can I be so awesome? The players sighed in admiration and followed the cute little fool. For a while, the southern gate of Ragewind City was completely crowded, making it difficult to even walk. The cute little fool was also trapped in place by the players, with a troubled expression on her face. "Big brother skeleton, what should we do?" Jiang Wei glanced at the sky, shook his head, and said, "Take off your title, it will be fine later." "Take it off, it will be fine later?" Zhang Mengmeng was a bit puzzled. The players had already seen her title and knew her identity, so it was impossible for them to leave, right? Zhang Mengmeng found it hard to believe. But the next moment, an image appeared in the sky. The entire Ragewind city, except for the confused NPCs, all the players looked up at the sky at the same time. "Oh no, is it starting?" Zhang Mengmeng finally understood the meaning of Jiang Wei's words. Compared to the Supreme God who had made countless contributions to the gaming world, her status as the #1 in the world was indeed nothing. She quickly took off her title and, taking advantage of everyone's stunned moment, went into the city and found a tavern. After paying some silver coins, she greeted Jiang Wei and logged out. Jiang Wei, on the other hand, opened the wooden window in the tavern and, together with billions of players in the game, looked up at the sky. The sky darkened, the sun was obscured by darkness, and the entire wasteland became pitch black. Then, a point of starlight blossomed in the center of the darkness. After that, the curtain was raised. The sky and earth brightened. Hoo! Strong winds and sandstorms. The sound of the wind reached everyone's ears. A figure holding a golden spear stood in the desert, the golden robe fluttering in the strong wind. Another man wearing a silver battle robe and holding a silver spear appeared in everyone's sight. Instantly, it caused a huge sensation. "That's the Supreme God, my idol." The Supreme God is holding the champion weapon of the sword trial, the Golden Supreme Dragon Soul Spear? So cool! In the image, the identity of the man holding the silver spear was also recognized by everyone. That's one of the 12 gods, Zhao Baiyan, the Silver Snow War God. No, in the mythological era, there was no title of god. I remember Zhao Baiyan was one of the 7 great wonders, right? That's right, a bunch of noobs, they have no vision. This should be a video of the two of them fighting in the arena, edited by the official and played for us. But I remember they never fought each other. Damn it, is this a video of their private match? Did the game company start off so hot? 10, 9, 8. In the image, the two stood facing each other in the desert. Above their heads, time was counting down. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. After all, this was a precious video that had never appeared in their sight before, something they had never seen before. Moreover, it's the epic battle between the Almighty God and Zhao Baiyan, who is known as the #1 knight in the profession. A thrilling showdown between two super gods. It has begun. 3, 2, 1, clang. A loud metallic collision sound resounds. Two long spears clash together. Sparks fly. Then, two figures create countless whirlwinds as they quickly retreat. Zhao Baiyan raises his right hand, steps on the desert, and kicks up countless yellow sand. The silver-white long spear in his hand spins rapidly behind him, gradually transforming into a dragon shadow. The yellow sand on the ground is instantly sucked in. At the same time, Jiang Wei's charge skill is interrupted. His figure is pulled by the suction force of Zhao Baiyan's spear, changing direction. Dragon Shadow Spiral Spear Kill. With an extreme rotating speed, it generates a strong reverse suction force. It transforms into a vortex of dragon shadows, attracting the opponent to himself for the kill. It can also be used to change the opponent's position and interrupt their displacement skills. Damn, the 14 divine skill, Dragon Shadow Spiral Spear Kill? Using the ultimate move right from the start? Isn't this showing off in front of the founder? You don't understand, don't speak nonsense. If the Almighty God had approached with the charge skill just now and brought out a horse, he would probably have died even faster. That's right, Zhao Baiyan had no choice. After all, the opponent is the Almighty God. He has to go all out. Damn, bringing out a horse is still acceptable. Is it really that exaggerated? Ding! A glimmer of golden light shines and pierces into Zhao Baiyan's eyes with the help of the blazing sun's radiance. Zhao Baiyan instinctively closes his eyes. Clang! With his powerful instinct, Zhao Baiyan blocks Jiang Wei's level 40 skill, Crescent Moon Spear. But as soon as he opens his eyes, another glimmer of golden light quickly stabs towards his eyes. However, this time, even before the golden light arrives, Zhao Baiyan has already followed it and changed his position, evading this sword light slash from behind. At the same time, he thrusts his silver-white long spear backwards. Retreating spear. Ding! With a light sound, taking advantage of the momentum, Jiang Wei's figure quickly retreats. The long spear in his hand flies out and swiftly pierces through endless sand, arriving in front of Zhao Baiyan. With a gesture of his right hand, a warhorse appears under his feet, summoned by him. Jiang Wei's entire figure rises up on the warhorse. He instantly activates the horse skill, leaping into the air at the moment when Zhao Baiyan deflects his spear. One person, one horse, a distance of 7 steps, instantly arrives. His right hand reaches out from the horse, catching the golden long spear that is flying up into the sky. Then, the spear tip probes downwards. The level 65 AoE skill, Thousand Shadow Cold Spear, is unleashed. The knight profession is known for its thick defense and high passive skills, with very few active damage skills. Even when players reach level 100, they only have 4 active damage skills, which are basically not advantageous in PvP. Ordinary players choose the knight profession mainly to be a meat shield, lure monsters, and use status skills. However, skilled players can often rely on these 4 active skills to dominate other professions in PvP. Among the 4 active skills, 1000 Shadow Cold Spear has the highest damage. It can instantly produce a spear within a 3-meter range in front of the user, creating a fan-shaped shadow. It deals 11 attacks to enemy units, each attack causing 400% damage based on the user's attack power. Everyone thought that this time Zhao Bian would either die or be seriously injured. After all, Jiang Wei's weapon damage is very high, and being hit by 11 spears would cause a significant amount of damage even if his health is high. However, Zhao Bian's mouth slightly curls up. He horizontally places his long spear, calmly using the momentum to deflect the first spear's shadow of 1000 Shadow Cold Spear. Ding! With a light sound, Zhao Bian's figure quickly retreats, piercing through countless yellow sand. In the instant of his retreat, his long spear is released ready to retaliate with the move that Jiang Wei Gang just used, seizing the moment when Jiang Wei landed. Bang! His footsteps paused, and Zhao Bian prematurely ended the flying retreat effect of borrowing momentum. With his 5 fingers spread out, his right hand made a downward move, preparing to summon a white horse and charge towards Jiang Wei. But in the next moment, a burst of extreme suction came, pulling Zhao Bian's figure towards the pulling force of the Dragon Shadow's rotating spear. Involuntarily, he took a step forward. The ritual to summon the warhorse was interrupted. Then, a gust of wind whistled by his ear, accompanied by a golden figure brushing past him. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his back. A golden spear tip emerged from his back, piercing through his body and appearing in front of his chest. A burst of fresh blood bloomed in front of Zhao Bian, splattering all over the ground. The backstab. Minus 11,171. This stab is simply awesome, but why can't I understand their moves at all? But it feels so powerful. If we can understand it, then they wouldn't be called the Supreme Gods, right? Why do I feel like these two are just showing off? It's so dazzling, with fierce moves, but after all that, they only managed to land 1 attack. It's really speechless. Tisk, if you don't understand, then shut up. Between experts, they all have divine techniques, countering each other's moves. How can it be like us, just randomly hacking away? Just wait and see, knights have fewer skills, that's why it's like this. It might be different for other professions. In the scene, Zhao Bian did not die. After all, in the arena, the attributes of both sides would be balanced. Each person's health was around 100,000, so it was impossible for a single stab to take them out. However, the game organizers held this morning's ceremony and only edited this exciting segment for the enjoyment of the players. So, in the next moment, the scene suddenly changed to a snowy mountain setting. This time, it was the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Supreme God, 2 of the 7 great heroes of the mythological era. There was no countdown this time. Instead, it switched to a scene of a great sword slashing another swordsman at the moment when Zhao Bian was just stabbed by the backstab and blood splattered on the ground. The Sword Emperor's figure leaped down, causing a 0.2-second range stun, forcing the warrior to switch to a short sword and perform the cross slash. While Jiang Wei was stunned, the Sword Emperor continued with the blade dance. The Sword Emperor's movements were seamless, without any pause in midair. He executed this combo flawlessly. In an instant, a blood-red cross struck Jiang Wei. Then, the level 65 AoE skill, Blade Dance, was activated. The Sword Emperor's short sword swung rapidly, unleashing 32 sword auras that rained down on Jiang Wei. At this moment, Jiang Wei had just recovered from the 0.2-second stun and was instantly hit by this powerful move. Minus 3,425. Minus 3,425. Minus 3,425. Minus 3,425. A large amount of damage numbers appeared. Even though the arena balanced their health, Jiang Wei's health bar was instantly emptied, leaving only 3 points of health. The entire health bar was reduced to just a sliver. If you didn't use a magnifying glass, you wouldn't be able to see that tiny sliver of health. As the final sword aura descended, if Jiang Wei was hit, he would undoubtedly die. Damn, the Supreme God is about to die. A player looked up and exclaimed, "Stop talking nonsense, this is the championship battle of the second sword trial. I've seen it before, the Sword Emperor lost. Damn, the Supreme God only has 3 drops of health left. If he gets hit by any long-range AoE skill, he'll die instantly. How can he lose? It must be fake, right? What fake?" In fact, Zhang the Great Demon King allowed himself to be beaten like this on purpose. He wants to increase his damage by sacrificing health and then counterattack with a sliver of health. Yeah, before this match started, there was a little story. The Sword Emperor said he could KO the Great Demon King Zhang within 30 seconds, and Zhang got angry, so he did it. What happened later? What happened later? Well, the Sword Emperor was counter-killed by Zhang the Great Demon King in just 8 seconds, a stunning KO that amazed the whole audience and broke the record for the fastest kill in a single match. It went down in gaming history. As for the Sword Emperor, he was publicly shamed and announced his retirement from the gaming world. He never played games again. Damn, the Supreme God is truly amazing. He can counter-kill with just 3 drops of blood? That's incredible. Just as the player finished speaking, the scene of Jiang Weixi's counter-kill with a sliver of health appeared on the screen, shocking all the novice players in Ragewind City. Jiang Wei had already closed the window and started choosing his evolution. This evolution requires 1 million evolution points and 50 gold coins. This advancement adds optional evolution methods, devour, transmutation, fusion, allowing the host to choose freely. He didn't have the mood to continue watching the mourning ceremony. Attending his own funeral, this feeling, how should he put it? It was a bit strange. Apart from some nostalgia for the past and guilt towards his loved ones, he didn't have much emotion left. Gaming had been a big part of his life. When he was 9 years old, his father was killed by a rich kid who was obsessed with playing racing games. His family received a compensation of 200,000 yuan as a result, but his mother forbade Jiang Wei from playing any games because of it. However, Jiang Wei discovered that he had a special talent for gaming, and he loved playing games himself. At that time, he was rebellious and didn't listen to his mother's words, insisting on becoming a professional player. At the age of 10, he started playing console games, and later, AR simulation games. He played Myth for a whole 10 years until the virtual game with 60% realism appeared. At the age of 16, he secretly dropped out of school without his mother and sister knowing. Using the small amount of money he earned from playing games, he bought a helmet interface device and became a professional player. In his first year, he won second place in the sword trial tournament. In the following 3 years, he discovered some secrets in the Myth game. He used the prize money he won to visit various martial arts masters and observe their training. One of the 12 divine fists, the boxing sect, was a frequent visit. Later, through continuous study and combining what he learned from observation with his understanding of the game, he finally created 14 divine techniques, broke numerous records, and won 3 consecutive championships in the sword trial tournament. He became a legend in the gaming world and the first person in Myth. However, despite his glory, he could only share it with his friends in the game. In reality, in order not to upset his mother, he had to hide his identity and live an ordinary life. Perhaps because of jealousy towards his talent, he had an unexpected car accident. When he woke up, his hands and feet were severely fractured in multiple places. There was also a blood clot in his brain, pressing on his nerves. Since it was impossible to perform surgery on his brain, he could only lie in bed like a useless person. Even though he spent most of his prize money on treatment, he couldn't recover his strength due to the compression of his brain nerves. He ran out of savings and could only become a coach. However, with his current abilities, no one believed that he was the supreme god of the gaming world. Constantly rejected, Jiang Wei didn't want to beg others, so he ended up becoming a mediocre coach. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, he died suddenly and became a skeleton in the Great Wilderness game. Or rather, he was summoned by a cute and silly little creature. Sometimes, Jiang Wei wondered if it was because of the summoning of the cute little creature that his soul was pulled here. Or maybe it was the evolution system playing tricks. Jiang Wei couldn't guess the answer. But no matter what, the cute little creature had given him a chance to be reborn, so Jiang Wei had a hidden sense of gratitude towards her. He wanted to train her to become the 13th main god as a way of repaying her. Of course, this was also because her cute and naive personality fit these criteria. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with this idea. But before that, he had to ensure his own safety first. Evolution provides the host with 3 hero templates. Devouring Evolution, Hero Reaper of the Undead. Transformation, Hero Wailing of the Fallen Nation. Fusion Evolution, Hero Dragonblood Cataclysmic Rider. Is there also a background story? After Jiang Wei finished reading the options given by the 3 hero templates, he unexpectedly discovered that there was also a background introduction. It seems that this hero should actually exist in the game, possibly as an NPC or even a boss. Jiang Wei speculated in his mind and then started to read. Reaper of the Undead Cherub. In his previous life, he was an ordinary citizen of the Moon Spirit Kingdom, with a weak and cowardly personality. On a journey to the Skeleton Island with his wife, they were intercepted and killed by the undead. His wife died accidentally while trying to protect him. When Cherub returned to the city, he was mocked by everyone. Unable to bear the torment, he finally gathered the courage to return to Skeleton Island alone with a sword, vowing to avenge his deceased wife. Unfortunately, his strength was only that of an ordinary person. Not only was he unable to avenge his wife, but he was also killed on Skeleton Island. His tendons and bones were pulled out by the undead, and he died from being eaten alive. After death, Cherub unexpectedly gained the power of the trident of the Iron Blood Demon King, absorbing a portion of its immense power. With the newfound power, Cherub directly slaughtered the 3 million undead on Skeleton Island. He was feared by the undead and given the title Reaper of the Undead. Wailing of the Fallen Nation by Zhang Tian. In his previous life, he was a general of the Lulan Kingdom. Due to a mistake in his decision-making, the Lulan Kingdom was destroyed by the Luling Kingdom. Since then, Bai Zhan Tian lived in guilt. Unable to bear this guilt, he single-handedly fought against an army of 100,000 in the Luling Kingdom, killing over 8,000 people, and ultimately died on the battlefield. Even after death, he still felt guilty. His obsession prevented him from reincarnating, and his soul could only exist in the extinct Lulan Kingdom, unable to leave even a step. Anyone who came to the Lulan Kingdom would be killed by the twin hammers he tightly held in his previous life. As a result, the Lulan Kingdom became a forbidden land for the living. Dragonblood cataclysmic writer Ersi, in his previous life, he was a righteous knight of the illusionary temple. Unfortunately, during a battle with a black dragon, he accidentally got contaminated with dragon blood and couldn't withstand the immense power of the dragon blood. His flesh and blood were decomposed, turning him into a death knight, completely fallen, and joining the Scourge army. Because he was contaminated with dragon blood in his previous life, Ersi possessed the rare bloodline of the dragon race, and his mount transformed into a dragon bone horse, becoming the commander of the Scourge army's knights. All three heroes have had their fair share of misfortune. Jiang Wei sighed. However, it didn't have much to do with him. He only needed to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the three heroes. Reaper of the Undead inherited the trident of the Ironblood Demon King. This weapon is hard to describe, and the introduction only mentions absorbing a portion of its power. It's difficult to judge his strength literally, and this cherub was purely lucky, with no real strength of his own. Pass. Bai Zhantian is just a general, and even though he has the courage to face an army of 100,000 alone, those 100,000 soldiers are just ordinary soldiers. Moreover, he uses twin hammers, so after evolution, his strength in that aspect might be enhanced. This is completely different from Jiang Wei's need for a comprehensive development route. Pass. Ersi, in his previous life, was a knight of the illusionary temple. After death, he became the commander of the Scourge army. With the bloodline of a dragon, he can transform his horse into a dragon bone horse. The introduction doesn't mention what weapon he uses, but it's definitely very powerful. It's clear who is superior and who is inferior. Dragonblood cataclysmic rider is the strongest. However, Jiang Wei has always liked to be independent and is good at creating and learning. He dislikes following the same old path as others. Is there a hidden evolutionary direction? Jiang Wei asked tentatively with a mindset of giving it a try. In fact, Jiang Wei had no choice but to do this because the Reaper of Undead needed him to devour Churlub on Skull Island. The tragedy of the fallen nation required him to inherit the will of the 100 battles of heaven in the ancient country of Lulan and transform into his image, establishing a new Lulan. As for the Dragonblood cataclysmic cavalry, it was even more troublesome. He needed to influence Urs and merge with him. Jiang Wei has always convinced others through force and never liked to use words. Influencing Urs was simply making things difficult for him. Even if he wanted to go, his range of activity would be limited to 3,000 meters due to the restriction of a dumb little follower, making it impossible for him to go there. Therefore, these three conditions were all nonsense to him. Congratulations to the host for resisting temptation, triggering the creation mode, hidden evolutionary direction, and characteristic evolution. Characteristic evolution mode allows the host to freely choose the evolutionary direction. Note, characteristic evolution mode requires the host to collect materials, and the success rate of evolution depends on the quality of the materials. Do you choose the characteristic evolutionary direction? Characteristic evolution? There really is a hidden evolutionary direction. Jiang Wei's heart suddenly rejoiced. Just by listening to the introduction, he knew that this characteristic evolution with free choice was very suitable for him, as if it was tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he directly chose characteristic evolution. Perhaps he could wait for the dumb little follower to come online before going to the catastrophic land to find the Dragonblood cataclysmic cavalry. But Jiang Wei always felt that what suited him best was the best. No matter how powerful the Dragonblood cataclysmic cavalry was, it was only suitable for others. Activate the evolution mode, characteristic evolution successful. Please choose the evolutionary characteristics. This evolution provides 3,145 characteristics. The host can choose 5 characteristics as the evolutionary direction. Once chosen, it cannot be changed and will trigger random evolution. Instantly, countless options appeared in front of Jiang Wei, making his head spin. Attack, attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, area damage, control, debuff, buff, freeze, burn, tear, lethal, armor penetration, curse, single target, lifesteal, sleep, slow, blind, magic, life, regeneration. I choose attack, attack speed, movement speed, control, debuff. Jiang Wei quickly selected the attributes he wanted from the numerous characteristics. His skills could be improved with evolution points, so he could make up for other aspects with skills. And the ones he chose were the attributes that were widely recognized as the most difficult to improve in the late game. He chose attack power because he couldn't wear equipment and relying solely on a weapon was not enough. In the later stages, he would gradually fall behind the pace of players who could wear a full set of equipment. Although he could enhance his bones to increase his attack power, it required too many enhancement points. Therefore, attack power was a must. Movement speed and attack speed were also crucial for him to restore his peak strength. In the late game, 100 points of agility would only reduce the delay in attack speed and movement speed by 0.1 seconds. It would take him a considerable amount of time to restore his peak strength, relying solely on skills and plundering agility. The same applied to control and debuff. Skills and treasures of this kind were particularly difficult to obtain, so choosing these two was definitely not wrong. Selection of evolutionary characteristics successful. It will cost 4 times the evolution points and 4 times the gold. Congratulations on spending 4 million evolution points and 200 gold, successfully triggering characteristic evolution. The evolutionary direction is attack power, attack speed, movement speed, control, debuff, and the evolution template is random. The success rate of evolution is 58%. Adding corresponding materials for the characteristics can increase the success rate of evolution. Adding the black shadestone, the heart of misfortune, the success rate of evolution is increased by 25%. Evolution begins, and the evolution time is 1 hour. Instantly, Jianwei's entire blood-red body began to rapidly transform. Around the restaurant, there suddenly appeared bursts of intense black gas, crazily surging towards the restaurant. Even in the sky, rolling dark clouds appeared. If it weren't for the morning ceremony being held by the game party, covering up this scene, it would have caused a huge sensation if the players had seen it. Inside the restaurant, the black gas all poured into Jianwei's blood-jade body. In an instant, his whole body was enveloped in a chilling black gas, and the flames in his eyes gradually transformed into black. Something seemed to be wriggling on his right shoulder and left arm, wanting to break free. Tianhai City. Dumb god, I'm here, which floor are you on? Zhang Rui arrived at a dilapidated suburban community and called Zhang Mengmeng to ask for her address. In the game, he heard that a dumb and cute player wanted to sell gold coins, so he took the opportunity without hesitation. The game had only been open for 3 days, and in reality, it had only been 1 day. Gold coins were now scarce, although their value had depreciated a bit. The exchange rate was still 1 to 80,000. Although it would gradually depreciate later on, it was still an absolute hard currency for now. Having control over gold coins meant having power, and he had the money to continue leeching off the experience of the Skull God. Oh, I'm on the 22nd floor of Building 22. Wait for me, I'll be right down. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. After Zhang Rui finished speaking, he hung up the phone and said to the cold-faced man beside him, Master, she's in Building 22. The environment here isn't very good. It seems her living conditions are quite ordinary. Xiao Rui, now that the gold coins have depreciated to 80,000, but your family shouldn't be short of money. The man finished speaking and glanced at him. Zhang Rui suddenly shivered. Yes, master, I understand. I won't meet her, Yunxiang, you'll go with her later. Okay, master. Yunxiang nodded from the passenger seat, then opened the car window and focused on the staircase of the 22nd floor, waiting for Zhang Mengmeng to arrive. Zhang Mengmeng had just finished eating a bucket of instant noodles and casually changed into a yellow dress before coming downstairs. But before she could greet Yunxiang and the others, she ran into Zhang Haoming, who used to go to her school. Zhang Haoming, at this moment, was accompanied by 2 pretty girls, but when he saw Zhang Mengmeng, his eyes still lit up. Hey, Zhang Mengmeng, you live here? Zhang Mengmeng didn't expect to meet him here, and her face showed a slight surprise. Zhang Haoming was very popular among students because of his excellent gaming skills, good looks, and humorous speech. He could be said to be a popular figure at Tianhai University. Zhang Mengmeng had also heard that after he graduated, he went to a very famous club and became a professional player. And now, because of the 100% realism and the ability to extend the time in the real world, Da Huang had instantly become popular worldwide. Almost everyone had purchased the game helmet and entered the game. Major companies had started forming their own clubs and recruiting players, preparing to show off their skills in Da Huang. And professional players had become the target of recruitment for major companies, becoming extremely scarce talents. Zhang Haoming being able to become a professional player, countless people envied him. He had become the object of envy for all classmates, even relatives and friends. Just a while ago, Wan Shengxiang had even declared in front of Zhang Mengmeng that she would pursue him. But Zhang Haoming wasn't very interested in her, so she didn't succeed. So Zhang Mengmeng was a bit puzzled. Why would someone like Zhang Haoming, a popular figure, come to this rundown neighborhood? With a hint of doubt, Zhang Mengmeng nodded and greeted him. I live here. Why are you here too? Oh, it's like this. My master said he wanted to introduce me to a big shot in the online gaming world, so I came here to pick up my girlfriend. Zhang Haoming's tone was quite proud. By the way, I heard you're also playing Daihuang. What level are you now? We're all classmates. Do you want me to help you level up? After hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng's pretty face looked a bit embarrassed, not understanding why this group of people always liked to bring her along for upgrades. In terms of speed, there shouldn't be any player who can match her big brother Skull, right? Oh, it's alright, my level is quite high, I don't need it for now. Let's talk about it if there's a chance in the future. Although Zhang Haoming liked to show off, he was still a good person, so Zhang Mengmeng didn't directly refuse. Is that so? Zhang Haoming didn't insist either, after all, it was just a polite remark. He was now a member of the Dream Peak Club's team, and his training time was tight, so he didn't have time to bring others along. Although Zhang Mengmeng had a high appearance value, she didn't have any advantages in the game. Now is the era of the Great Wilderness, where game experts have become scarce resources in the eyes of the public, and are being heavily recruited by major companies. They are also objects of envy for everyone. Zhang Mengmeng, as a game rookie, had a huge gap in identity compared to him. He didn't want to delay his own future by bringing Zhang Mengmeng along for upgrades. In fact, he was relieved when Zhang Mengmeng refused. But since they had met, it wouldn't be good to leave her hanging. Alright then, come find me another day and I'll bring you along. By the way, do you want to come with me? Since you're also playing the game now, you should be aware of some of the big figures in the gaming world and their influence. Let me tell you, you might not know, but this funeral has gathered all the great gods. I heard that even the fifth sect of the 12 divine gods and his most proud disciple, Yunxiang, will be there. When he mentioned the name Yunxiang, his tone became very excited, obviously a loyal fan of Yunxiang. You don't know? Yunxiang is the goddess of our 1.3 billion swordsman players. Not only me, even my master is crazy about her. If I can see her and get her autograph at this funeral, it would be worth dying for. Yunxiang? Zhang Mengmeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Remembering Yunxiang who greeted her, she asked, she is a disciple of the fifth sect? Is she famous? I can't believe it. Zhang Haoming shook his head. You don't even know Yunxiang? You've really wasted half a year playing the game. Zhang Haoming looked disappointed, staring at Zhang Mengmeng. Yunxiang, the goddess, is a great god of the mountain and river club. In the final sword trial of the mythical game, she even won second place. Yunxiang, who is known as one of the 12 legends, my goddess, and you don't even know her. Forget it, we don't have anything in common. I don't think you know the supreme god either, so I won't invite you. I'm leaving. After Zhang Haoming finished speaking, he got into a BMW with his two girlfriends and left Zhang Mengmeng behind. Zhang Mengmeng was a bit dumbfounded. It seemed that she needed to catch up on some knowledge about the gaming world, otherwise she wouldn't even recognize the great gods in front of her. And she always felt that the names Fama and Shen Chonlang should also be quite famous experts, right? The adorable god? A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Zhang Mengmeng, and the passenger window had already been rolled down. A slightly cold beauty called out to Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng naturally recognized Yunxiang, but after knowing Yunxiang's identity, she became a bit reserved. The adorable god, get in the car. Yunxiang suddenly got out of the passenger seat and opened the back door for Zhang Mengmeng. Oh, thank you. Zhang Mengmeng opened the car door and got in. Although she was a bit reserved, she didn't appear too embarrassed. Although her mentality had changed a bit after knowing Yunxiang's identity, it might be because she had spent too much time with Jiang Wei, she didn't feel too much about it. Wow, Haoming, look, it seems like your classmate got into a Rolls-Royce. What? A Rolls-Royce? No way, you're thinking too much. Zhang Haoming shook his head, looking incredulous. Really, see for yourself, and besides, it seems like, your goddess personally helped your classmate open the door. You're overthinking it, my goddess helped her with the car door. Zhang Haoming turned his head and followed the gaze of his girlfriend, then instantly froze. Damn, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. Watching Yunxiang help Zhang Mengmeng close the car door and sit in the passenger seat, Zhang Haoming started to question his life. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the Rolls-Royce again. But by now, the Rolls-Royce had already sped past him and was heading out onto the street. Alright, it must be because you guys partied too hard last night and I'm having hallucinations. Zhang Haoming shook his head, took out the car keys, and stuffed the two girls into the car. Being a professional gamer was truly comfortable, to the point where he could have two girlfriends and no one would dare say anything. These two girls even listened to him obediently, not minding when he said his heart only had his goddess. It's just, their brains weren't working properly. Goddess Yunxiang personally helping Zhang Mengmeng open the door? What kind of international joke is this? The two of them couldn't possibly have any connection. Let's go to the funeral. The Jiang Funeral Hall in Qingshan Town. At this moment, Jiang Wei's funeral was taking place. The Jiang family in Qingshan Town was not wealthy and didn't have any prominent figures. But what puzzled the residents of the town was that outside the funeral hall, there were hundreds of various luxury cars parked. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, McLarens, Ferraris, and other high-end luxury cars were all parked outside the hall. Even a Land Rover, which was considered trash at this level, was present. Damn, this is strange. Wasn't this guy just working at a small internet cafe in this small town? How come so many important figures are here now that he's dead? Who knows? Why don't you go ask them? Forget it, I can't afford to scratch any of these cars. They're probably all big shots, I don't dare to go. Outside the funeral hall, the townspeople were discussing and speculating about the purpose of these important figures' arrival. Inside the hall, many people were already engaged in conversation. Xia Donli, why are you here too? Instead of focusing on leveling up, you came to attend my master's funeral? What level are you now? Have you caught up to that dumb little Meng yet? A petite girl with a small ponytail, dressed in plain clothes, came to Xia Dongli's side and handed him 3 incense sticks, her tone carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Xia Dongli was about to bow, but was immediately caught off guard by the question. Since when did you, the number 1 archer, start caring about the level rankings? Xia Dongli's face also turned sour. It's nothing, just asking. Forget it, today is my master's big day, you should bow quickly. Xianshan Shui glanced at him, sighed deeply, and sounded somewhat sad. Xian Chonlang patted her shoulder from behind and sighed deeply as well. Cousin, don't be too sad. Me, sad? What am I sad about? This damn bastard got injured and didn't even tell me. It shows that he never considered me his disciple. I'm not sad at all, humph. Xianshan Shui's eyes turned red as she spoke. You help with the incense, I need to use the restroom. Oh. Xian Chonlang took the incense sticks from Xianshan Shui's hand and watched her trembling figure. He couldn't help but sigh. I knew she was just putting on a tough front. Turning around, he handed the 3 incense sticks to the person who came to offer incense, but then noticed 3 familiar faces. You guys came too? Seeing Zhang Mengmeng, Yunxian, and Zhang Rui, Xian Chonglang's eyes lit up. Yeah, I came. After offering the incense, the 3 of them were assigned to table number 3 by Qian Chonlang and began eating the food on the table. Did Aunt collect the money? Qian Chonlang took a bite of braised pork and looked at Zhang Mengmeng, who was the first to ask. Zhang Mengmeng carefully picked up a slice of lotus root and put it in her mouth. She nodded and said, at first, Auntie didn't want to accept it either. It was Yunxiang who asked me to lie to Auntie and tell her that I was his ex-girlfriend. He said he left me 5 million before he left. She reluctantly accepted 1 million. Auntie is really a good person. That's right. Sigh, it's a pity. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Xian Chonlang shook his head and avoided the topic. By the way, Daiming Dashan, aren't you planning to change your house? I asked someone and found out that the building you live in seems to be a dangerous building. If you don't move out soon, it might be dangerous. Ah, Zhang Mengmeng was shocked by the news. I didn't know. Then I'll help you find a new place to rent. My helmet also needs to be replaced. It's leaking electricity. Then I'll take you there later. In Tianhai City, I, Zhang Rui, still have some connections. Well, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be so kind. Zhang Mengmeng thanked him and said, but please don't call me Daimeng Dashan all the time. In fact, I owe everything to Skull Dashan. I'm just a newbie and I don't know anything. Understood, Daimeng Dashan. Zhang Rui agreed. In the future, please say a few good words about me in front of Skull Dashan. Don't abandon me. Okay, I will. Zhang Mengmeng promised. While the 4 of them were talking, a middle-aged man with Zhang Haoming and his 2 girlfriends stood up from table 12 and walked towards Zhang Rui's table. But before leaving, the middle-aged man pointed to the first table at the banquet and reminded Zhang Haoming, let me tell you, the person at the front table, don't mess with him. Have you seen him? That's the level god Xia Dongli. And that one, that fairy, is Wanjin Bingshuan Qianshan Shui, and that one is the Fist Sect. These people are not only gods in the game, but also amazing gods in real life. We can't even compare to them. The middle-aged man pulled Zhang Haoming and walked towards Zhang Rui's table. People, the most important thing is self-awareness, to find your own place. The person I'm taking you to meet now is the leader of our Proud Heaven gang, Zhang Xiao. Although our Proud Heaven gang's ranking in the game is average, Zhang Xiao is the disciple of the Fist Sect god. Among all the people I know, he is the closest to Yunxiang Tianhou. As long as Zhang Xiao approves of you and introduces you to Yunxiang Tianhou, it's still possible. If Yunxiang Tianhou can take care of you a little, then you will soar in the future. As for whether you can seize the opportunity, it depends on you. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at the 2 beautiful women next to Zhang Haoming. Zhang Haoming immediately understood and gave him a signal. Yes, thank you, boss. I will definitely perform well. While nodding, Zhang Haoming was also excited and couldn't control himself, especially when he saw the beautiful figure of Yunxiang next to Zhang Rui. He was so excited that his legs were trembling, clearly very excited. However, what made him a little strange was that the figure in the yellow dress seemed so familiar. Zhang Xiao, let me introduce you to a good talent. The middle-aged man pulled Zhang Haoming to Zhang Rui's side and respectfully introduced him. Oh, so it's Lao Mo. Who is this person? Zhang Rode looked at Zhang Haoming, who was currently in a daze, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, the new person you brought? He doesn't seem to have any manners. It's better not to bring people to me casually in the future. Ah, the middle-aged man, known as Lao Mo, suddenly became anxious. He glanced at the dazed Zhang Haoming and couldn't help but get angry. Zhang Haoming, what the hell are you doing? Alright, get out of here. Can't you see that we're having a meal? Zhang Rui's eyes turned cold. Alright, sorry for bothering you, Zhang Xiao. I'll take him away now. Back at table 12, old Mo looked at Zhang Haoming, who still hadn't recovered, and slammed the table with a loud smack. What the hell are you doing? You finally had the chance to get close to a legendary figure, and look at what you've done. You've completely embarrassed me. Boss, that beautiful woman in the yellow dress next to Zhang Xiao, she seems to be my classmate. I thought I was mistaken, so I couldn't believe it. Your classmate? Old Mo looked incredulous. Come on, do you really have a classmate who can sit at a table with Langshan and Yun Xiang? Why the hell are you even here at my club? Zhang Haoming looked bitter as he watched Zhang Mengmeng laughing and talking with Yun Xiang. He sighed and said, actually, even now, I still can't believe it. In the game, the online mourning ceremony had already ended. At that final moment, all the players put their hands together and closed their eyes, silently mourning for 1 minute in their hearts. Then, suddenly, a huge subtitle appeared in the sky. May the Supreme God forever live in our hearts. Boom! A massive firework exploded, marking the end of the funeral for the Supreme God. May the Supreme God forever live in our hearts. At that moment, countless players opened their eyes and, suppressing their excitement after watching the video, shouted in unison. The voices of billions of players resounded throughout the entire game. Meanwhile, in the tavern, black flames began to flicker in Jiang Wei's eyes. Congratulations, host, on evolving into the harbinger of misfortune, the wings of calamity. After evolution, your attributes have increased: attack plus 200, strength plus 200, agility plus 300. Obtained the Calamity Soldier, Calamity's Embrace of Death. Detected that the host possesses the Extreme Ice Lament, now advancing to Ice Calamity's Inauspicious Blade. Evolution triggered the awakening of the secondary weapon, Calamity's Wings of Death. Evolution awakened dual passive skills, Dark Curse and Dark Dawn, requiring completion of a mission to awaken. Triggered exclusive mission for the Harbinger of Misfortune. Exclusive mission for the Harbinger of Misfortune. As one born from disaster, you exist outside of order, neither human nor ghost, neither holy nor demonic, unwelcome in heaven and hell. To awaken the power of the Harbinger of Misfortune, please kill the 7 archangels of the sect, the 7 demon lords of hell, and annihilate the Heavenly Gift Legion and the Cataclysm Legion. After reading the mission description, Jiang Wei's heart grew slightly cold. It seemed like things were getting a bit too big for him. With the Skeleton King in front, the blood of this demon lord behind, and now the sect, hell, heavenly gift, and cataclysm. He had quite a few enemies. Oh well, when you owe a lot, just deal with one at a time and eliminate them. The black soul fire in Jiang Wei's eyes suddenly brightened. He needed powerful enemies to push him forward, and for him, that was a good thing. He wasn't afraid of trouble to begin with, so there was no need to dwell on it. Let's see what changes have occurred. Jiang Wei began to examine himself. As he raised his hand, he noticed that his bones had turned black from their previous blood color. His whole body emitted a black flame. It felt as if once touched, everything would be burned to ashes by the black flames. Even he himself felt an indescribable and mysterious meaning. There wasn't much change in the bones of his right hand, but the weapon on his hand had undergone a tremendous transformation. The cold blade emitted a chilling black light. It had both the texture and luster of metal, yet it resembled a black ice blade. The blade was 3 meters long, and the blade edge had changed from being wide and thick to narrow and thin. It seemed like something was sealed inside the black ice blade, constantly moving. When held in his hand, it gave an endless sensation of coldness. Ice Disaster Blade of Iloman, quality, legendary attack power, for 54-50 magic attack, 100-100 strength, plus 55 agility, plus 55 critical strike rate, plus 40% cold void. When attacking, cracks the opponent's armor by 50 points and increases critical strike damage by 80%. Ice Chime. When attacking, there is a 9% chance to trigger the weapon's mournful cry, inflicting bleeding, confusion, and slowing effects. It reduces the opponent's health by 300 plus 30% of attack power per second, decreases movement speed by 30%, and causes a state of indiscriminate attack, lasting for 3 seconds. Frost Soul. When attacking, there is a 9% chance to trigger a slowing and freezing effect, reducing the opponent's attack and movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds. Freezing occurs every 0.5 seconds during this period. Ice Disaster. When attacking, there is a 2% chance to trigger an ice disaster, causing area of effect freezing damage within a 3 by 3 meter range, dealing 300% of the wielder's attack power. Embedded, Blood Crow Heart, Phantom Demon Rune. Overview. The Blade of Ill Omen, tainted with the aura of misfortune, is an ominous weapon. Powerful. Jiang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. The attack power has increased from 250 to 450, and overall attributes have been greatly enhanced. Even the special abilities have been fused and improved. Annihilation and Rift have merged into Cold Void. Previously, it ignored 30 armor and increased critical strike damage by 50%, but now it reduces armor by 50 and increases critical strike damage by 80%. Blood Prison and Mournful Cry have merged into Ice Chime. Previously, it had a chance to cause tearing and severe injury, with a 1% chance of confusion. Now, it has a fixed 9% chance to cause slowing, bleeding, and confusion. The bleeding damage has become 300 plus 30% of the wielder's attack power. His total attack power is now 1509, which means 452 points of damage, 752 bleeding damage per second, lasting for 3 seconds. That's 2256 in total. It may be lower than the previous Blood Prison's total damage of 3000, but the burst damage is stronger, and it can continue to grow with his attack power. More importantly, the chance of confusion has increased from 1% to 9%. The duration has also increased by 1 second. Dealing with a dual boss lineup will be much easier in the future. Frost Soul and Ice Disaster are simply powerful. Xiaomeng should be back by now, and I should go to the instance to test the effects. Jiang Wei got up, opened the doors and windows, and glanced at the sky. The sky at this moment is no longer dark like before. The sun is shining in the sky, casting a holy radiance. It seems that the funeral has already ended, but the people on the streets still seem reluctant to leave, still discussing the images they saw earlier. Clang! Jiang Wei didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he moved his right hand to test his offhand weapon. Suddenly, a sword rang out, and a black sword wing instantly emerged from his right shoulder. Cataclysm Wings of Death, offhand weapon equality, rare attack plus 100 strength plus 10 agility plus 10 harvest. When attacking, triggers true damage equal to 3% of own health. Leap, can briefly fly within 60 seconds after use, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Not bad. Jiang Wei was slightly disappointed. This sword wing is composed of 3 black sword blades, with a wingspan of about 2 meters. As long as he raises his right hand, it can break through his scapula. In addition to the greatest effect of flying, it also inflicts true damage equal to 3% of Jiang Wei's own health. It can also unexpectedly kill enemies from behind. It is the best weapon to deal with assassins. However, the attributes are a bit trash. Yeah. Jiang Wei closed the window and tried raising his left hand to see what function it had, because during the evolution earlier, he felt that his left hand had also changed, but he didn't know what had changed. Clang! As Jiang Wei tentatively raised his left hand, the sword wing on his right shoulder suddenly retracted. This is another major function of the Wings of Death. It can transform into 3 extremely sharp wings in the left hand. Jiang Wei was slightly delighted. He didn't expect the sword wing to have this kind of function. It was something he hadn't anticipated before. It's a pleasant surprise. And with this weapon, his total attack power has increased by 110, plus 100 soul power, reaching 1719. Name, Jiang Wei level, 31, experience, 405/3100000, race, Wing of Calamity health, 4230, Undead Black Scripture plus 500, magic, 3630, Undead Black Scripture plus 500, attack, 725, strength amplification attack plus 444, Ice Calamity Ominous Blade plus 450, soul power attack plus 100, defense, 335 magic defense, 51 to 51 strength, 444, increase attack plus 444, agility, 580, attack speed 1, 79 seconds per strike, movement speed 1 step every 0, 76 seconds, movement speed, plus 185 active skills, Mad Escape LV1, Assault Armor LV10, Swift Shadow Break LV1, Dark Flame Ice Shield /LV10, Leap /LV10, Bursting Flame LV10 passive skills, Bloodthirsty 7 kills, cannot be upgraded, Plunder, cannot be upgraded, Furious /LV3, Vampirism LV10, Dark Dawn, Unawakened, Dark Curse, Unawakened, Talents, Black Ice Surveying Eye, Black Ice Bone, Black Ice Foot, Black Ice Thought Treasures, Undead Black Scripture, Skeleton Warhorse, Blood, Purgatory Order Affiliations, Devastating Archer, Furious Blood Crow, Blood Purgatory Mad Demon Guard, Black Shatter Soul Commander, Black Shatter Divine Arrow Master. Total of 21, Evolution Points, 15350 Enhancement Points, 1200 Soul Power, 1008 All talents have changed? Jiang Wei's heart moved, just about to check it out, when suddenly, a figure sprang up from under his feet. Ah, it hurts. Zhang Mengmeng rubbed her head, squatting on the wooden board, her face twisted in pain. At the same time, she looked up at Jiang Wei in surprise. You are Big Brother Skeleton? The inscrutable black color, cold and chilling, exuded an ominous aura. Black flames flickered in the eye sockets, and the cloak on the back, black with white, seemed to be embroidered with some pattern. The weapon in his hand has changed again. It is even longer and thinner than before, changing from blood red to black, and becoming more aesthetically pleasing. Zhang Mengmeng liked it at first sight. If it weren't for the current Jiang Wei making her a little scared, she would have rushed over and touched it. At this moment, just a glance from Jiang Wei made her feel a twitch in her right eye, as if something bad was about to happen to herself. Ah, Big Brother Skeleton, you've evolved again? Zhang Mengmeng's heart was even more shocked. It's only been a short while. The server has only been open for 3 days. He has evolved so many times, it's simply unbelievable. Jiang Wei nodded and pulled her over. You seem to be afraid of me? Zhang Mengmeng shrank her head, first nodded, then seemed to feel something was wrong, and quickly shook her head. Looking at her cute appearance, Jiang Wei smiled knowingly. Don't forget, I was summoned by you. No matter how I attack, it won't harm you. Ah, Zhang Mengmeng was stunned for a moment, and then realized it. Right, I am. She wanted to say that she was the master, but suddenly felt it was inappropriate, so she quickly changed the topic. By the way, Big Brother Skeleton, did you see the funeral? I did. Jiang Wei turned his head and let out a long sigh. Ah, Big Brother Skeleton, you can really see. I heard that no one else can. Zhang Mengmeng stared at Jiang Wei in astonishment, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. She always felt that Jiang Wei was somewhat special. On the surface, it seemed like a subordinate relationship, but when she logged out, Jiang Wei only had a range limit of 2,000 meters. Whereas other players' summons, if they don't store them with an NPC in the wilderness when they log out, they will disappear the next time they log in. The activity range of other players' summons is only 500 meters, but Jiang Wei seems to have no restrictions. Not only that, he can also attend funerals. It's too amazing. She vaguely felt that Big Brother Skeleton might be a game company, playing the role of an NPC. But this idea was quickly rejected by her, because the game company is controlled by an AI. The upper management of the company only has the power to organize events, and apart from that, they don't have much authority. So, what kind of existence is Big Brother Skeleton? Big Brother Skeleton, after watching the video, what do you think of Jiang Wei's skills compared to yours? Zhang Mengmeng suddenly became very curious about this question. Me? Compared to Jiang Wei? Jiang Wei was a little dumbfounded. Did they really need to compare? Yes, Big Brother Skeleton, he is the friend I mentioned, isn't he amazing? I don't have much to say about someone who has passed away. Jiang Wei shrugged, his gaze somewhat strange. Oh, I see. Zhang Mengmeng's expression was slightly disappointed. This question wasn't your own idea, was it? Jiang Wei's eyes lit up with a spark. No, it was Qi Tunshan who asked me to. Zhang Mengmeng immediately confessed honestly when she met Jiang Wei's gaze. Actually, if possible, I would like to have a fight with him, but that's impossible. Jiang Wei sighed with a hint of nostalgia and strangeness. Fighting against oneself. It's hard to describe, but it's definitely strange. No, I heard that the game is about to release a commemorative dungeon, and the final boss of the dungeon is him. Zhang Mengmeng was excited, but after a moment, she became somewhat disappointed. But this dungeon is of hell abyss difficulty. The Supreme God Dungeon? The final boss is me? Jiang Wei's face became even more strange after hearing this. Using me as a dungeon boss, is this even possible? Forget it, let's go to the dungeon first. Shaking his head, he suppressed his strange thoughts. Jiang Wei held the hand of the dumb and cute Zhang Mengmeng and left the restaurant, preparing to go to the dungeon. The exclusive mission of the ominous messenger is an ultimate mission with an epic level of difficulty. If he were to do this mission now, it would be suicidal. However, he still had another awakening dual passive mission. He needed to defeat the Disaster Witch, the boss of the level 30 dungeon, and the Spider Queen, the boss of the level 40 dungeon. After completing these missions, he would awaken the skills Dark Dawn and Dark Curse, both of which were dual passive skills. Dual passive skills have two passive effects, similar to his Furious Slash, so he was determined to obtain these two skills. Wait a moment, Big Brother Skeleton, I want to buy some food supplies and potions. After speaking, Zhang Mengmeng stopped and greeted the restaurant owner under the gaze of other players. Miss, what would you like? Our restaurant's Heavenly Blue Trio, Volcanic Snow, Peerless Pride. They are all delicious and reasonably priced, guaranteed. The restaurant owner saw the luxurious attire of the dumb and cute Zhang Mengmeng and immediately recommended many expensive dishes to her. Boss, don't you see if she can afford it? Recommending such expensive dishes to a beauty, that's heartless. Now the exchange rate is 800 yuan for 1 silver. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to have a real-life meal? Exactly, I only have 5 silver in total now, which is already considered very rich. If you recommend these dishes to her, the beauty won't have money to buy potions or repair equipment. The players in the restaurant lobby laughed, obviously familiar with the owner. How much does it cost? Zhang Mengmeng's breathing became slightly uneasy because, from what she heard from these players, it seemed that the dishes in this restaurant were very expensive. To be honest, in the game, she had been eating steamed buns and pancakes for the past 2 days, and the gaming experience was very poor. Although she didn't mind, eating too much of the same thing could cause physical discomfort. And the satiety value added was too low. However, if it's too expensive, she definitely won't buy it. After all, it's Big Brother Skeleton's money, she has to be careful with her spending. Not expensive, sir. Tianqing Sanbao is 1 silver, Huashan Shui is 2 silver, Juedai Shuangjia is 5 silver. After hearing these players' words, the innkeeper was also dumbfounded, thinking that he had mistaken the person. Coupled with a dumb and cute expression from Xiaomeng asking about the price, the innkeeper became even more certain that Xiaomeng was out of money. Suddenly, his tone became much harsher. This is so expensive. After listening to the innkeeper's introduction, Zhang Mengmeng was also dumbfounded. 1 portion of Tianqing Sanbao is only 1 silver. In reality, she could buy 10 portions. This was simply outrageous. I'll give you a list. Jiang Wei suddenly appeared behind her and gently reminded her. Okay. Zhang Mengmeng obediently nodded. However, when she heard Jiang Wei's complete words, her eyes widened. Is it too expensive? Listen to me. Jiang Wei patted her fragrant shoulder. Well then. Although she felt a bit sorry for the gold coins, she still followed through. Boss, give me 10 portions of Tianqing Sanbao, 5 portions of Huashan Shui, 12 portions of Hongyingdang 2, and also 3 bottles of wine, 5 bottles of Finjo, and 30 bottles of water. After Zhang Mengmeng finished speaking, she began to negotiate with the innkeeper. At this moment, the innkeeper, like the surrounding players, had his eyes widened and looked very confused, because all these things added up to 30 gold coins. This was the biggest deal he had made in the inn for so long. Until the transaction was completed, the innkeeper couldn't believe it, wondering if he was dreaming. And when other players saw that Xiaomeng had completed the transaction, they immediately exclaimed, "Damn, heartless. She's a rich woman. Spending 30 gold coins at once to buy a bunch of useless food, she's rich. She's really damn rich. Damn, people are so different. I have to think for a long time even to buy a steamed bun, but with just a wave of her hand, she spends 30 gold coins. That's 8 million renminbi. Damn it, the gaming experience is extremely poor. Who said she doesn't have money? Is this what being broke looks like? She's simply heartless. Whenever I stop and think about life, I wonder why I came to play this game, for what reason. It's because of the rich people." The players in the inn looked at Xiaomeng with envy and jealousy. Even the live players who worked in the inn couldn't bear to watch anymore, their eyes shining, wanting to add Xiaomeng as a friend. Instantly, Zhang Mengmeng's friend interface was filled with a bunch of friend requests. She was surrounded by a crowd of people, making it impossible for her to move. "Rich woman, do you need a big leg pendant? It comes with a dust cleaning effect. Rich person, let's be friends. I'm an 18th level power swordsman, with a blue weapon and an attack power of 180, definitely a strong output. Bring me along, and you'll level up quickly. Don't mind them, boss. I'm a level 20 mage with 120 spell attack. I'll level you up. Please add me as a friend. Can you guys give me some space?" Zhang Mengmeng frowned, feeling quite speechless about this. These people were just too enthusiastic. She couldn't handle it. If it weren't for the game's anti-harassment mechanism, Zhang Mengmeng guessed that they would immediately rush over, cling to her leg, and cry and beg her to add them as friends. "It's just adding a friend. It's not a big deal, boss, don't." Clang! A clear sound of a sword echoed throughout the entire inn. A cold, black-flamed blade was placed against the neck of a power swordsman player. In an instant, the entire inn became cold. A black figure appeared in front of Xiaomeng, drawing everyone's attention to him. The next moment, all the players shivered and instinctively stepped back, involuntarily making way for Xiaomeng. What the heck just happened? Why do I feel like I just went to Antarctica? Antarctica? Why do I feel like I just got hit by a car? My blue greatsword. Damn, it's still here. Wait, didn't my blue greatsword explode just now? Even after Jiang Wei and a dumb cute little girl left, the people in the tavern still had some doubts. In their minds, a black figure kept appearing. Profound, chilling, ominous. Over 200 players simultaneously thought of these 6 words. Wait, there wasn't a black-cloaked skeleton just now, right? You didn't see it either? That's strange. Could he have invisibility? How did that skeleton get in? Aren't summoned creatures not allowed in the city? Could it be an NPC? The players in the tavern discussed and speculated about Jiang Wei's identity. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei and the dumb cute little girl had arrived at the location of the Wrathwind City instance. Along the way, apart from some players who were amazed by the dumb cute little girl's appearance and envious of her equipment, no one else bothered them. Jiang Wei also discovered a hidden effect of the Wings of Calamity. As long as he followed in the shadow of the dumb cute little girl, he could achieve the effect of concealment. It was difficult to notice unless one stared at the shadow of the dumb cute little girl carefully. This discovery allowed him to avoid the embarrassment of being watched by others. It must be said that it was a very practical function. Big brother skeleton, why did you buy such expensive food and drinks? I think they're really expensive. After arriving at the instance location, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly regretted buying those things. 30 gold coins, which was 2.4 million in-game currency. Although it was still depreciating, it was still easy to sell at a ratio of 1 to 80,000. 2.4 million, she could eat in a small real-life restaurant for decades. These dishes have special effects in the instance, you'll understand later. Because De Huan was a game adapted from mythology, apart from improving the realism of the game and adding many new things, the early instances were the same as mythology and had not changed much. But Jiang Wei didn't explain too much. Instead, he looked around at the players, searching for some teammates to do the instance with. Instances were divided into team instances, guild instances, and raid instances. Team instances had a maximum limit of 20 people, guild instances had a limit of 100 people, and raid instances had 1,000 people. Currently, there was no guild established, so there were no guild instances or raid instances, only the option to enter team instances. The minimum requirement to enter a team instance was a team of 10 people. Now, leveling up required 3.2 million experience, and it was already difficult to level up just by killing monsters. Instances not only had many rare equipment and materials, but also provided high experience, making them the best choice for leveling up and obtaining equipment materials. Since the level of Chi-Tenshin was not enough and no one else seemed to be online, Jiang Wei could only select 9 suitable candidates from the vast number of players to enter the level 20 instance, Goblin Pursuit Battle. Of course, he didn't really want to go to the level 20 instance, as it didn't match his current level, but he had no choice because he needed to clear the instance in order to unlock higher level ones. Level 20 Priest can heal in an instant, looking for a team, looking for someone to provide potions. Tiantan Guild recruiting 3 high DPS mages, those with magic attack below 100, get lost. Pure Strength Swordsman Team, high DPS, can clear Goblin Pursuit Battle in seconds. The shouts of players looking for teams echoed in Jiang Wei's mind. With him around, the team didn't need any other DPS, they just needed Purification Specialists and Holy Light Priests. Soon, he saw a pair of Purification Sisters and 3 Holy Light Priests. Instances were not like the wilderness, besides having enough attack power, some levels also required a bit of coordination. If everyone was like the dumb cute little girl, it definitely wouldn't work. Xiaomeng, go ask those 2 Purification Masters and the 3 Holy Light Priests to join our group. Hint, an anonymous player has invited you to join her team. Do you agree? An anonymous player? Who is it? Shi Xiaobai and Naitian Nai Conchi looked confused until they saw Xiaomeng smiling at them, and then they realized, oh no, it's that feeling of being attracted. Damn, is she more attractive than me? Are her clothes prettier than mine? Is her staff better than mine? This is unfair. Shi Xiaobai and Naitian Nai Conchi had different reactions when they saw Xiaomeng. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaomeng's face, while Naitian Nai Conchi's eyes lit up when she saw Xiaomeng's equipment. Xiaomeng felt a bit embarrassed because the way the 2 girls looked at her seemed impure. She doesn't even dare to reveal her name, thinking she's the best? Xiaobai, don't join, this might be a scam. Naitian Nai Conchi looked at Xiaomeng cautiously. In the game, there are all kinds of players, and when they're not having fun, they can do anything. Scamming is one of them. In the same game instance, each player can only enter 10 times per day. Some players, when they're not having fun, will go to the instance and deceive players into forming a team. Once inside the instance, they will immediately leave, just to annoy others. The instance is already very difficult, and every position is crucial. If one person is missing, the whole team could fail. That's why Naitian Nai Conchi was very suspicious that Xiaomeng was trying to scam them. Otherwise, why wouldn't she reveal her name? I'm joining. Such a beautiful girl, I don't care about her name. Maybe she really is the best in the world? Then I'll be awesome. Let's see who dares to look down on me. Shi Xiaobai, in the future? Shi Xiaobai couldn't care less. For her, beauty is everything. The best in the world? Dream on, hurry up and quit. Don't let beauty blind your eyes. Xiao Nai, are you joining or not? If you're not, then find someone else to team up with. Don't disturb me and the girl's world. As soon as Shi Xiaobai joined the team, she immediately ran to Xiaomeng's side, warmly inviting her and treating her like a sister. Naitian Nai Conchi shook her head and said, I can't do anything with you. Forget it, even if I get scammed, I'll accept it. It's just one instance count lost. Shi Xiaobai has joined your team. Naitian Nai Conchi has joined your team. You have welcomed Yurong Naida to your team. You have welcomed Bloodthirsty Water Drinker to your team. I'm super fierce and I've joined your team. I'm a fierce healer and I've joined your team. 36D Water Injector has joined your team. One by one, the priests were added to the team. Xiaomeng's face lit up with joy, but the other teammates were confused. What does this mean? Captain, why did you hide your name, and why are all the members priests? Yeah, don't we need any damage dealers? What are we supposed to do? Captain, do you think you're a holy mage? Are you the only one doing damage? Damn, what kind of team is this? Are we crazy? It's all priests? Scary, isn't this lunacy? The well-dressed goblin boss has 2 million health. Kick a few and get some swordsmen. What's the point of this? Everyone started complaining, their faces filled with frustration. Let's quit. Only crazy people would form a team like this. I told you, she's definitely trying to scam us. Xiaobai, quit quickly. Seeing that Xiaomeng remained indifferent, Naitian Nai Conchi became anxious and quickly clicked to leave the team. But just at that moment, as the last priest joined the team, under Jiang Wei's instructions, Xiaomeng entered the instance directly. Damn it. We're screwed. Oh no, we're about to fail. Xiaobai, I told you not to go in, but you didn't listen. Now it's over, get ready to watch, she's going to run. What the hell is going on? How did 10 people start the raid? The last priest, an inexperienced virgin, had just joined the team and found himself thrown into the instance. He was completely confused. Most 20-player raid teams would want to bring along 200 people. And you guys, only 10 people? Do you not take the well-equipped goblins seriously? Huh? Confused? Huh? Actually, it's even more than that. Take a closer look at the team composition. 36D Deshushui smirked at him. Team composition? The inexperienced virgin was puzzled by 36D Deshushui's strange look and couldn't help but wonder, what's so interesting about the team composition? Is it really 10 priests? Put. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started spewing blood. You're really a genius, how did you guess that? Yurongnai patted him on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. The others joined in the teasing. The inexperienced virgin was dumbfounded. Damn, are you guys sure you're not joking? The inexperienced virgin became uncertain when he saw how serious they were. Although such a thing was impossible, but, damn, are you fucking kidding me? 9 priests and 1 DPS? Captain, are you the incarnation of the Holy Mage? The inexperienced virgin looked at the team composition and was dumbfounded. Among the 9 priests, there were 2 purification priests and 7 holy priests. Did the captain lack milk when he was a child? But he doesn't really look like it. This strategy is so cruel, so heartless. With this lineup, I don't think we can even pass the first level with 10 throwing goblins. I'm so unlucky, I wasted another instance run. 9 people stood on a wooden ship called the Pursuer, constantly mocking a dumb little Meng. But the dumb little Meng didn't show any expression on her face. She was listening attentively to Jiang Wei's explanation of the instance strategy. Goblin chase battle. The background is that the well-equipped goblin used the Goblin King's ship to steal the treasure from the King of Baimu and fled to the Baimu Sea. The requirement to clear the instance is to catch up with the Goblin King's ship, kill the well-equipped goblin, and snatch back the treasure from him. Jiang Wei explained while taking a swift potion bought by dumb little Meng. This instance has 4 difficulties. First, the boat we're riding on is very slow. At most it can only maintain a distance of 50 meters from the Goblin King's ship, and we can only eat its dust behind. And the Goblin King's ship also has 10 throwing goblins who will throw Molotov cocktails at us from the stern. Once the Molotov cocktails are lit, if we don't put out the fire quickly, the ship will be reduced to ashes. To solve this problem, most players would choose 5 mages, archers, and knights, with the knight as the shield, and the mages and archers quickly deal with the 10 throwing goblins. Among the 5 mages, there needs to be an ice mage to ensure that the fire is extinguished at any time to prevent the ship from burning. Dumb little Meng nodded vigorously, then shook her head. But, we don't have an ice mage, do we? Because we don't need one. Jiang Wei looked at the Goblin King's ship hanging in front of them and walked out of dumb little Meng's shadow. A 20-player team would slow down the ship's speed, but a 10-player team, with fewer people, can increase the ship's speed and maintain a chase distance of 30 meters between us and the Goblin King's ship. And the range of my chain sickle is 30 meters. After speaking, Jiang Wei's ice disaster ominous blade suddenly transformed into a black longbow engulfed in black flames. He shot 3 arrows towards the stern of the Goblin King's ship. Shunai, didn't you say she would run? I don't see her running. Although Qi Xiaobai understood that he had been deceived and felt some regret, seeing that the dumb and cute little Meng didn't leave the instance as Naitian, Nighty, and Nikon said, a glimmer of hope arose. Does she really think she can complete this instance on her own? Naitian, Nighty, and Nikon, like everyone else, were also surprised. It's useless. We can't even pass the first level. Look at us, all priests, not a single DPS. Exactly, the monsters in the instance have high defense and HP. There are 10 throwing goblins, each with 20,000 HP. Can the captain handle it alone? 36D shook her head. It's useless. Let's assume her damage is high enough to grind down 10 throwing goblins, but it won't make a difference. Throwing goblins can throw Molotov cocktails. Without an ice soul mage to extinguish them, our ship would have burned down long before she grinds down 10 throwing goblins. What's the point? Then why are you still here? Hurry up and leave the instance. Qi Xiaobai couldn't stand their indecisiveness and constant chatter, so she retorted. Hey, you're wrong about that. Since we're already here, why rush to leave? Maybe she has a better strategy to solve this. Did you guys notice? The speed of the ship seems to have increased with a 10-person team. Look, we're getting closer and closer to the Goblin King's ship. What's the use of being close? You can't fly over there. Actually, the best lineup is 1 Ice Soul Mage, 4 Elemental Mages, 5 Dark Archers, 2 Guardian Knights, 3 Dragon Spear Knights, 1 Purifier, and 4 Priests. Yurongnai smiled proudly. This is the most efficient and reliable lineup, created by the disciple of the Supreme God, the Record God. It set the fastest record for clearing the Goblin Chase battle in just 15 minutes and 33 seconds. After speaking, Yurongnai glanced at the dumb and cute little Meng standing at the bow of the ship. Instances rely on the power of the team. Even if 10 people can make the ship faster, what use is it if only 1 person can do it? Even if the Archmage comes, it's difficult for 1 person to clear it alone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement and began to sigh. Many people think they are strong enough to break the game rules and create miracles, but in reality, they are just deceiving themselves. If you want to clear the first level alone, unless you are a hidden class Dragon Knight of the Night, capable of flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of 3 arrows cutting through the air suddenly rang out, reaching the ears of the 9 people. They all turned their heads towards the bow of the ship. They saw 3 arrows engulfed in black flames hitting the stern of the Goblin King's ship, making a duo sound. Then, a chain appeared out of thin air at their bow, connecting with a sickle in the hands of the Goblin King's ship? The crowd was puzzled, but then they heard the chain suddenly making countless clinking sounds. After that, they saw a black skeleton with a black cloak, holding the dumb and cute little Meng by her waist, using the momentum from the chain and sickle to fly up and leave the bow of the ship. The 10 throwing goblins at the stern of the Goblin King's ship also noticed the two of them. Instantly, 10 Molotov cocktails, engulfed in raging flames, were thrown towards the two in midair. The 9 people couldn't help but gasp, feeling anxious for the dumb and cute little Meng. However, just when everyone thought that the female and the skeleton in midair, who couldn't change direction, would be hit by the Molotov cocktails and burned to death, they saw the black skeleton suddenly raise its right hand, and a black sword wing grew from its right shoulder. Damn! Can it really fly? No way! This is freaking unbelievable. No way? Could it be that the reason she only recruited 10 people is because she can fly over after increasing the speed of the ship? 36D looked down at the wooden boat beneath her, feeling quite amazed. No way, she calculated all these details? If this is true, then this person must be an expert who knows everything about the instance. Probably a master. Is it true or not? Could it be a bluff? Several people watched as Xiaomeng dodged the continuous attacks from 10 throwing goblins in midair and landed steadily on the Goblin King's ship. They were dumbfounded. Naida, you even predicted that she could fly? Quickly, calculate when I'll have a girlfriend. Calculate for us too. Can we pass this time or not? Yes, yes. Quickly calculate which great god she is. Naida said. Was that even a calculation? It was probably something that the black skeleton had planned from the beginning, right? Naida shook his head. Actually, her going alone is useless. The instance is limited to 2 hours. There are 10 throwing goblins, with defense and magic defense around 50. Even if her damage is high, it would probably take half an hour to defeat them, right? This is only the first level. There are 3 more levels to go, with over 100 monsters, each with over 20,000 HP, and the boss has 2 million HP. How can she handle it alone? Clang! A sword sound rang out on the goblin ship, interrupting Naida's words. Then, they saw the black skeleton, holding a pitch-black long sword, slashing at the head of a throwing goblin. Put! Critical hit triggered double damage, critical attack 3 times. Critical hit damage 80%, armor penetration 50 points. The throwing goblin's defense was exactly 50 points, equivalent to no defense. A slash with 1819 attack power, with an additional 8 times attack, directly landed. Minus 6,912. Swift shadow break triggered, with the residual shadow effect, causing the throwing goblin's damage to have a minus 50 armor effect, increasing the damage by 20%. Minus 2,473. Ice roar triggered, tearing effect appeared. Minus 742. The left-hand offhand weapon suddenly appeared, instantly removing the attack stiffness, breaking through the mechanism of Jiangwei's swift shadow break, which fixed the attack speed at 0.3 seconds. Just as the previous attack landed, 0.1 seconds later, 3 sword wings directly pierced the chest of the throwing goblin. Before anyone could react, another 6912 damage value overlapped with the previous one and appeared at the same time. Minus 6,912. This time, the previously untriggered ice cataclysm was triggered. Within a 3 by 3 meter range, a piece of ice suddenly appeared under the feet of 4 throwing goblins and exploded violently. Boom! 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 Minus 545. Minus 545. Minus 545. Minus 545. 4 throwing goblins had 545 damage values appearing above their heads simultaneously. Then, the offhand weapon in Jiangwei's left hand suddenly disappeared. After that, 3 2-meter-long sword wings suddenly appeared at his right shoulder and fell onto the throwing goblin in front of him. The sword wings once again broke the game's attack stiffness. 0.1 seconds after the offhand weapon was retracted, they struck the throwing goblin's head. Minus 6,999. 6 damage values overlapped on top of the throwing goblin's head, appearing layer by layer. Boom! The throwing goblin with 20,000 HP was instantly killed by Jiangwei in just 0.3 seconds after breaking the attack stiffness with his offhand weapon. In an instant, the entire instance fell into silence. Damn! Instantly killed with 20,000 HP. There was a burst of fiery pain on his face, and he didn't dare to meet the gaze of others. Damn, is he cheating? He killed a throwing goblin with just 1 slash? The little mouth that milked the sky, the earth, and the air exclaimed in surprise. Don't talk nonsense, there's no cheat in this game. 36D, with enhanced breasts, shook her head. You may not have noticed, but the damage on top of the throwing goblin's head is only 6,999. What the hell? 6,999? What kind of insane damage is that? My holy purification, with a 500% bonus against summoned creatures, only does a little over 600 damage. This is more than 10 times that. It's simply outrageous. But, what do you mean by that? Yeah, it's clearly 69.99, so why did the goblin die? Isn't that cheating? The milked sky, earth, and air were very puzzled, with a look of confusion on their faces. Others also agreed with the milked sky, earth, and air. Why did a goblin with 20,000 health die with only 6,999 damage? Isn't that cheating? Nonsense, right? The corner of 3060's mouth curled slightly as she shook her head. If I'm not mistaken, the problem should lie with the weapon of that black skeleton. Weapon. Everyone looked at Jiang Wei's hand. However, at this moment, Jiang Wei's left hand no longer had the sword wings, but was on his right shoulder. This immediately puzzled them. Seeing their puzzled looks, 36D, with enhanced breasts, disdainfully shook her head and explained, actually, you may not know, but in the game's physical damage mechanism, all damage is triggered the moment the sword strikes the opponent. It's just that, for the sake of aesthetics, the game company also makes you perform a sheathing action once. Drawing the sword, hitting the enemy, damage appears, sheathing the sword, this is a complete attack motion. No matter how you try to avoid it, it's useless. This is what we call attack stiffness. In the past, when playing Mythology, you could still move and float the sword, but now in Dehuang, floating the sword has been cancelled, so it's impossible to cancel the attack by moving. I suspect that the attack speed of this black skeleton has reached 0.3 seconds, probably using some attack speed boosting skill. After reaching an attack speed of 0.3 seconds, the sheathing action will probably take 0.3 seconds, the hitting action will take about 0.6 seconds, and the damage will appear in just 0.01 seconds. But the sheathing and drawing actions take 0.2 seconds, directly taking up 2/3 of the time for this attack. These sheathing and drawing actions are actually completely unnecessary. 3060 sighed at the game company's perverted and twisted taste. Seeing that everyone was attracted by his words and showed admiration in their eyes, he became extremely proud and continued, and if, at the moment the damage appears, you switch weapons directly, you can end the subsequent sheathing action in advance. This little trick, in the past in the Mythology game, we called it forced sheathing. But because every time you switch weapons, you need a 10-second cooldown before you can switch again, you can only use it once within 10 seconds. And most players, like me before, have a decent weapon, so where else would they have other weapons to switch to? After switching, the attack power of the weapon that is switched to is not good, so the damage will be much lower in the next 10 seconds, making it impractical. So most players have forgotten about this technique. But the other weapon of this black skeleton can deal the same damage. So if he uses forced sheathing, it can be said to be very satisfying. Although there may also be a 10-second cooldown, because of the special nature of his weapon, he can perform a 3-hit combo with one sheathing. Within every 10 seconds, he has the opportunity to slash 3 times in 0.3 seconds. Once 3060 finished speaking, he looked deeply at the dumb and cute Goblin King. It seems like we've encountered a real expert. This captain must be someone extraordinary if he can summon such a precious baby. So, you're saying that he landed 3 hits in 0.3 seconds, and all 3 hits were 6,999 damage each? Because the game's health value display couldn't keep up, we only saw one damage number? That's right, exactly. 36D nodded in agreement. Impressive. Wow, 36D, you can analyze things so clearly, and you've played Mythology too. It seems like you're also a great expert, right? Milk Sky, Milk Earth, and Milk Air looked at him with admiration and excitement in their eyes. The others also followed suit, thinking that everyone here was a noob. But suddenly, a great expert who had played Mythology appeared. They all felt pleasantly surprised. Oh, I'm just a casual player who has played games for a few years. 36D modestly replied, although he was secretly thrilled. But he also knew that compared to that person, he was probably nothing. Actually, this captain is the one with the real background, right? So, where did this black skeleton come from? Could it be a hidden class summon? Damn, the captain is actually a 1 in a million hidden class? Does that mean our dungeon run? Is it guaranteed to succeed? Milk Sky, Milk Earth, and Milk Air couldn't wait to ask. They had initially thought they were being scammed, and they were very angry. But unexpectedly, the situation turned around, and their original captain became a high-level expert with a hidden class. The others also looked at him with hopeful eyes. Completing a dungeon effortlessly was something they had never even considered, and just thinking about it made them excited. Moreover, their captain, who was leading them, was a hidden class that was rarely seen in the game. However, 36D poured cold water on their excitement. That's not necessarily true. In the game, it's not just about having high damage to be invincible. If your skills aren't good, you'll still get killed by the boss, won't you? After witnessing Jiang Wei effortlessly kill the 10th row goblin, 36D spoke cautiously. Actually, forget about the boss, I'm wondering how they're going to deal with the second stage. The first stage with the throwing goblins was just a matter of time because of their slow attack speed and low damage. But in this second stage, we'll be facing 100 flame goblins who cast spells quickly and deal an additional 100 damage per second with burning. And the most crucial part is the 1 million health barrier in front. Except for the flame mage or elemental mage, or using fire attribute weapons to deal 500% fire damage to the wooden barrier, other mage classes can only deal 100% damage. How long will it take to defeat a 1 million health barrier? And without a knight to tank in front and without any spell attacks, we can only go up and hit the barrier with our staffs. but we won't even be able to get close to it. Suddenly, the ship that the 9 people were on approached the Goblin King's ship. They all stopped talking and boarded with skeptical and unpleasant expressions. The mechanism of the game dungeon was that as long as they survived the first stage with the throwing goblins, the small ship would definitely catch up to the Goblin King's ship, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to proceed to the second stage. The key to this second stage is this 1 million health wooden barrier. This row of barriers has 200 physical defense and cannot be healed or have armor penetration. Only fire spells have a 500% damage bonus against it, other classes can't deal much damage. John Wei explained while pointing at the row of wooden barriers next to the dumb and cute goblin, and the flame goblins have burning damage, which ignores defense. Even my health, without healing, it would be difficult to withstand it in front of the wooden barrier. Goblins are not dark creatures and do not have the double damage effect against darkness. Although his attack power has increased after evolution, without the darkness intimidation, his damage has actually decreased. Of course, this is just his illusion. In reality, he knows very well that if he were to go and kill the bloodthirsty Ammonite soldier again, he would probably be able to deal twice as much damage as before. Moreover, this is only in comparison to himself. Compared to other players who can only deal 200 or 300 damage, his damage is already extraordinary. And in all the dungeons, there are actually very few that do not have dark creatures. In the next dungeon, he will be able to test his current highest damage value. Ah, what should we do then? A dumbfounded little Meng asked, feeling that this wooden barrier was quite difficult, like a hurdle. But Jiang Wei just smiled, showing his teeth, and swung his sword wings. It's simple, just fly over. Ah, it's that simple? Little Meng was speechless. It is indeed simple, but that's my way of doing it. Next, I'll show you another method for a speedy approach. Jiang Wei said, turning his weapon into a staff and reaching out his hand towards little Meng. I need 5 bottles of Finjo, 5 bottles of grape wine, and 10 bottles of magic potions. Skeleton big brother. No wonder you wanted to buy these wines. Does it have some special use? Little Meng stared at Jiang Wei with admiration in her eyes, curious to hear his answer. It's simple, to create Molotov cocktails, which cause burning damage to the wooden barrier. When the wooden barrier is in a burning state, any subsequent attacks will be considered fire-based attacks by default. Jiang Wei said, then threw the 3 bottles of Finjo and grape wine towards the wooden barrier. Grape wine and Finjo have a high ignition point individually, making it difficult to ignite. However, when they are mixed together and hit by the explosive flames connected by 3 spells. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the 3 explosive flames connected and turned into a 30-meter range of explosive flames. Boom! 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 The 3 explosive flames instantly ignited the alcohol on the wooden barrier, creating a large burst of flames that quickly soared. The 2 types of alcohol turned into a towering inferno, astonishing everyone. It turns out like this. Jiang Wei's staff turned into a black longbow, and he shot 3 arrows towards the wooden barrier. Minus 45,872. Minus 45,872. Minus 45,872. With the additional burning effect, any subsequent attack will be considered a fire-based attack by default, with a 500% bonus. Jiang Wei's bow and arrow attack power, combined with the 40% additional attack power from the Blood Crow's heart, resulted in 3 incredibly terrifying damage numbers appearing on the wooden barrier. When the damage emerged from the wooden barrier, everyone was shocked. Oh my god! What? What kind of damage is this? Am I hallucinating? 1 arrow, 45,872? 3 arrows, 130,000 damage? This skeleton, is he defying the heavens? Naitian, Naidi, and Nikon covered their mouths in disbelief, unable to believe the damage that appeared in an instant. His weapon is already so cool, and he can freely switch forms. His attack power is also ridiculously strong, and he even has a cloak and wings. This is just too cool. What kind of skeleton is he? What conditions do I need to meet to recruit him? I've decided I'm going to search the deep mountains and forests for hidden professions. This is just too insane. I had a feeling that he was not ordinary when I first saw him. I just took a few more glances at him, and in my mind, I had a sense of foreboding, feeling that something big was going to happen. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but now I know that the flames on this skeleton probably have some special effect. If I also had a skeleton like this, I can't even imagine. Several people opened their mouths wide, exclaiming in disbelief. 3060 Dishushui noticed something. No, this black skeleton didn't have such high damage before. From 6999 to 45,872 in an instant? No way. 3060 Dishushui reviewed Jiang Wei's previous actions and suddenly had a realization. It's those 2 bottles of alcohol. 3060 was overjoyed. I understand now. He used explosive flames to ignite the alcohol, causing burn damage, but wait a minute. The ignition point of these 2 types of alcohol is very high. Even if mixed together, it's difficult to produce flames that high with explosive flames. He shook his head, still puzzled. The others, who had initially understood his explanation, were now confused. Could it be their own unique strategy? I've never seen this kind of strategy before, it's amazing. I think with this expert, we might break the record for the fastest completion of a level 20 dungeon. Let's go, let's hurry and help, and ask the expert while we're at it. I think the expert probably doesn't need help. Qi Xiaobai weakly said. Why wouldn't they need help? Even if the expert is strong, they don't have area of effect damage. It would be difficult to handle over 100 flame goblin individually, especially with the burning status effect. That's right, the flame goblins have a terrifying real damage. We can help the expert purify and heal. The group held different opinions and began walking towards a dumb and cute creature. De Huang is a game adapted from mythology, and many dungeons remain unchanged from the original mythology. So, under the guidance of the experienced player 3060 Sushui, they quickly bypassed some small mechanisms on the Goblin King's throne and arrived in front of a dumb and cute creature. Boom! A loud explosion. The wooden barrier shattered under Jiang Wei's 8 arrows, turning into dust. Hundreds of flame goblins rushed forward like a floodgate opening, startling the newcomers. Huff! 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 As soon as they entered range, hundreds of flame goblins swung their wooden staffs and unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards Jiang Wei. Xiao Meng summoned the undead, Abyssal Hand. Zhang Meng nodded. Following Jiang Wei's signal, she summoned the 35 undead in front of him, already positioned in advance. Boom! 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 Hundreds of fireballs exploded in front of Jiang Wei, turning all the skeletons into ashes. Sparks and bone fragments flew in all directions from the force contained in the fireballs. At the same time, a dumb and cute creature's Abyssal Hand had already been released. 36 Abyssal Hands grabbed the front row of 32 flame goblins, catching them just as they were about to release another round of fireballs. In an instant, the 32 goblins in the front row were tightly held by the Abyssal Hands, taking -80 damage at the same time. Taking advantage of the momentary silence caused by the front row of 32 flame goblins, Jiang Wei threw the remaining 2 bottles of wine into the air, followed by 3 explosive flames. Boom! 4 wine bottles exploded, showering the flames with fiery liquid, causing 98 flame goblins to be affected by the burning status. In fact, no one knew that not only the wooden barrier could be burned in this level, all the flame goblins in the second level could be burned as well. However, in order to evenly distribute the liquid, precise calculation was required. Even Jiang Wei only managed to hit 91 of them, leaving over 10 flame goblins untouched. But it was enough. Boom! A flame exploded on Jiang Wei. The Mad Demon's escape skill was triggered. Whoosh! A black light suddenly flashed in everyone's eyes. Plop! The next moment, a black light fell. -45,328. -45,328. -46,218. Forced to collect the knives slash, the swords pierce, the wings sweep. Within 0.3 seconds, 3 flame goblins with only 10,000 health were instantly killed. At the same time, the Furious Slash passive ability triggered an 18% split effect and a 3% attack bonus, ignoring evasion and defense effects. Countless damage values appeared within a 2-meter radius. -8,412. -8,412. -8,412. In an instant, the bodies of 12 goblins fell onto the wooden boards. 30 seconds later, all the flame goblins in the second level were slaughtered by Jiang Wei's skeleton and sword. Just as the few people were about to cleanse Jiang Wei's burning effect and prepare to heal him, they saw this scene and their staffs were frozen in midair. Damn! 30 seconds, killing 100 flame goblins. Crushing and cutting, is this what they mean? Who said I don't have area damage? This is insane. After watching this, I suddenly feel the urge to pursue the dream of finding a hidden class again. Count me in. After a brief moment of astonishment, the group put down their staffs and began to exclaim in amazement. I told you, the master doesn't need help, but you didn't believe me. Qi Xiaobai pouted, looking proud. Hidden class confirmed. Yuronai's eyes widened, ignoring Qi Xiaobai's smugness and analyzing. The captain's 2 skills just now are impossible for a regular mage class. That's right, only a hidden class would have such a wide range of control, silence, and damage skills. 36D Sushui nodded in agreement. I suspect that this black skeleton is not summoned, but rather a subordinate of this hidden class. The captain probably accepted a hidden class hidden quest that requires killing a big boss, so she sent this black skeleton to complete the task. That's possible, but it's damn crazy. So, now that we've analyzed it, where can we change to the hidden class? Where can we get such a cool skeleton? Naitian, Naidi, and Nai Conchi's eyes lit up, unable to hide their admiration. Captain! 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 The 9 people came behind Yixiaming, respectfully calling out, and then they all shouted, Captain, you're amazing. I've never seen a captain as amazing as you. I'm sorry, I thought you were deceiving us before, but I didn't expect you to be a real master. I was just being stupid. Naitian, Naidi, and Nai Conchi sincerely apologized. After witnessing the horror of Yixiaming and Jiang Wei, their attitudes completely changed. Masters in the game are always respected and admired, especially someone like Yixiaming, a big shot. Captain, how did you do it? Besides being awesome, I'm completely confused. Can you explain it? 3060 Deshui asked curiously. The others also looked at Yixiaming with curious eyes, waiting for her answer. However, Yixiaming turned her gaze to Jiang Wei beside her. It's okay to tell them, whether they can learn or not depends on their talent. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up, very open-minded. He was never afraid of being learned from. Just like the 14 godly techniques he created, they were inspired by watching videos of many online game masters and combining his own understanding from martial arts. After he created them, countless players studied them, but very few truly mastered them, probably less than 10 people. Skills like these can be improved through research and keeping up with the times. There are many geniuses in the world. There are always people with some strange ideas who will find a way to turn them into reality. And he also needs these people to create more skills and improve himself. Being complacent is not his character. Even with the 14 divine techniques and the absolute static slash, it is not the end of the ultimate gaming skills. After listening to it, Yi Xiaomeng was very impressed by Jiang Wei's openness. Most people who know this skill would keep it to themselves, but Jiang Wei is so open about it. Indeed, Big Brother Skeleton is truly a generous skeleton. Of course, she also understands that even if Jiang Wei didn't say it, this group of people would eventually figure it out. It would just take a little longer. Damn, so that's how it is? Not only do we need 5 bottles of Finjo and wine, but also mana connection? And we have to evenly sprinkle it on every goblin? After Yi Xiaomeng finished speaking, the group's expressions changed. Forget it, mana connection is a technique that is almost as powerful as a divine skill. Among the billions of mage players in the entire server, it would be good if there were 1,000 mages who could master it. We can only think about it. 3060 water injection sighed and directly dismissed the idea of learning it. Not to mention the even sprinkling, we can't even afford this Finjo and wine. Wine costs 3 silver per bottle, Finjo costs 2 silver per bottle. It would cost 50 silver just to complete a dungeon. It's too expensive. Can't afford it, can't afford it, can't afford to provoke rich people. I only have a total of 9 silver and 98 copper. I would be bankrupt just by completing a dungeon. As they continued to speak, they all fell silent, looking at Yi Xiaomeng and Jiang Wei with a sigh. Besides admiring Jiang Wei's invincible skills, they could only lament Yi Xiaomeng's lack of humanity. Yi Xiaomeng felt a little embarrassed, actually. She also felt a bit painful. But Jiang Wei's next sentence retorted her. People who can't make money are the ones who think about saving money. Okay. Yi Xiaomeng reluctantly accepted this viewpoint. The next third level was not difficult. It was just killing 4 heavily armored goblins. Although each one had 100,000 HP, with Jiang Wei present, they were quickly defeated in the moment of the 9 people's astonishment. Boss, how do we deal with the final level, the dressed-up goblin? 3060 water injection was very excited because he looked at the time and realized that they had only spent less than 3 minutes in the dungeon. The God of Records once set the fastest record at 15 minutes and 33 seconds. This record has remained unbroken for over a year and no one has surpassed it to this day. But he felt that they were going to break this record today. And it was highly likely that they would create a miracle in the history of De Huang that could never be surpassed. That's right, boss, I heard that the dressed-up goblin will wear the armor and weapons it loots, and within 3 minutes, its defense and attack power will reach 500. 500 attack, 500 defense, it's terrifying. I can't even break through its defense. Boss's attack power is probably over 2,000, so he's not afraid, but it might not be enough time. 36D water injection said leisurely. Not enough time? Yi Xiaomeng was slightly surprised. Don't we still have over 1 hour and 56 minutes? Boss, that's the completion time, but the record-breaking time is 15 minutes and 33 seconds. You wrong, Nai said excitedly. Could it be? Boss, you're not here to break the record? The group looked at Yi Xiaomeng with doubtful eyes. Break the record? What record are you talking about? We just came to do the dungeon. I never said anything about breaking a record. Yi Xiaomeng was taken aback by their looks. When did she ever say she wanted to break a record? Damn. When the clueless little cutie blurted out these words, everyone fell silent. Perhaps, this is what it means to be a pro. Even in a regular dungeon, they can set a record of clearing 3 levels in 3 minutes. No wonder the pro isn't worried at all. Turns out they didn't even prepare to break the record. All I can say is, they truly deserve to be called a pro. What else can I say? Big Brother Skeleton, how do we beat this level? The clueless little cutie grabbed Jiang Wei's black cloak and handed him 20 bottles of intermediate magic potions. Jiang Wei took the potions and smirked. There was once a dragon knight who, with nothing better to do, flew to the final level to see if they could defeat the boss. Later, they discovered that the fancy-dressed goblin only equips armor after 5 minutes, and because no one has ever broken through the 3rd level in under 5 minutes, so no one knows that the fancy-dressed goblin is actually still asleep in an unarmed state, and no one knows that, as a pirate, he's actually afraid of water. So, who was that bored dragon knight? The clueless little cutie curiously asked. Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was a bit helpless, as he found the clueless little cutie's focus quite amusing. Because That bored Dragon Knight was him, but he didn't bother replying to the clueless little cutie. He didn't want to waste any more time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were released almost simultaneously, pinning the still sleeping fancy-dressed goblin. Then, Jiang Wei switched weapons, wielding a chain scythe, and swung it over. Immediately after, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Wei used the chain scythe to throw the fancy-dressed goblin, who was about a meter tall, directly into the sea. Splash! A huge wave splashed up. The fancy-dressed goblin was instantly awakened, fear evident in its eyes, and it began to struggle violently. MMM. Minus 12,235. Minus 12,235. Minus 12,235. A large amount of damage appeared above the fancy-dressed goblin's head, leaving everyone speechless. Damn! As a pirate, the fancy-dressed goblin is afraid of water? Ha ha! I admit, I burst out laughing. Damn! Who would have thought of using this move? It's so damn clever. Whoosh! 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 Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Minus 25,352. Minus 25,352. Minus 25,352. The unarmed goblin had its armor broken by 50 points, and after falling into the water, it triggered a weakened state, increasing the damage it received by 300%. Each of Jiang Wei's arrows dealt over 25,000 damage to it. The fancy-dressed goblin naturally had a skill that allowed it to jump onto the ship. However, after Jiang Wei evolved, both his attack power and the effectiveness of his weapons became much stronger than before. Every time the fancy-dressed goblin tried to use its skill to jump back up, it would be frozen by the freezing effect every 0.5 seconds. Then, with a splash, it would fall back into the water. After 3 seconds passed and it had just recovered, when it was about to make another effort to jump back up, the ice explosion was triggered again. And due to the slowing and weakening effects, the fancy-dressed goblin's swimming speed became extremely slow. The efficiency of using the water leap skill also became very poor, almost impossible to use. However, Jiang Wei didn't have to worry about running out of arrows because he could retrieve them with his scythe. So, the next minute, including the clueless little cutie, was spent in the most relaxed process of killing a boss in a dungeon in history. They were all just swimming on the ship. They were not only confused, but also dumbfounded. They had never imagined that a dungeon could be cleared like this, and that a boss could be defeated in such a way. It completely subverted their understanding of the game, which they had held their entire lives. Today, I finally realized that miracles do exist in the world. It's just that I'm too trash. Being tolerant is great. He suddenly felt ashamed when he remembered what he said before, that creating miracles is just deceiving oneself. In this world, there are people who can create miracles, but he is not one of them. Forget it. Before we teamed up with the captain, who would have known about this strategy in the goblin chase battle? It's absolutely amazing. Watching the boss hopping around like a frog but unable to reach us, I almost burst out laughing. Huh? Captain, who is the genius behind this bizarre strategy? Where did you find it? Even the boss being afraid of water? Everyone looked at a dumbfounded little cutie, who felt a bit helpless, because she believed that it was definitely the big brother skeleton's idea. But she knew that these people wouldn't believe her if she told them, so she decided not to say anything. Don't ask, can we even speculate about the captain's genius? Haven't you noticed? Even if we throw the boss into the water, without the legendary weapons of this big brother, he would probably still be able to jump up. That's right, haven't you noticed? This big brother's weapons have freezing, tearing, slowing, and delaying effects. They are probably legendary weapons. What's the point of knowing the strategy? Do we have any restrictions on using legendary weapons against the boss? Let's see what drops we get from this dungeon. And also, think about how to deal with the crazy bombardment from the big guilds when the world announcement appears. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. They had been fighting for so long. It had only been a few minutes, and they were finally reaching this exciting moment. And they were about to break the record for the fastest clearance in the goblin chase battle. The whole server would probably be amazed when the world announcement appeared. Ding! Killing the well-dressed goblin, clearing the goblin chase battle, experience points increased by 2 million, evolution points increased by 2 million, strengthening points increased by 2,000. This time, the goblin chase battle was cleared in 4 minutes and 12 seconds, with a perfect SSS rating. Due to the SSS rating, the boss will be rewarded with a 300% drop rate bonus. World announcement, player dumb little cutie from Ragewind City, being tolerant, 3060 water injection, Shi Xiaobai, milk the sky, milk the earth, milk the air, no milk old virgin, I'm super fierce, I'm fiercely milk, drink hot water if you lose blood, I'm fiercely milk, first kill, clearing the level 20 dungeon goblin chase battle. This clearance time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds temporarily ranks first in the world, and an additional 5 times experience points for the first kill, rewarded with 3 legendary enhancement stones. As soon as this announcement came out, all the players in the Great Wilderness world were instantly shocked. Is it just my imagination? Someone cleared the goblin chase battle in 4 minutes and 12 seconds? Even if I had 40 minutes, I couldn't do it. Is this a joke? Did the system crash because there are too many players? Clearing the goblin chase battle in 4 minutes and 12 seconds? Are you kidding me? This is nonsense. Clearing it in 4 minutes and 12 seconds? Even the God of Records formed a team of skilled players and took 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Who can clear it in 4 minutes? It's simply unbelievable. After the announcement, most players simply couldn't believe the world announcement. It was just too incredible. In an instant, the game's AI received over 5 billion complaints. If many players hadn't finished watching the online morning ceremony and logged off to calm their excitement, it's estimated that there would have been 8 billion complaints. In no time, even the management was alarmed. However, they couldn't intervene in the AI's decision and could only issue a statement, asking players to wait for the AI to provide the handling results of the complaints in 5 minutes. In the copy, the 9 team members were directly stunned, not because of the drop rate rewards, nor because they broke a record. It was because, after reading the world announcement, they made a keen observation. Their captain turned out to be a cute and silly little girl? Oh my god, a cute and silly little girl? Isn't that the #1 super god on the level ranking? She's the cute and silly little girl who surpassed the 12 main gods? Not only that, she seems to be ranked first on the weapon leaderboard. Oh my god, our captain is actually such a big shot? No wonder I always felt that her clothes and weapons were so magnificent. Turns out it's the level 25 purple blood crow set? The little mouth that milked the heavens, the earth, and the air let out a cry of surprise. Captain God, you've kept us in the dark. If we had known earlier that you were such a big shot, we would have joined the team right away. That's right, the big shot is so bad, pretending to be a newbie who deceives the team. The gazes of the few people towards the cute and silly little girl became extremely passionate, almost melting Zhang Meng. Tell them not to stand there dumbfounded. Quickly use the traction spell to pull the equipment onto the ship. Jiang Wei didn't care about their reactions, but instead came to the side of the cute and silly little girl and reminded her. The reason he recruited 9 priests was because after the boss died, the dropped equipment would fall into the sea and needed the priest's traction spell to pull it over. The traction spell was a skill learned at level 15 by priests, which could change the positions of front row teammates. But in reality, Jiang Wei sometimes used this skill to transfer equipment that had fallen into the pile of monsters. This technique was rarely known by players, and those who did know probably kept it to themselves. The technique was simple to use. After Jiang Wei had the cute and silly little girl teach them, they understood. But after understanding, they were at a loss for words. Oh my god, the traction spell can also transfer equipment. That's so awesome. Why didn't I think of that? A god is a god. Even if they don't play as a priest, they can think of such a technique? Damn, I finally know my role. What nonsense are you talking about? Being able to go through the copy with Captain God is a blessing I can't achieve in my lifetime. If I could, I would be willing to pick up equipment for Captain God for the rest of my life, right, big shot? Yu Rong, putting aside his identity as a small expert, started licking up to him directly. Yu Rong, can't you be a decent person? Hurry up and pick up the equipment, okay? 36D, with a very disdainful expression, said, God, I'm willing to pick up equipment for you for 2 lifetimes. 36D, can't you act like a normal person? Shi Xiaobai, while disdainful, ran to the side of the cute and silly little girl and held her hand. Big shot, from now on, I'm yours, I'll do whatever you want me to do. You guys are too much. Quickly look at what good things dropped. God, I don't ask to be anything to you, just add me as a friend. Faced with the enthusiastic 9 people, the cute and silly little girl felt a bit embarrassed, because she felt that the reason she was so strong was all thanks to Big Brother Skeleton. She felt a bit guilty because her strength was really weak and she didn't deserve the title of a god. Don't say that, it was all thought up by my Big Brother Skeleton, it has nothing to do with me. The cute and silly little girl quickly waved her hand and attributed the credit to Jiang Wei. Big shot, you're being modest, we understand. That's right, the big shot must be afraid that we'll leak your secret, that's why you're saying this. Let's quickly look at the equipment. I think I just saw a green piece of equipment. Alright, let's look at the equipment. The cute and silly little girl originally wanted to explain something, but Jiang Wei stopped her. She could only helplessly join them in looking at the equipment. Big shot, it's all thanks to you that we were able to clear the instance this time. As for the equipment, we'll just take a look and satisfy our eyes. 3060 suddenly made this decision, which left everyone stunned. The equipment that dropped from the instance was amazing, even the lowest level ones were level 20. They also found some socketed stones, gems, and even a skill book. With a drop rate of 300% and being the first to clear the instance, the loot was definitely top-notch. Who would have thought that 36D would make such a decision for them? The 8 of them were dumbfounded. Don't look at me like that. I know you all don't want to let go of the loot from this instance, but let me ask you, what did we contribute in this instance? 36D looked around at them. Instantly, everyone felt ashamed and lowered their heads. We didn't do much besides picking up some equipment in this instance, but have you all realized what we gained? They shook their heads, still puzzled. 3060 sneered and continued, each of us gained 2 million experience points from being the first to clear the instance. I believe all of you have leveled up by 7 levels, right? Everyone nodded, starting to understand. Without being the first to clear the instance, they would have only gained a maximum of 400,000 experience points, which would have only allowed them to level up by 2 levels at most. But because they were the first, they broke the record and received a 5-fold experience reward. They would need to grind non-stop in the wilderness for at least 5 days to gain 2 million experience points. Not only that, but we also gained an unimaginable amount of fame. 36D pointed at them excitedly. The mechanism of the instance is that players above level 15 higher than the instance level cannot enter. The highest level to enter the Goblin Chase battle is level 35. I believe that even if 20 level 35 players formed a team, no one could break our record. So, from now on, whenever someone enters this instance, they will see all of our names. Do you know what this means? It means that we will be recorded in history. We will be the center of attention for billions of players. And when you all go out, you will definitely be sought after by major guilds, treated as honored guests. Do you want to experience the feeling of being worshipped by the leaders of major guilds? To be honest, I never thought about it in my whole life. They will definitely go beyond your imagination to obtain first-hand information. Then you will know how amazing it feels. You have gained so much, aren't you satisfied? 36D looked at them disdainfully, leaving them speechless. They soon understood and apologized to the dumbfounded little Meng, reluctantly passing the equipment to her. Sorry, Captain, we were blinded by greed. We're sorry. Smack! Rong Nida gave himself a slap. Sorry, boss, I was wrong. They all apologized, feeling guilty for their greed. Jiang Wei didn't mind, he just glanced meaningfully at 36D and said to Little Meng, this person is not bad, Little Meng, add him as a friend. For the next level 30 instance, we can form a team with him. You first check his equipment, and we'll prepare later when we go back. After saying that, Jiang Wei took out a skill book and 2 different gems to examine them. He also noticed that this time they even obtained socketed stones. After his main weapon became legendary, he could socket them. Even the offhand weapon could be socketed. He earned 2,000 enhancement points and 20 million evolution points, which allowed him to further enhance his equipment. Sock Stone, quality, 3 stars overview, can be used to socket equipment, with a 30% success rate. Spellstone, quality, rare overview, can be embedded in weapons, granting 50 points of spell attack. Spell resistant stone, quality, rare overview, can be embedded in armor, increasing spell defense by 50 points. Heavy strike quality, elite category, passive overview, when attacking, there is a 3% chance to stun the enemy unit for 0.1 seconds, dealing 1% of your own attack damage. Do they want me to collect all the passive skills in the attack category? Jiang Wei sighed slightly. The passive effects he currently possesses include tearing, freezing, slowing, delaying, confusion, armor penetration, ice disaster, splitting, bloodthirsty, laceration, and dark icebone. Although the laceration effect is a bit weak, it is better than nothing. Moreover, he also has 2 dual passives, Dark Dawn and Dark Curse, which are definitely effective after awakening. And now, there is another heavy strike that can stun. Jiang Wei feels that as his enemy, they might feel a little sad. If all these passives are triggered together, the opponent will probably collapse when they see a long list of statuses above his head. After learning Heavy Strike, Jiang Wei spent 5,500 evolution points and directly learned it to level 10. The chance increased from 3% to 8%, the stun duration increased from 0.1 to 0.2 seconds, and the damage from attack power increased from 1% to 6%. The effect is not very strong, so Jiang Wei is not in a hurry to break through. He plans to socket his offhand weapon first, because the chance of getting socketing stones is too low, and the gems he obtained this time are also very poor. He plans to socket his offhand weapon first to increase his spell damage. Then he will socket the magic resistance spirit stone into his skull to increase his spell defense. That weapon of the skeleton boss, Sai, it's so cool. I really want a weapon like that. Qi Xiaobai looked at Jiang Wei, who was tinkering with his ice disaster and death wing, with envy. Looking at his own level 20 white staff in his hand, it suddenly doesn't seem appealing anymore. Don't even think about it, that black ice, it looks like a legendary item. At this stage, only this kind of mission NPC can afford it. It seems like he has 2 of them, and he can even transform wings with his left hand. It's so cool. Ah, if only I had a guardian NPC like that, Qi Xiaobai said regretfully. The few people looked at Jiang Wei with envy and also speculated about his identity. I feel like his cloak should have some effect too. This black skeleton is definitely an epic level NPC. That's right, you didn't see the special attributes of his weapon. It can transform into a scythe, a bow, and a black blade. Every attack has additional effects. It's so awesome. Is this how powerful hidden classes are? Sigh. It's such a pity, hidden classes are 1 in a million, you need to defeat hidden bosses to get them, and you also need a lot of luck. Forget it, let's just play our own game honestly. The few people sighed. For a moment, besides envy, there was only envy. Countdown to the instance. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. They're out, they're out. The legendary boss has appeared. The super pro who cleared it in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. As soon as the few people exited the instance, tens of thousands of blazing lights instantly focused on them. Ding 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 ding. Ding dong. The Holy Lord requests to add you as a friend. The Winged Archmage requests to add you as a friend. The Dragon City requests to add you as a friend. Countless friend requests flooded in, leaving the few people dumbfounded. Because they couldn't send friend requests inside the instance, as soon as they came out, a large number of messages were instantly refreshed. The few people looked at the number of new message notifications in their friend list, which displayed a bright red 8-digit number, and were dumbfounded on the spot. Damn it! Over 50 million messages. This is ridiculous. What the hell happened? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? A dumbfounded Xiao Meng looked at the over 300 million friend requests in her friend list and was speechless. Although there have been many people sending friend requests these days, it's never been as outrageous as today. Let's go. Don't hesitate, Jiang Wei reminded Dai Meng behind him. With tens of thousands of players in the instance, once surrounded, there was no way to escape. There weren't many players who had just reached level 20, but there were many players who liked to join in the fun. If they didn't leave quickly, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Dai Meng was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what was happening and quickly blocked the messages, heading towards the center of Stormwind City. Hello, I am the leader of the 19th ranked guild in the Huaxia region, the Hall of Martial Gods, Mo Shinbing. Boss, I am the guild leader of the 72nd ranked strength of the land. Boss, don't go, consider our guild. Which one are you in this instance? Can you reveal your nickname? Dai Meng walked among thousands of players, making her very uncomfortable. Fortunately, she had hidden her name, and the other 9 people helped her deal with some of the players. Plus, Jiang Wei was behind her, emitting an ominous aura from time to time. This made them feel wary and not dare to get too close, allowing them to finally break free from the crowd. It was not easy to squeeze out of the crowd, and Dai Meng immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Big brother skeleton, being a god is not easy. Maybe you're not someone who likes to show off. Jiang Wei shrugged. Look at 3060, they really enjoy this process. Whether you like it or not, you need to get used to it. In the future, being watched by people, attracting attention from all, and becoming the subject of everyone's discussion will be your daily life. Jiang Wei reminded, for everything you do, you will reap the benefits but also bear the negative consequences. This is a mandatory lesson to become a master. Oh, I understand, big brother skeleton, I will definitely adapt. Dai Meng pouted and raised her small fist firmly. Where are we going now? To accept a quest. Jiang Wei directed Dai Meng to a small tavern and pointed to an NPC who was completely drunk and had a face full of stubble. This is Charlotte from Hare Street. You can go to her to accept a quest that will greatly enhance your strength. Accept a quest? Dai Meng was slightly surprised and looked around the dirty, messy, and poor environment. The air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, and that NPC called Charlotte was currently slumped on the table, unconscious. Big brother skeleton, there aren't many people here. How did you find this place and know that quests can be accepted here? Dai Meng turned her back and looked at Jiang Wei, her eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Wei was too mysterious, she couldn't figure him out at all. She always felt like he knew everything. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he was also exceptionally kind to her, making her feel a warmth she had never experienced before. Sometimes she wondered if Jiang Wei was sent by the heavens to save her. A fallen angel? After all, he had wings. You don't need to worry about that. This is the only quest available, and the reward is also unique. Hurry up and go, don't let others snatch it away. Jiang Wei shrugged, expressing some helplessness. The Great Wilderness game was originally based on mythology, and mythology was actually a version of the game that the game company tested for the Great Wilderness. Many things hadn't changed. Plus, he had participated in the closed beta when he was alive. It was normal to understand these things. The only quest? Dai Meng instantly understood, and a very surprised smile appeared on her face. Seeing that more than a dozen players in the tavern noticed her, as if they had figured something out, Dai Meng quickly approached. Hey, beauty, it seems like we were the first to notice this NPC. The long spear in the hands of the black dragon python blocked Dai Meng's path. The other players quickly ran to Charlotte's side and started asking questions. A dumb and cute little girl suddenly became anxious. This was an exclusive task given to her by Big Brother Skeleton, and it was unique in the entire server. Once someone else completed it before her, it would be gone. She couldn't let Big Brother Skeleton down. Without hesitation, she forcefully initiated a challenge within the city. Black Dragon Python was momentarily stunned. Because they were in a team of 6, all 5 of his teammates also received the challenge. This meant that this beauty wanted to challenge all 6 of them? She actually wanted to take on 6 opponents by herself? Black Dragon Python and his teammates laughed and didn't bother looking for Charlotte. Almost everyone knew that girls were not interested in the game and didn't like to study it, so their skills were usually weaker than boys. Not to mention being unable to handle group fights, even in one-on-one battles, they usually ended up losing. And this beauty actually wanted to take on 6 opponents by herself? Brothers, accept her challenge and let her know what cruelty is. Okay, Ajuk. The group excitedly accepted the challenge. In the next moment, the scene changed, and all the scattered players around them disappeared. Hey, beauty, don't say we didn't give you a chance. Abyssal hand. Before Black Dragon Python could finish speaking, silently calculating the positions, he used the spell to summon 36 abyssal hands, directly capturing the 5 people. Instantly, a -80 damage appeared above their heads, forcefully silencing them. Then, dumb little Meng raised her blood-colored staff. Pang! Pang! Pong! In the moment of confusion for the group, 36 skeletons emerged from the wooden floor of the tavern and attacked the 6 of them. -35, -24, -19, -32. A large amount of damage instantly appeared above their heads. What the F***CK? So many skeletons, what's going on? The 6 people were captured by the abyssal hands and couldn't move at all. In addition to being silenced, they couldn't speak, so they could only look at each other in confusion. However, the 6 of them had a special understanding and could see the word confusion on each other's faces. Immediately after, they felt fear. In-city sparring could also result in death. Although they wouldn't lose equipment, they would lose levels. Unfortunately, they didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. 3 seconds later, the 6 of them were wiped out by the 36 skeleton blades. When Black Dragon Python and his teammates returned to the resurrection point and saw the information about being killed, they were dumbfounded. Do you know who that person was just now? It's dumb little Meng, ranked first on the level leaderboard. F***CK. She's a super pro. She just got the Goblin Chase battle instance and ranked first on the speed leaderboard. Damn it. We randomly encountered a beauty, and she turned out to be a super pro. I finally reached 85% experience at level 19, and now I've dropped a level. Damn it, I can't go to the instance anymore. Stop talking, look at who didn't drop a level. Now we have to kill monsters for a whole day again. Damn it, this super pro is really ruthless and cruel. A wide range of control at the start, followed by a bunch of skeletons, so damn cruel. The group all spat out a mouthful of blood in their hearts, their faces filled with speechlessness. Besides lamenting their own misfortune, they didn't dare to seek revenge, not even daring to say a harsh word. This is the deterrent power of a god-level player. Ordinary players, without money, without skills, without strength, without connections, when encountering such a pro, can only lament their bad luck. Now in Stormwind City, because dumb little Meng broke the record for the Goblin Chase battle, the pros are dominating. Just a random encounter could be a super pro. Black Dragon Python's expression became serious. From now on, pay attention and don't do any sneaky things. Also, if you encounter someone wearing a red robe and wielding a red staff, run. Inside the tavern, Jian Wei patted the shoulder of a dumb and cute little Meng, encouragingly said, Xiao Meng, you have made great progress, but the summoning positions chosen by the skeletons are still not accurate, and the timing is not well controlled. To fully utilize the necromancy summoning technique, the gaps between the skeletons must not exceed 0.9 centimeters in order to perfectly lock in the 10 directional positions. Just like the time you fought against in Xiang Yulan, directly locking the opponent's movement positions, otherwise there will be only 6 to 8 positions locked, giving the opponent a chance to escape. The interval between abyssal hand and necromancy summoning technique should not exceed 0.5 seconds. If unfortunately the positions are not locked, immediately let the skeletons make up for it. The timing of the 10 skeletons' attacks must also be consistent. You still have room for improvement, but this is not something that can be achieved overnight. You go and take on the mission first, and I will teach you synchronized summoning in the future. Oh, okay, big brother skeleton. Rarely praised by Jian Wei, the dumb little Meng was instantly overjoyed. Her face was filled with a brilliant smile, mesmerizing the surrounding players. Damn, 1 against 6, and she actually won? She's a skilled player. The players in the tavern, after witnessing the sparring between them, were surprised to see that only the dumb little Meng remained. Previously, they didn't have much confidence in the dumb little Meng. After all, she was a female player, and she was going against 6 opponents, so she was definitely going to lose. But unexpectedly, she won? Suddenly, everyone looked at the dumb little Meng with a higher regard. However, there were still players who were not afraid of death and tried to establish a relationship with Charlotte right under the dumb little Meng's nose. Even if she sent a sparring invitation, these players, after witnessing her strength, refused to accept it, leaving the dumb little Meng at a loss. Don't worry, they don't have 10 bottles of Finjo, so they can't receive the unique mission. Seeing that there were already 7 or 8 players surrounding Charlotte, trying to ask something, and the dumb little Meng was feeling very down, Jiang Wei had no choice but to tell her the trick. Zhang Mengming's eyes lit up after hearing it. So that's how it is. Why didn't Big Brother Skeleton say it earlier? I was so worried just now. Zhang Mengmeng patted her chest, took a long breath of relief. This was just a test for you. Remember, don't panic because of small failures. Jiang Wei patted her shoulder and taught her in her ear. Panic and nervousness are the easiest to affect judgment during battles. You need to learn to adjust in real time and not let emotions dominate your brain. Jiang Wei looked at her slender figure and couldn't help but smile. But your journey is still long, take it slow. In fact, this scene reminded him of the little lowly who used to follow him. Qian Shanshue's personality was completely opposite to the dumb little Meng. She was calm and decisive in dealing with things, never dragging her feet. In battle, she was always ruthless and decisive, appearing as a heartless frost in front of others. Only in front of him would she reveal a little girl's demeanor. And she was especially clingy, belonging to the tough on the outside, soft on the inside type. On the other hand, the dumb little Meng belonged to the soft on the outside, tough on the inside type. She appeared weak on the surface, but was actually strong-willed. No matter what she encountered, she could face it optimistically, endure hardships, be patient, and be willing to learn, without always relying on others. Both girls were actually talented, except for their slightly different personalities. They both had one thing in common, which was perseverance and determination. Jiang Wei believed that the dumb little Meng would never disappoint him. Cultivating a peerless master was also one of the few pleasures he had after becoming the supreme god. Sometimes, watching his disciples grow into super gods was quite fulfilling. Oh, I understand now. Thank you, Big Brother Skeleton. The dumb little Meng happily turned around, pulling Jiang Wei's bony hand, expressing her gratitude. Her mood was like the clouds in the sky, turning into clear skies and white clouds. Of course, there was another reason why she turned around. It's just that Jiang Wei is standing too close behind her, causing her neck to itch and feeling strange in her heart. But she didn't dare to say anything to Jiang Wei Ming, so she could only relieve her uneasiness in this way. What the hell, this NPC can't ask anything at all. A group of players surrounded Charlotte, asking all sorts of questions. After a while, she still didn't wake up, and everyone dispersed. Seeing this, Xiao Meng, the dumb and cute, didn't rush forward either. Instead, in front of everyone's eyes, he slowly took out a bottle of Fengjiu and placed it on Charlotte's table. Thud! As soon as the Fengjiu bottle fell on the table, Charlotte immediately woke up. Then, her eyes lit up with excitement. Alcohol! There's alcohol! Hesitatingly glancing at Xiao Meng, Charlotte couldn't resist the temptation of Fengjiu and picked up the bottle to start drinking. After she finished drinking, she didn't make any other movements, but once again collapsed on the table. Immediately, the disappointed onlookers dispersed. Damn, I thought this was the condition to trigger a hidden quest, but it's useless? I got excited for nothing. Fengjiu costs 2 silver per bottle, it takes several days to earn, and in the end, it's all for nothing. I'm at a loss now, haha. However, in the face of their gloating, Xiao Meng didn't say anything, but once again placed a bottle on the table. Thud! Charlotte woke up again and immediately started drinking without hesitation. Gulu gelu. Every time Charlotte finished drinking and collapsed on the table, Xiao Meng would place another bottle. She drank 10 bottles in a row and once again collapsed on the table. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Meng was just trying to please the crowd, this time, Charlotte suddenly started talking nonsense. Child. My child. That damn disaster witch, give me back my child. Congratulations on triggering the unique hidden quest, Snatch Charlotte's Child. Quest reward, Legendary Skill Enhancement Scroll *5. Damn, it really triggered. Did it really trigger? Are you kidding? It's not a joke, I'm a casual player. I've been working as a helper in this tavern before, and I've talked to Charlotte. A tavern helper suddenly spoke up. I also thought this NPC was unusual at first. I always felt that he had something on his mind, so I secretly changed some gold coins and bought various drinks to please him. And what happened? All the players asked in unison. What happened? I spent 500,000 renminbi, exchanged for 5 gold coins, experimented with various drinks for him, but he didn't say a word. I was completely fooled. The tavern helper had a speechless expression, making others unable to hold back their laughter. Indeed, you're the one who suffered. Ha, forgive me for being so heartless and laughing out loud. It seems that this quest requires 10 bottles of Fengjiu to be continuously poured into him. Everyone, hurry up and buy Fengjiu to accept the hidden quest. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone scattered in a hurry, afraid of missing out on the hidden quest. Enduring the pain in their hearts, they bought 10 bottles of Fengjiu at the tavern and placed them on Charlotte's table. The result can be imagined. It's too much to say. It's all tears. During that time, the price of Fengjiu also rose because of this reason. Many players were clueless. Only those who witnessed Xiao Meng receiving the hidden quest and crazily buying Fengjiu knew. It was a tale of blood and tears. Longing is a pain that can breathe. Big Brother Skeleton, what's the use of the legendary skill enhancement scroll? Walking along the street of Stormwind City, Xiao Meng's face was filled with excitement as he kept asking Jiang Wei. It can transform your skills into legendary level. Jiang Wei listened to the shouts of the stalls while searching for what he needed at various stalls. Wow, legendary level. Jiang Meng's little face became even more excited. Can the Big Brother Skeleton use it? After understanding the function of the skill enhancement scroll, Jiang Meng's first thought was not for herself, but for Jiang Wei. This made Jiang Wei's heart warm slightly. This is not useful for me. Oh, then what skill should I enhance? That's for you to decide. I can only tell you that it's not a legendary level skill. After using it, it can transform into a legendary skill. Jiang Wei continued, it depends on the level of the skill itself. If it's a normal level skill, you need to use 3 scrolls to cross each level. If the skill itself is legendary level, it will break through the original level limit. For example, if the skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 20, after using the scroll, it will show 20 plus 1 and the effect will transform. You decide for yourself. Jiang Wei didn't make a decision for the naive little Meng, but wanted to train her decision-making ability and let her get used to the consequences of her own decisions. Okay, don't worry, big brother skeleton, I will think it through. The naive little Meng nodded happily, then asked with some confusion, by the way, why are we setting up a stall on the street? To buy some things and prepare for the level 30 dungeon. Another one? The naive little Meng looked at Jiang Wei with a curious gaze. Sort of. Jiang Wei smiled mysteriously. Qingfeng City, where have you been lately? Your equipment is so good? Level 25 legendary bow and arrows are out? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows were shot simultaneously, and the arrows with a hint of icy power were nailed to Qian Chonglang's head, directly defeating him. Qian Chonglang looked at the 2-1 damage above his head and reluctantly left the team for practice, saying helplessly, I bought it from a mysterious expert, but what's the use? Even if I work hard to reach level 25 and get the legendary bow and arrows, I still can't beat you, my cousin? That's because you're not skilled enough. I told you to learn from him, but you were slacking off every day. Now you regret it, don't you? Cousin, was I slacking off? It's because I couldn't compare to you, so I gave up. Qian Chonglang said helplessly, you learned the same skills in 10 days, while I took 2 months and still couldn't do it properly. I can't afford to lose face. But recently, I found a mysterious expert. He has amazing skills and is a really nice person. I plan to learn from him for a while. Mysterious expert? Shen Shanshua put away her frost that covers 1,000 miles and looked at Qian Chonglang strangely, disdainfully saying, is there really someone who would be interested in a mediocre player like you? Who on earth is blind? Well, I'll keep it a secret for now, hee hee. Qian Chonglang played it coy. Who cares? Even if someone is interested in a mediocre player like you, their skills probably aren't that great either. Qian Shanshua couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and started adjusting her frost that covers 1,000 miles. Frost that covers 1,000 miles was a growth-type exclusive secondary weapon specially tailored for 12 Divine Gods players by the game company. Each Divine God had one. It was an absolute honor and an equipment that hundreds of billions of players envied. However, although the name sounded good, the attributes were actually just average. Moreover, in order to upgrade the secondary weapon, various materials had to be collected. Otherwise, the exclusive secondary weapon that couldn't be upgraded would become useless in the later stages of the game. I need to go to the dungeon to farm materials recently. Are you coming? Seeing that Qian Chonglang didn't respond, Qian Shanshua invited him proactively. Me? I already have a team. The expert said he will take me to the level 30 dungeon for a spin. Qian Chonglang directly refused, leaving Qian Shanshua stunned. You used to pester me every day to take you to the dungeon and learn something. How did you change so suddenly today? Level 30 Disaster Witch Dungeon requires the captain to be at level 30, and the team members to have a difference of less than 5 levels to enter. Now, besides a clueless little cutie, who is level 30? Qian Shui looked at Qian Chonglang with a strange look. You're not going to say that the person who brought you is a clueless little cutie, right? Qian Chonglang smirked. Hey, cousin, you actually guessed it right. Tisk, you're just talking nonsense, Qian Shui said skeptically. As one of the 12 divine gods, she had seen many experts, but there were not many who could make them take notice. Only this clueless little cutie, with overwhelming superiority, swept the level rankings and weapon rankings, becoming the #1 in the world. She even set a dungeon record that they couldn't believe. That's how she unexpectedly came into their view. 4 minutes and 12 seconds to clear the goblin pursuit battle? They were also good at creating miracles, but they didn't dare to claim that they could set such a heaven-defying record. Now, although Qian Chonglang had taken the first place in the weapon rankings, her absolute record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds had a greater impact than the first place in the weapon rankings. She was still the center of attention. Moreover, she set this heaven-defying record while bringing along 9 priests. When the world announcement came out, no one believed it, not even Qian Shui. But later, the AI confirmed her dungeon record, suppressing all the players' doubts. Therefore, this suddenly appeared legendary player, Clueless Little Cutie, became the focus of attention for many expert players and major guilds. Everyone was caught up in various speculations about her. But unfortunately, Clueless Little Cutie seemed to dislike interacting with others. She hardly added anyone as a friend, making it difficult for them to get to know her. Her cousin actually claimed to know her. Was he talking nonsense? I'm telling the truth. In fact, she was also at Master's funeral before, but you were busy arguing with Xia Dongli at that time, so you didn't have a chance to meet her, Qian Shonlang said when he saw Qianshan Shue's skeptical expression. Qianshan Shue suddenly became interested. She didn't expect her cousin to actually know clueless little cutie. Now she had a chance to get to know her. Cousin, you misunderstood her. Her skills are actually so bad that you can't even imagine. Qian Shonlang's words left Qianshan Shui speechless. Her skills are so bad that she reached level 30? And she set this kind of dungeon record? Xiaolang, are you kidding me, or do you think I can't handle a bow? Qianshan Shui raised her frost of 1,000 miles in her hand, aiming 5 icy arrows at Qian Shonlang's head. Cousin, don't be impulsive, you misunderstood. Qian Shonlang panicked and jumped around, but he couldn't shake off Qianshan Shui's lock-on. He could only beg for mercy helplessly. Cousin, I meant she's bad, but I didn't say she's weak. Are you playing me? No, absolutely not. If you want to know why, come with me and see for yourself. They're about to enter a dungeon, let's team up. Divine Mage, is the master still not coming out? The president of the Wings of the Divine Mage, ranked 6th in the guild rankings in the China region, sent a message to the Divine Mage. Unfortunately, the Divine Mage did not reply. However, the Wings of the Divine Mage were not frustrated. After all, a great god would always have some personality. Although he founded the Wings of the Divine Mage with his own name and once ranked 6th in the guild rankings, he was well aware of the huge gap between himself and a true great god. Despite having Divine Mage in his name, it was just a nickname. In terms of skills, he couldn't even defeat the Divine Mage. At most, he could only touch the edge of Qian Shonlang. This time, he wanted to invite the Divine Saint to come out because they had just recruited a new member. A veteran without experience. This is a Death Knight and 9 Priest lineup, breaking the world record with a time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds, one of the 9 priests. With him, let's invite the Holy Mage again. The Wings of the Divine Mage feel that they might be able to break this 4 minutes and 12 seconds miracle. Guild leader, have you contacted the Demon Mage yet? The Wings of the Demon Mage stood in the instance of Stormwind City, looking at the surging players, feeling a bit anxious. The people who received the first-hand information have already entered the instance to prepare for setting a record, and they are still waiting. No rush, their goal is only 2nd place. These people will never amount to anything, but my goal is to break the new record. The Wings of the Divine Mage showed a confident smile. But, I remember the Holy Mage hasn't started leveling yet, right? The tone of the Wings of the Demon Mage was hesitant. It's okay, world records. Don't be afraid to wait. Right now, I just want to say hello to the Holy Mage and see if she's interested. As long as she's interested, there's no doubt we can break the record. But I heard that Imo Shinbing has already invited Blood Shou, one of the 12 legends, to enter the instance and challenge the record. Aren't you afraid they will break the record, guild leader? The Wings of the Divine Mage smiled slightly. Blood Shou? She changed her class to Ghost Dance Berserker, one of the 4 regular classes of swordsman, right? The Wings of the Demon Mage nodded. After the instance opened, everyone's levels started to rise rapidly. Blood Shou is already level 26 and has learned the level 25 Ghost Chi Burst. Her burst power is absolutely formidable. I'm worried. There's nothing to worry about. Even if she bursts, so what? Among the billions of players, if we're talking about the strongest AoE, who can compare to the Holy Mage, known as the God of AoE? The Wings of the Divine Mage was very disdainful. Besides, do you really think breaking the record is that easy? Don't think that just because you've mastered those little tricks, you can easily break the record. If breaking the record were so easy, what would geniuses be for? I really have to admit, the person who came up with this way to clear the instance is definitely a genius. The Wings of the Divine Mage sighed, but you have to understand, everyone in this world has ideas, and there are many people with amazing ideas. But the more amazing the idea, the more difficult it is to realize it. How many people in this world can truly put such ideas into practice and do it so perfectly? The Wings of the Divine Mage sighed again. It's a pity that we missed the chance to meet a talented player like Yitia Dai Xiaoming. Otherwise, I really want to see what kind of existence she is. The Wings of the Demon Mage nodded. Indeed, it's a bit regrettable. According to the old virgin, this Yitia Dai Xiaoming has extremely keen control over the pace of battle. No wonder she became the #1 in the world. But, thinking about it again, I think the key is, it's difficult to invite the Holy Mage. It's okay, he replied. The regret on the face of the Wings of the Divine Mage was replaced by surprise, quickly checking the message. As long as he can contact the Demon Mage and invite the Holy Mage, he believes that the Wings of the Divine Mage can definitely break the first record. By then, the world's first position in the Goblin Chase battle will forever bear the name of the Wings of the Divine Mage. With this world record, his guild will definitely attract more players to join. His guild will continue to grow stronger, and he will ascend to a higher stage. Demon Mage, Heavy Rain, sorry, my master said you're not worthy. Wings of the Divine Mage, full of joy, but in exchange for this result, at this moment, the heart of the Wings of the Divine Mage can only say 4 words. Am I charming? Voice breaking, his heart is extremely shattered. the area of his psychological shadow has also greatly expanded. These extra areas of psychological shadow are enough for him to build several psychological emergency stations. Nevertheless, he endured it. If the Holy Mage is not available, there is still the Demon Mage. Fama is a Data Emperor, and he is the strongest in the game 12 Legends. Without Fashing, it may not be possible to break the first place in the server. But with Fama, stabilizing their position as second in the server should be possible. He can't reach the status of Fashing, but Fama definitely can. With enough confidence, the Wing of the Law God sent another message. Excuse me, Lord Fashing must have urgent matters to attend to, that's why he didn't come, right? The Wing of the Law God first exchanged pleasantries, testing the situation. No, my master is sleeping. Actually, you don't need to think too much about it or feel sad. My master's words don't have any ill intentions, she simply feels that you are not worthy. Put. The Wing of the Law God spat out a mouthful of blood in his heart. Is this even human language? On the surface, they tell him not to think too much, but in reality, forget it, he doesn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. I understand. It's normal for Lord Fashing to have urgent matters. By the way, I wonder if Fama, the great god of magic, has time. I'm sure Fama, the great god of magic, has also seen the world announcement and should know about this, right? I'm aware. Then Fama, the great god of magic, should be well aware of our strength, now that we have the first-hand information to break the record. We just need you, the great expert, to join us in creating a new record. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have something to do today, so I may not be able to come. Ah, is that so? I wonder what's going on with Fama. Do you need any help? The Wing of the Law God felt a glimmer of hope. Nothing, I just lost my house keys and need to get a new one made. Sorry. Getting. Oh, that's unfortunate. Then I won't disturb you. After hanging up the call, the Wing of the Law God's face turned somewhat ugly. He, the guild leader of the 6th-ranked guild in China, was actually despised by these two people. He wasn't a fool, he naturally understood the meaning behind Fama's words. So he's not worthy, huh? This is too much of a humiliation. Guild leader, did you contact Fashion? What did they say? The Wing of the Demon God anxiously waited on the side and asked when the Wing of the Law God ended the call. The Wing of the Law God's expression wasn't very good. They didn't say much. Fashing said she's not feeling well and can't come. Then, what about Fama, the great god of magic? Fama. He said he's leveling up in the disaster wilderness of Vermilion Bird City and won't be coming for now. Really? The Wing of the Demon God clearly didn't believe it. Now that the instance had appeared, would Fama go to the wilderness to level up? Could it be that he had used up his instance attempts? Of course it's true. Can't I lie to you? Seeing the expression on the Wing of the Demon God's face, the already unhappy Wing of the Law God felt his self-esteem being insulted, and he became furious. If I lie to you, I'll give you the level 25 purple staff I bought for 20 million yesterday. Are you serious? The Wing of the Demon God stared at the staff in the Wing of the Law God's hand, radiating light. Both of them were mages, but he didn't have the same family background as the Wing of the Law God and couldn't achieve financial freedom. So, starting from yesterday, he had been staring at the staff in the Wing of the Law God's hand, his eyes shining. The Wing of the Law God naturally understood, which is why he made such a vow. As the guild leader of the 6th-ranked guild in China, do I need to lie to you? The Wing of the Law God looked at him displeased. That's great, let's trade quickly. Trade quickly? What do you mean? The Wing of the Law God looked confused. Didn't you say Fama went to Vermilion Bird City to level up? Look over there, who is that? The Wing of the Law God followed the gaze of the Wing of the Demon God towards the east of the instance, where a group of enthusiastic players were surrounding a man. They were shouting non-stop, Fama! Fama! The Wing of the Law God. Big brother skeleton, aren't we adding people? It's already been half an hour. Zhang Mengmeng hid in a European-style church in the copy area, sounding a bit anxious. When she heard that the copy could unlock the dual passive skills of the skeleton Big Brother, her mood became a bit impatient. And 36D water injection was also in the team. Although he didn't say anything, Zhang Mengmeng guessed that he might also be a little anxious. After all, every minute of the server opening time is precious. Don't worry, this time the copy will be upgraded to a difficult level due to the existence of the unique mission. All the attributes of the copy monsters will double, and hidden bosses will also appear. Jiang Wei explained to a dumb and cute little Meng in the church while staring at the priest. With a double boss lineup, not only will there be more monsters, but there will also be a time limit of 10 minutes. Relying solely on my output, it will be a bit tight to clear it in time. I need a few high-output, high-efficiency experts. Before separating from Qian Chonglang, I asked him to contact 3 people, including a mage. They should be arriving soon. Oh, I see. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly realized, then looked at the priest and Jiang Wei who were fighting. Can you two separate now? Zhang Mengmeng felt a bit helpless. Since she and Jiang Wei came in, the priest in this church has been following Jiang Wei, and the two of them seem to have some issues. Little girl, this necromancer is dangerous. He will bring you endless disasters. Father Adam stared at Jiang Wei, afraid that he would harm Zhang Mengmeng, and wanted to separate Jiang Wei from a dumb and cute little Meng. Zhang Mengmeng felt a bit at a loss. Sometimes, NPCs are too intelligent, which is not good either. How should she explain this situation? At the same time, she was also puzzled. Why did Jiang Wei bring her here for no reason? This is a church, and her identity as a necromancer is incompatible with such a place. Did she come here just to make herself uncomfortable? Let's go, don't mind him. This old man has a good heart. Although he possesses the world's #1 purification spell, he doesn't actually have any bias against necromancers. I brought you here just to get acquainted with him. You don't have to look at me like that. You will understand in the future. Jiang Wei withdrew his confrontation with the priest and then instructed a dumb and cute little Meng to leave. After hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng was suddenly amazed and looked at Adam with an incredulous gaze. This unremarkable priest actually possesses the world's #1 purification spell? This reputation is not as casual as Jiang Wei described. This NPC must have a big background. Refusing Father Adam's request, Zhang Mengmeng left the church under Adam's regretful gaze and met up with Jiang Wei in 3060 water injection in the copy area. Dumb. Master, you finally came. Let me tell you, Yarudi and the others leaked the secret of your goblin chase battle to those big guilds. 3060 water injection said angrily, now those people are all shouting to break the record. Look. Pointing to the ranking record on the circular curtain in the copy area, 3060 water injection became even more furious. Wudao Shenbinghal has already broken the second place record of 48 minutes and 32 seconds, reaching 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Master, aren't you angry? Seeing a dumb and cute little Meng's indifferent expression, 3060 water injection was a bit surprised. Oh, I don't think there's anything to be angry about. They used these techniques and it's only 11 minutes and 34 seconds. They still can't break the record of the skeleton big brother. That's the case for now, but once they become familiar with the tactics, it will be different. It doesn't matter, we entered the copy not for the sake of breaking records. Zhang Mengmeng explained helplessly. I forgot. 3060 water injection suddenly looked helpless. Perhaps this is the mark of a big shot. He's really worried about this. The big shots have long since moved on from level 20 trash dungeons. While those guilds are still thinking about breaking the record for Goblin Chase, he might already be preparing to break the record for level 30 dungeons. By the way, boss, when are we going into the level 30 dungeon? Skull Brother said we have to wait for someone. Wait for someone? Who? Fama, Xin Chonglang, Yun Xiang, Fawei Quantu, Lufeng. 3060, after hearing these names, fell into a daze. Can we really invite these legendary experts? Daimeng, the people you mentioned are probably just namesakes, right? Fama Boyu, disciple of the Law Saint, hailed as the top of the 12 legends, champion of the last mythical sword tournament. Jianying Yun Xiang, disciple of the Fist sect, ranks second among the 12 legends. The #1 star of the Mountain and River Club, runner-up of the last mythical sword tournament, hailed as a top-tier figure in the gaming world. Xian Chonglang, disciple of Wanli Hanfeng, ranked last among the 12 legends, hailed as the third archer, 12th place in the last mythical sword tournament. Fawei Quangtu, deceased disciple of the Supreme God, leader of the Demon Temple Guild, 3rd place in the 3rd mythical sword tournament. Lufeng, one of the 7 wonders of the mythical era, later became the 3rd disciple of the Supreme God, the current God of Records, holder of 1782 records in the entire server of Mythical. Now, it's 1781. Can these 5 God-level figures be easily invited? It's not something you can do just because you have a guild, financial resources, and some strength. Without matching strength, if you go looking for them, they won't even bother with you. Although Daimeng is the god of levels, in the eyes of ordinary players, he may be an unattainable god. But, in the eyes of these heavyweight players, being first on the level leaderboard is just that. And Daimeng and that Black Skull's technical skills are just controlling some small tricks. They can be considered top-notch experts, but compared to those gods who master divine techniques, they still have a long way to go. Namesakes? Probably not. Anyway, I've seen Yun Xiang. As for the others, I don't know. I'm not really sure. Daimeng didn't hide anything, but 3060 still had some doubts. However, he didn't say much. After all, isn't Fama over there? What if he really comes over? Although he didn't believe it very much, he couldn't afford to offend Daimeng, so silence was the best choice. Skull Brother, Xin Chonglang, said he's almost here. He's outside the city now. Jiang Wei nodded and didn't say much. Although he used his previous mythical character's identity in front of Qian Chonglang, that character's identity was also extraordinary in the previous mythical era. He was the only one in the entire server who dared to confront the leader of the Demon Temple Guild, the second-ranked guild at the time, when he was ranked first. He believed that this identity should be enough to get Qian Chonglang to invite his 2 disciples. Since that's the case, he also started strengthening other parts of his body. After the Goblin Chase, his enhancement points became 4,200. He had over 2 million evolution points, but it would still take a long time to reach the 40 million evolution points needed for the next evolution. Now that the dungeons have opened, all players' levels are skyrocketing. Guilds will start to form one by one. Super guilds will appear with a guild mode that doesn't fear friendly fire, as well as overall buffs and formation bonuses. The power of solo players will be relatively weakened. The time to test his strength is coming. He's not naive enough to think that these super guilds will never conflict with him. The Great Wilderness is vast, and there are many bosses, but it's also impossible to never encounter monster-stealing incidents. As long as you still need to go out and level up to fight bosses, you will inevitably come into conflict with other players. Even if they used to be the supreme gods of myths, they often clash with other players or super guilds. Duels, team battles, guild wars, siege battles, and national wars are all common occurrences. Even if they bow down to you in front of others, who knows what they will do behind your back? And he always feels that there is something suspicious about his car accident and sudden death. So, he decided to strengthen and improve himself. Jiang Wei twisted his bones and made a cracking sound, lost in thought. He doesn't lack attack power and control now. What he lacks is magic attack and magic defense. With low magic attack, when encountering bosses with physical immunity, you can only stare blankly. Like the level 30 dungeon boss, Catastrophe Witch. She indeed doesn't have any physical immunity skills, but she has a catastrophic counterattack that can reflect 50% of all physical damage. The damage reflected ignores defense and evasion. The damage reflected back to you is higher than the damage you deal to the boss. Even if you use a bow and arrow, it will be reflected back. So, improving these two aspects is urgent. He decided to first see what changes there are in the evolved talents before making a decision. Thoughts of Black Ice, ice damage plus 50, spirit plus 50, casting speed plus 3%. Overview, can consume 8 mana points to communicate with creatures within a 10 cm radius through thoughts. Bones of Black Ice, ice damage plus 30. Overview, turn the whole body into bones of black ice, causing icy invasions every 0.5 seconds within a 0.5 meter radius, lasting indefinitely. Freezing, each icy invasion increases a layer of slowing effect, reducing the attack and movement speed of enemy units by 2%. After stacking 10 layers, it causes a freezing effect, freezing the opponent for 0.5 seconds. Feet of Black Ice, ice damage plus 30, movement speed plus 135. Overview, each movement increases movement speed by plus 1. After stacking 10 layers, it increases an additional 10 points of movement speed. Eyes of Black Ice Survey, ice damage plus 20. Overview, knows all creatures within a 130 meter radius, sees through mist and miasma. The ice attribute has increased by 130? Jiang Wei suddenly realized why the damage displayed when he triggered the ice disaster was higher. At first, he was a bit confused. Now it seems that all his talents have been enhanced. However, the 130 ice attribute damage is fixed and can only be increased by strengthening points, which is quite annoying. Spend 1000 strengthening points to successfully strengthen Thoughts of Black Ice, ice damage plus 20, spirit increased by 30 points, casting speed increased by 1%. Spend 2000 strengthening points to successfully strengthen Thoughts of Black Ice, ice damage plus 50, spirit increased by 100 points, casting speed increased by 2%. Thoughts of Black Ice triggered a breakthrough evolution, evolving into Belief of Black Ice. Belief of Black Ice, ice damage plus 120, spirit plus 180, casting speed plus 6%. Overview, can consume 5 mana points to communicate with creatures within a 10 cm radius through thoughts. Eye of Belief, consumes 300 mana points to condense the Eye of Black Ice Belief, dealing 100 plus 30% of self-magic damage to a single enemy unit, reducing their attack speed by 10%, cooldown time of 3 minutes. Not bad. 180 spirit is equivalent to adding 180 magic attack, and there is also an additional active skill. Although this skill is only good for showing off, it's better than nothing. After successfully socketing the secondary weapon, he embedded a magic spirit stone and added 50 points of magic damage. In total, he now has 330 points of magic attack damage. With the help of the Death Spirit Enhancement skill, which adds 300 points of attack and magic attack, he now has a total of 630 points of magic attack. With a spell attack power of 630, it's almost impossible for current mage players to compete with it. The skull is embedded with a magic resistance stone, increasing magic defense by 50 points, plus an additional 100 points after transforming into the armored form. Now, there is a total of 150 points of magic defense. This is a comprehensive improvement, making it much easier to deal with the Disaster Witch. Hey, dumbfounded god, skeleton boss, I'm here, I'm here. Just as Jiang Wei finished strengthening himself, the excited voice of Qian Shonling suddenly came through. But in an instant, his tone became extremely disappointed. I'm really sorry, skeleton boss. The people you asked me to invite, I couldn't invite them. They don't have the time to come. But Qian Shonlang smirked, stepped aside, and let Qian Shui come forward. I think, with my master here, it's enough to handle the 3 of them. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Wei, who was about to switch his offhand weapon to his left hand, suddenly stopped. With her ice blue long curly hair and smooth, exposed skin, Qianshan Shui stood petite and delicate, about 2 heads shorter than the 1.8-meter tall Chen Chonglang beside her. Even with her ice blue boots, she only reached Qian Chonglang's shoulder. Standing next to Qian Chonglang, she didn't look like an older cousin, but rather like a younger sister about 8 years younger than him. With her big, bright eyes, she stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze. At this moment, Jiang Wei did not appear from the side of the dumb and cute little girl, but remained hidden in her shadow. He had not been noticed even when he had the 36D breast implants, but Qianshan Shui could see through Jiang Wei's disguise. Perhaps it was the instinct of an archer, or maybe she had discovered something, because from her expression, Jiang Wei could sense something unusual. Among the 3 disciples he had taught, Qianshan Shui was the most diligent, obedient, and clingy. Initially, this little girl was rejected from the national archery team due to her height, so she registered a game account to vent her emotions in the game. In her frenzy, she shot wildly at a wild monster, catching his attention. Jiang Wei noticed that despite her terrible mood, not a single arrow she shot missed. This indicated that her skills were not affected by her emotions. Even though she was only at level 1 and hadn't learned any skills, she could shoot curved arrows and perform difficult techniques like firing 4 arrows simultaneously. Curious, Jiang Wei created a level 1 character and had a match with her. Quite embarrassed, he lost without using any godly skills. But after the match, he wasn't afraid of losing face and directly revealed his identity, asking her if she wanted to become his disciple and study archery skills with him. Perhaps it was his sincerity and shamelessness that moved her, and they became inseparable master and disciple. After that, he often took Qianshan Shui to level up and fight bosses, teaching her some game techniques and encouraging her not to give up on her dream of becoming a member of the national archery team. They were inseparable, sparring together, challenging guilds together, participating in competitions together, and challenging experts together, becoming the most envied master and disciple in the game. After each battle, they would return to their own guild, close the door, and quietly hide in the guild leader's small room, discussing and studying the techniques and intentions of those experts. They spent 3 years together, becoming both teacher and friend. If it weren't for his car accident and subsequent withdrawal from the game, they would probably still be discussing and innovating new godly skills together. He still remembered the phrase he liked to say to her the most, "Don't be disheartened, you will grow taller." Unexpectedly, when they met again, she was still the same little girl who couldn't grow taller, and he had become a cold skeleton. Indeed, fate plays tricks on us. Jiang Wei sighed softly. The black ice and fire in his eyes burned fiercely as Jiang Wei watched Qianshan Shui. Taking small steps, she crossed the waves and slowly approached him. "Hello, I heard that your skills are very high. My disciples are no match for you. How about a friendly match?" Qianshan Shui approached Zhang Mengmeng, who was a head taller than her, with a kind smile and extended her right hand. However, Zhang Mengmeng felt strange because Qianshan Shui's right hand crossed her body and ended up behind her. This left Zhang Mengmeng unsure whether to turn around and shake hands with her or not. It wasn't until a black bone arm, emitting black flames, ripped Qianshan Shui's delicate hand that Zhang Mengmeng finally understood. The moment the knuckles touched the warm palm, she exclaimed, "Master, I lost again. It's so annoying. That little demon dared to bully me. Master, come out and spank her." "Master, Today I created a new technique and defeated that little demon. Am I amazing, Master? Oomph, why aren't you coming out to praise me? Master, let me tell you some good news. I think I've grown a little taller. Master, where did you go? Can you tell me? Master, do you know that you've been gone for 91 days, 12 hours, 32 minutes, and 41 seconds? I miss you so much." These were the messages left by the little girl in front of him when he logged into his account 3 months after the car accident. Did she really grow taller? Jiang Wei emerged from the shadow of a dumb and cute little girl and approached her. He bent down and looked at her ice blue long hair. Subconsciously, Jiang Wei reached out his left hand to touch her head. But before his hand could touch her hair, Qianshan Shui moved away. Her pretty face was filled with surprise and resistance. "Your hand is very cold." Qianshan Shui freed herself from Jiang Wei's right hand and looked at her own frozen red hand in astonishment. Then, she took 3 steps back, distancing herself from him. After steadying herself, she tilted her head and stared at Jiang Wei with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "I don't know why, but you give me a feeling of wanting to be close to you. Can you tell me why?" Jiang Wei was momentarily stunned by her words. After a long silence, he shook his head. He looked at his hand, emitting black flames, and glanced at Qianshan Shui's frozen right hand. He sighed deeply. With a step of his right foot, he took 3 steps and disappeared into the shadow of the dumb and cute little girl. "Xiaomeng, choose someone and enter the instance." After a while, the dumb and cute little girl finally reacted. This. She was a bit confused and had no idea what had just happened. Why did the big brother skeleton seem to know Qianshan Shui? From Jiang Wei's tone, she sensed some unusual emotions. She didn't know if it was just her imagination. "Qianshan Shui. It's Qianshan Shui, one of the 12 divine gods. Damn, the heartless lowly of the 12 divine gods. Before the dumb and cute little girl could react, a burst of enthusiastic shouts erupted in the instance. Qianshan Shui, the chosen one among billions. Among billions, only 12 absolute god-level players were chosen. As the shouts rang out, the entire instance fell into absolute chaos. The gazes of over 70,000 players in the instance all focused on Qianshan Shui with her ice blue hair. Then, a flood of players quickly surged towards Jiang Wei's direction. Even the previously sensational magic and demons were completely abandoned by the players. As for the 36D, she was dumbfounded. Forget about legends, even myths had arrived? Judging from Qin Shonlun's previous words, it seemed like a legendary god was coming to be his teammate. A legendary god was coming to be his teammate? 36D was trembling with excitement, his whole body shaking. His mind went blank, and he couldn't even hold on to his staff. After playing the game for 4 or 5 years, 36D had never been so excited before. Qianshan Shui, the top disciple of the Supreme God, one of the 12 divine gods, known as the Frost of 10,000 Miles, was hailed as the #1 archer in the profession. He had once fought alongside the Supreme God and the Vice Guild leader Sword God Xie Changkong, leading 361 top experts, and emerged victorious. As the archer profession, which was abandoned by all players and even considered for removal by the game company, Qianshan Shui had won 3rd place in the sword trial tournament for 3 consecutive seasons. With his own strength, he showed all the players in the server that archers could also create legends. The mighty Qianshan Shui was truly a super expert, even capable of inviting the 12 divine gods. It was said that the 19th ranked guild in the Huaxia server, the War God Hall, had spent a huge price and made countless pleas to invite a blood dancer. When Blood Dancer appeared, 36D experienced the shock caused by the instance. Later, the Mage and Warlock caused an instant influx of 30,000 players into the instance. And now, Stormwind City was about to explode. Qianshan Shui? Is this for real? Emotion Bing, who was about to enter the instance, found it hard to believe amidst the commotion. He had spent 50 million just to invite a blood dancer, and even personally went to her and asked her master for a favor. Qianshan Shui was definitely a super expert. Who could invite him? Qianshan Shui? The winged mage's pupils contracted. How did she come here? Who could invite her? Guild leader, maybe she came here to do the instance herself? The winged demon smirked as he stared at the staff he had just obtained, speaking casually. Perhaps ordinary players thought the 12 divine gods were unattainable and rarely seen, but as the vice guild leader of the winged mage, the 12 divine gods were indeed unattainable and rarely seen in their eyes. It's just that, relatively speaking, they wouldn't be as excited as ordinary players. You know nothing. Each city has its own instance, and the 12 divine gods are born in the 4 main cities. She came all the way to Stormwind City. Is she crazy? The winged mage propped up his chin and pondered for a moment. Who invited her to break the record of the goblin chase battle? Just a divine god. Guild leader, why are you so excited? Excited? Why would I be excited? Do I look excited to you? As the guild leader of the 6th ranked guild in the Huaxia server, I'm just a divine god. I'm excited. Notification, a cute invitation to join the disaster female demon instance. Do you agree? Ha! The winged mage's words came to a sudden halt, and he was stunned for a moment. Then he glanced at the team configuration. 8/20ths Captain, Acute, level 31 Necromancer. Team members, Storm Mage Heavy Rain, level 26, Fire Mage. Team member, Qian Shonlang, level 25, Divine Archer. Team member, Yun Xiang,